The Fundamentals of Marxist-Leninist Philosophy, Progress Publishers, Moscow. Translated from the Russian by Robert Daglish, designed by Vladimir Uryamin. Authors, Academician F.V. Konstantinov, A.S. Bogomolov, Dr. S.C., G.M. Gok, Dr. S.C., G. Yet. Glezerman, Dr. S.C., V.Z.H. Kelly, Dr. S.C., P.V. Konin, Corresponding Member, USSR Academy of Sciences, I.V. Kuznetsov, Dr. S.C., H.N. Momjan, Dr. S.C., T.I. Oyserman, Corresponding Member, USSR Academy of Sciences, V.S. Semyonov, Dr. S.C., A.G. Spurkin, Corresponding Member, USSR Academy of Sciences, M.M. Rosenthal, Dr. S.C., M.N. Rutkovic, Corresponding Member, USSR Academy of Sciences, A.F. Shishkin, Dr. S.C., D.I. Chesnokov, Dr. S.C. English translation from a revised Russian edition. Copyright Progress Publishers, 1982. Contents. Page. Preface. 9. Introduction. Chapter I. Philosophy, its subject matter and place among the other sciences. 13. 1. Development of the concept of the subject matter of philosophy. 15. 2. The basic question of philosophy. 17. 3. Dialectics and metaphysics. 24. 4. The subject matter of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and its relationship to other sciences. 26. Chapter IL. The birth of Marxist philosophy and its development. 36. 1. Social, economic and political preconditions of the rise of Marxism. 36. 2. Theoretical sources of dialectical and historical materialism. 38. 3. Marxist philosophy and the great scientific discoveries of the mid-19th CEN2 RY. 41. 4. Dialectical and historical materialism, revolutionizes philosophy. 43. 5. Development of Marxist philosophy by Lenin. 50. Dialectical materialism. Chapter 3. Matter and the basic forms of its existence. 59. 1. The philosophical understanding of matter. 59. 2. Emotion and its basic forms. 67. 3. Space and time. 71. 4. The material unity of the world. 75. Chapter VV. Consciousness as an attribute of highly organized matter. 1. Consciousness as a function of the human brain. 2. Consciousness as the highest form of mental reflection of the objective world. 3. Evolution of forms of reflection. 4. Consciousness and speech. Their origins and interconnection. 5. Consciousness and cybernetics. And Chapter V. The universal dialectical laws of development. 97. 1. Materialist dialectics as the science of the universal connection and development. 97. 2. The law of the transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes and vice versa. 101. 3. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites. 109. 4. The law of the negation of negation. 117. Chapter 6. Categories of materialist dialectics. 123. 1. General characteristic of the categories of dialectics. 123. 2. The individual, particular and universal. 125. 3. Cause and effect. 128. 4. Necessity and chance. 134. 5. Possibility and reality. 138. 6. Content and form. 140. 7. Essence and appearance. 143. Chapter 7. The Nature of Human Knowledge. 147 1. Materialist dialectics is the theory of knowledge of Marxism Leninism. 147 2. Subject and Object. 151 3. Practice. The social and historical nature of KNOW let GE. 153 4. Knowledge as intellectual mastery of reality. The principle of reflection. 155 5. Language is the form of existence of knowledge. Sign and MEAN in G. 158 6. Objective TRUTH. 161 7. Criterion of true knowledge. 165. Chapter 8. Dialectics of the process of cognition. 169. 1. Cognition as unity of the sensory and the rational. 169. 2 levels of knowledge, empirical and theoretical, abstract and concrete. Unity of analysis and synthesis. 173. 3. The historical and the logical. Forms of reproduction of the object by THOUGHT. 177. 4. Dialectics and formal logic. 182. 5. The formation and development of scientific theory. Intuition. 184. 6. Practical realization of knowledge. 187. 7. Knowledge and value. 190. Historical materialism. Chapter 9. Historical materialism as a science CE. 195 1. The emergence of historical materialism. 195 2. The subject matter of historical materialism. 197 3. The laws of social development and their objective character. 204. People's conscious activity and its role in history. Freedom and an society. 206. Chapter X. Material production is the basis of social life. 210. 1. Society and nature, their interaction. 210. 2. The productive forces of society. Man's place in the system of productive forces. 220. 3. Production relations. 228. 4. Dialectics of the development of the productive forces and relations of production. 231. Chapter 11. The social economic formation. Unity and diversity of the world historical process. 239 1. The concept of the social economic formation. 239 2. Structure of the social economic formation. Basis and superstructure. 241 3. Unity and diversity of the historical process. 246. Chapter XIL classes and class STRUGGLE. 255. Contents 5. 6. Contents. 1. Origin and essence of CLAS. 255. 2. Social structure and how it changes. 260. 3. Class interests and class struggle. Forms of class struggle and organization. 265. 4. Historical necessity to abolish CLASs. 274. Chapter 13. The historical forxms of human community, tribe, nationality, nation. 282. 1. The clan and tribe as historical forms of human community in pre-class society. 282. 2. The emergence of classes and development of forms of human community. Nationality. nation. 283. 3. National relations under capitalism. 286 to the power of fourth. Communism and the Future of Nations. 291. Chapter 14. The Political Organization of Society. 293. 1. Transition from the non-political organization of society to its political organization. 293. 2. Development of political organization and its role in social life. 298. 3. Political organization of socialist society. 303. 4. The present historical epoch and the political organization of society. 308. Chapter 15. Social Revolution. 311. 1. Social revolution as the law of the replacement of social economic for emissions. 311. 2. Historical types of revolution. 318. 3. Objective conditions and the subjective factor of revolution. 322. 4. Character of the contemporary world revolutionary process. 327. Chapter 16. The structure and forms of social consciousness. 336. 1. The concept of intellectual cult2re. 336. 2. Social psychology and ideology. 338. 3. Forms of social consciousness. Their social function and specific features. 343. 4. The relative independence of social consciousness. Connection and mutual influence of its forms. 356. Contents 7. 5. Social and individual consciousness. 359. 6. The struggle of ideas in the present epoch. 361. Chapter 17. Science, its place and role in the life of society. 366. 1. Science as a special phenomenon of social life. 366. 2. The historical laws of the development of science, nature and social sciences. 371. 3. The scientific and technological revolution and the social revolution. 378. Chapter 18. Society and the individual. 386. 1. What is an individual? 386. 2. The interests of society, the social group and the individual. 389. 3. The collective and the individual. 392. Chapter 19. The role of the masses and the individual in history. 398. 1. Idealist views of the role of the people and the individual in history. 398. 2. The scientific view of the role of the masses in history. 402. 3. The role of individual in history. 406. 4. The historic role of the leaders of the working class and socialist revolution. 408. Chapter XX. Historical progress. 414. 1. The essence of historical progress. 414. 2. The criterion of historical progress. 419. 3. Antagonistic character of social progress in societies with exploiting classes. 421. 4. The distinctive features of historical progress under socialism. 424. 5. The problem of historical progress in contemporary bourgeois sociology. 426. Criticism of contemporary bourgeois philosophy and sociology. Chapter XXL Contemporary bourgeois philosophy. 433. 8. Contents. 1. The general crisis of capitalism and the specific features of contemporary idealism. 433. 2. Neopositivism, as the idealist philosophy of science. 436. 3. Contemporary irrationalism. Existentialism. 445. 4. Religious philosophy in the 20th century. Neo-Thomism. 451. 5. The unity of contemporary bourgeois philosophy. 456. Chapter XXII. Contemporary bourgeois sociology. 461. 1. The bourgeois philosophy of history. 462. 2. Contemporary bourgeois sociological theories. 467. 3. Bourgeois empirical sociology. 473. Preface. We are living in a dynamic age, an age of social revolutions, of competition between two world systems, of movements for national liberation, an age of rapid progress in science and technology. Life places ever greater demands on our ideological beliefs, our philosophical culture and scientific thinking. All the more reason, then, for studying Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Marxist philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism, came into being more than 100 years ago. Evolved by Marx and Engels, it was further developed by Lenin in his analysis of the new period in history. Dialectical and historical materialism is thus an integral part of Marxism-Leninism, its philosophical bedrock. It is a creative, revolutionary doctrine, a doctrine that is constantly being enriched and tested by historical practice. It is opposed to any kind of dogmatism and constantly develops on the basis of generalization of the experience recorded in world history and the achievements of the natural and social sciences. The world communist movement gathers in all that is of value and significance in contemporary social development, in the revolutionary experience of the working class and of all anti-imperialist revolutionary forces. This experience, and particularly the practice of communist construction in the USSR, and of socialist construction in other countries of socialism, is reflected in the theoretical works of the communist parties, which carry a profound philosophical and sociological message. Chapteri. Philosophy, its subject matter, and place among the other sciences. Marxism-Leninism is a harmonious, integrated theory comprising dialectical and historical materialism, Marxist political economy and scientific communism. Its philosophical basis is dialectical and historical materialism. The unity, the wholeness, and consistency of Marxism-Leninism, which are acknowledged even by its opponents, flow from its integral world outlook and method. Marxism-Leninism cannot be properly understood without a mastery of its philosophical basis. The philosophy of Marxism-Leninism is a constantly developing theory. It has critically assimilated all that was best and most progressive in the centuries of development of philosophy. At the same time, its emergence signified a qualitative leap, a revolutionary upheaval in philosophy. Evolved by Marx and Engels as the world outlook of the working class, whose historical mission is to build the new, classless communist society, Marxist philosophy not only gives a strictly scientific explanation of the world, but also serves as the theoretical instrument for its transformation. In the present age of rapidly advancing scientific thought, some people question philosophy's right to existence as an autonomous branch of scientific knowledge. These opponents of philosophy say that at one time, in the ancient world, philosophy was the science of sciences, but that the various specialized branches of scientific knowledge, astronomy, physics, chemistry, biology, history, sociology, ethics, and so on, having evolved historically out of philosophy, broke away from it and began to develop independently. Philosophy supposedly found itself in the position of Shakespeare's King Lear, who in old age gave away his kingdom to his daughters and was then himself driven into the street like a beggar. But this view is quite wrong with regard to scientific philosophy. The disassociation of philosophy from the specialized, or positive, sciences undoubtedly encouraged the formation of a specific subject matter of philosophical inquiry. On the other hand, the development of the specialized sciences help to identify certain problems of world outlook and methodology which they all share and which cannot be solved within the framework of specialized research. What is the essence of nature? What is the relation between consciousness and the external world, between the spiritual and the material, between the ideal and the real? What is man and what is his place in the THIRD-WORLD? Is he capable of knowing and transforming the world, and, if so, how is it to be done? These and many other similar questions are of profound concern to all thinking people. From time immemorial men have experienced an ineradicable desire to find answers to these questions, which make up the content of philosophy. Philosophy is a world outlook with its own specific content and form, a world outlook which offers theoretical grounds for its principles and conclusions. This is what distinguishes philosophy from an unscientific, religious world outlook, based on faith in the supernatural and reflecting reality in forms conjured up by the imagination and emotions. A philosophical world outlook is a system of highly generalist theoretical views of the world, of nature, society, and man. Philosophy seeks to work out, to substantiate the basic principles of a definite orientation in the social, political, scientific, moral, and aesthetic spheres of life. Everybody forms his own particular view of the surrounding world, but this view often consists of no more than fragments of various contradictory seven ideas without any theoretical basis. Philosophy, on the other hand, is not merely the sum total but a system of ideas, opinions, and conceptions of nature, society, man and his place in the world. It does not merely proclaim its principles and try to make people believe in them, it gives logical arguments for these principles. By no means every theoretically substantiated world outlook is scientific in character. Its actual content may be scientific or unscientific or even anti-scientific. Only the world outlook that bases its conclusions on the findings of contemporary science, that uses scientific method in its thinking and leaves no room for various kinds of anti-scientific, mystical, and religious views and superstitions may be considered scientific. Of course, the evolution of a scientific world outlook must be considered historically. For example, the world outlook of the French materialists of the 18th century was scientific in its view of nature, which besides a historically transient element contains something that proved to be historically intransient and was inherited by modern materialism. There were also scientific ideas and propositions in the great idealist philosophical systems in the sense that they gave a true picture of real relationships and connections. Dialectical and historical materialism is a scientific philosophical world outlook, which is based on the achievements of modem. 15. Science and progressive practical experience and constantly develops and enriches itself as they advance. In order to obtain a better understanding of the subject matter and significance of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, of what distinguishes it from previous philosophical thought, we must take a closer look at philosophy as a special form of cognition. 1. Development of the concept of the subject matter of philosophy. The subject matter of philosophy has changed historically in close connection with the development of all aspects of spiritual life of society, with the development of science and philosophical thought itself. The term philosophy was coined by the ancient Greeks. It is derived from the two Greek words, p/enphe loving, and sophia wisdom. Thus, in the literal sense philosophy is love of wisdom. There is a legend that Pythagoras, the Greek mathematician, was the first person to describe himself as a philosopher. No man, he said, should overestimate his ability to attain wisdom, but love of wisdom was befitting to any rational being. But explaining the derivation of a word is not enough to reveal the essence of the scientific concept which that word expresses. Philosophy arose at the dawn of civilization in ancient India, China, and Egypt, but it first achieved classical form in ancient Greece. The most ancient form of world outlook, which immediately preceded philosophy in history, was religion, or, to be more exact, mythology, an imagined reflection of reality which arose in the consciousness of primitive man, who thought there was spiritual life in surrounding nature. In mythology, with its faith in imaginary spirits and gods, great importance was attached to questions of the origin and essence of the world. Philosophy grew out of the struggle against the myth-steeped religious consciousness as an attempt to furnish a rational explanation of the world. The emergence of philosophy coincides historically with the beginnings of scientific knowledge, with the need for theoretical inquiry. In fact, philosophy was the first historical form of theoretical knowledge. Initially, philosophy tried to answer the questions that had already been posed by the religious mythological view of the world. But philosophy had a different way of tackling these questions. It based itself on a theoretical analysis that was in accord with logic and practical experience. The early Greek thinkers were mainly interested in understanding the origin of the diverse phenomena of nature. Natural philosophy was the first historical form of philosophical thought. As specialized scientific knowledge was accumulated and thinkers began to develop specific methods of inquiry, even in the ancient world, a process of differentiation of theoretical and applied knowledge occurred, and mathematics, medicine, astronomy, and other disciplines broke away and formed separate branches of knowledge. But as the range of problems studied by philosophy diminished, there was a corresponding development, deepening and enrichment of the purely philosophical notions, and various philosophical theories and schools emerged. There arose such philosophical disciplines as ontology, the study of being, or the essence of all that exists, epistemology, the theory of knowledge, logic, the science of the forms of correct, that is to say, consistent, argued thinking, the philosophy of history, ethics, and aesthetics. The age of the Renaissance, and particularly the 17th and 18th centuries, accelerated the process of differentiation. Mechanics, physics, chemistry, biology, jurisprudence, and political economy became independent branches of scientific knowledge. This progressive division of labor in the sphere of scientific knowledge brought about a qualitative change in the role and place of philosophy in the system of knowledge, and its relationship to the specialist sciences. Philosophy was no longer able to devote itself to solving the special problems of mechanics, physics, astronomy, chemistry, biology, law, history, and so on, or the other hand, it was equipped to deal with general scientific questions, with questions of world outlook, which are often implied in the work of the specialized sciences, but which cannot be solved within their terms of reference and by their specific methods. We know from history that the general relationships between philosophy and the specialized sciences have been extremely complex and contradictory. Some philosophers created encyclopedic philosophical systems designed to oppose the philosophy of nature to natural science, the philosophy of history to history as a science, or the philosophy of law to the science of law. These philosophers usually assumed that philosophy was able to go beyond the bounds of experience, to provide transcendental knowledge. Such illusions were exploded by the development of the specialized sciences, which proved that physical problems can be solved only by physics, chemical problems by chemistry, and so on. At the same time, the opposite tendency, to reduce philosophy to 17. The status of a specialized science, to ignore the most general problems of world outlook, was to be observed in a number of philosophical doctrines. The successes of the specialized sciences, particularly mathematics and mechanics, prompted philosophers to study the methods by which these successes had been obtained, so that they could find out whether these methods could be used in philosophy. The differentiation and specialization of science demonstrated, however, that there are problems that cannot be solved within the frame of specialized knowledge, that some problems have to be dealt with by philosophy as well as by the sciences. In fact, such problems can be solved only by their joint efforts. There are also some specific philosophical problems that philosophy alone can solve, but even here a solution can be obtained only if philosophy relies on the sum total of the scientific data and advanced social practice available. To the basic question of philosophy. No matter how diverse philosophical doctrines may be, they all, directly or indirectly, take as their theoretical point of departure the question of the relationship of consciousness to being, of the spiritual to the material. The great basic question of all philosophy, especially of more recent philosophy, is that concerning the relation of thinking and being. 1. The basic question of philosophy lies in the fundamental facts of our lives. Yes, there are immaterial phenomena, physical or chemical phenomena, for example, but there are also spiritual, mental phenomena, such as consciousness and thought. This distinction between thinking and being enters into any act of human consciousness and behavior. Every individual distinguishes himself from that which surrounds him and is aware of himself as something different from everything else. No matter what phenomenon we are considering, it can always be placed in the sphere of either the immaterial or the spiritual. And yet, despite the differences between the objective and the subjective, there is a definite connection between them which on closer inspection turns out to be a relation of dependence. The question then arises, what depends on what? Which is the cause, and which is the result? Or, to put it more generally, what may be considered? 18. Primary 7 and what secondary, the objective or the subjective, the material or the spiritual, the object or the subject. So the question of the relationship between the spiritual and the material, between consciousness and being, between the subjective and the objective, is rooted in the basic factors of our lives. Material phenomena, natural bodies, physical and chemical processes exist, but there are also spiritual, mental phenomena, such as consciousness, thinking, and so on. This is why Engels calls the question of the relationship between the spiritual and the material the basic question of philosophy. Among pre-Marxist thinkers, the materialist philosopher Ludwig Feuerbach came nearest to a correct understanding of the meaning and significance of the basic philosophical question. Criticizing the religious doctrine of the creation of the world by supernatural, spiritual forces, by God, Feuerbach put forward the opposite view, that the spiritual arises from the material. A consistently scientific solution to the basic question of philosophy was provided by Marxism, which did not confine itself to considering consciousness as a property of highly organized matter, but went on to investigate social consciousness, defining it as a reflection of social being, of the material life of society. So the basic philosophical question is that of how the spiritual is related to the material, how consciousness is related to the objective world. The answers which the philosophers gave to this question, wrote Engels, split them into two great camps. Those who asserted the primacy of spirit to nature and, therefore, in the last instance, assumed world creation in some form or other, comprised the camp of idealism. The others, who regarded nature as primary, belonged to the various schools of materialism. All the diverse philosophical schools and trends ultimately adhere either to materialism or to idealism. This is why the relationship of the spiritual to the material is the basic philosophical question. The question of the existence of laws of nature, and of social laws, also depends on which we acknowledge as having primacy, matter or spirit. As science has proved, these laws do not depend on human intervention, they exist outside and independently of man's consciousness. Recognition of the laws of nature and society presupposes recognition of the fact that the world exists independently of human consciousness. This is the stand taken by immaterialism. The idealists offer quite a different solution to this question. Some of them believe that the world with all its law-governed phenomena is the incarnation of a supernatural world spirit. Others, proceeding from the recognition of the primacy of the spiritual in relation to the material, maintain that man is directly concerned only with the phenomena of his own consciousness and cannot recognize the existence of anything outside it. Denying the existence of the objective world and regarding objects as combinations of sensations and ideas, these philosophers also deny the objective, law-governed nature of phenomena. As they see it, the laws of nature and society, the causes of phenomena and processes discovered by science, express only the pattern of phenomena that exists in our consciousness. Depending on how we answer the basic question of philosophy, we are bound to draw certain definite social conclusions concerning men's relationship to reality, the understanding of historical events, moral principles, and so on. If, like the idealists, for example, we regard consciousness, spirit, as primary, as definitive, then we shall seek the source of social evils, which cause great suffering to the working people in class societies, not in the character of people's material life, not in the economic system of society, not in its class structure, but in people's consciousness, their errors and wickedness. Such a belief gives us no opportunity of determining the main directions in which social life changes. Bourgeois philosophers today often attempt to prove that the basic question of philosophy does not exist at all, that it is an imaginary, invented problem. Some of them believe that the very distinction between the spiritual and the material is relative, if not purely verbal. Thus, in the view of the English philosopher Bertrand Russell, it is not at all clear whether anything that is denoted by the terms matter and spirit actually exists. According to Russell, the spiritual and the material are merely logical constructs. But all the attempts to do away, in one way or another, with the basic philosophical question fall to the ground, because it is impossible to ignore the distinction between thinking and the object of thought, between sensation and that which is sensed, which is perceived by the eye, by the ear, and so on. The notion of an object is one thing, but the object itself, existing independently of that notion, is quite another. This distinction between the spiritual and the material, the subjective and the objective, is registered by the basic question of philosophy. The basic question of philosophy has two aspects. The first aspect is the question of the essence, the nature of the world, and the second aspect is the question of its knowability. Let us consider the first aspect. Idealism, as we have seen, Pro. 20. Seeds from the assumption that the material is a product of the spiritual. Materialism, on the contrary, begins from the assumption that the spiritual is a product of the material. Both these views are of a monistic character, that is to say, they proceed from one definite principle. In one case the material is taken as primary and definitive, in the other, it is the spiritual that is primary. But there are some philosophical theories that proceed from both principles. These theories assume that the spiritual does not depend on the material, or the material on the spiritual. Such philosophical theories are called dualistic. In the final analysis they usually lean towards idealism. Some philosophers try to combine the propositions of idealism with those of materialism and vice versa. This philosophical position is known as eclecticism. Still others deny any adherence to either materialism or idealism and call themselves realists. They recognize the existence of a reality independent of the cognizing subject, but do not regard it as material. Analysis of such realism shows that this theory is either eclectic or idealist in character, that is to say, it attributes any reality independent of cognition to God, the absolute spirit, supernatural being, and so on. Both materialism and idealism have traveled a long road of development and have many varieties. The first historical form of materialism was the materialist philosophy of slave-owning society. This was a spontaneous, naive materialism, which was expressed in ancient Indian philosophy, and in its most developed form in ancient Greece. The line of Democritus, Lenin noted, stands in contrast to the idealistic line of Plato. In the age of the emergence of capitalist society, the bourgeoisie opposed the feudal religious idealistic world outlook with a materialist interpretation of the world, which was most vividly expressed in the works of the English philosophers Francis Bacon and Thomas Hobbes, the Dutch philosopher Spinoza, and in the works of the French materialists of the 18th century, La Mettrie, Holbach, Helvetius, and Diderot. In the 19th century this form of materialism was developed in the works of Ludwig Feuerbach. The Russian revolutionary democrats of the 19th century, Herzen, Belinsky, Khemishevsky and Dobrolyubov, were outstanding representatives of materialism. The highest form, of modem materialism, is dialectical and historical materialism. Among the varieties of idealism mention must first be made of objective idealism, according to which the 21. Spiritual exists outside and independently of the consciousness, independently of matter, nature, and also before it, as a kind of world reason, world will, or unconscious world spirit, which supposedly determines all material processes. In contrast to objective idealism, subjective idealism asserts that the objects which we can see, touch and smell do not exist independently of our sensory perceptions and are merely combinations of our sensations. It is not difficult to see that the subjective idealist, if he follows this principle consistently, must arrive at an absurd conclusion. Everything that exists, including other people, adds up to no more than my own sensations. It follows, then, that only I exist. This subjective idealist conception is known as solipsism. Needless to say, the subjective idealists constantly try to avoid solipsistic conclusions, thus disproving their own initial proposition. Berkeley, for instance, maintained that to exist is to be perceived. Nevertheless, he tried to prove that beyond the limits of sensations there was God, and our sensations were only the signposts by means of which God communicates his will to us. The development of the sciences overthrows the idealist assertion that the world is based primarily on the supernatural, on the spiritual. All materialists, proceeding from scientific knowledge, regard the spiritual as a product of the material. But the Marxist solution to the basic philosophical question, while developing this correct point of view, is distinguished by its dialectical character. The spiritual is a product of the development of matter, a property of highly organized matter. This means that the spiritual does not exist always and everywhere, but that it arises only at a definite stage of development of matter and is itself subject to historical change. The second aspect of the basic philosophical question, as mentioned above, is the problem of the knowability of the world. All consistent and conscious advocates of philosophical materialism defend and seek to substantiate the principle of the knowability of the world. They regard our knowledge, concepts, and ideas as reflections of objective reality. Only a minority, who are not consistently materialist, tend to deny the possibility of obtaining reliable objective knowledge. This philosophical position is known as agnosticism. 1. 22. As regards idealism, some of its exponents did adopt the position that the world was knowable. Other idealists maintain that in cognition we are concerned only with our own sensations, perceptions, and cannot go beyond the limits of the cognizing subject. And yet another group rejected in principle the possibility of knowing anything that exists outside and independently of the human consciousness. Lenin pointed out that agnostic philosophers quite often attempt to adopt an intermediate position between materialism and idealism, but veer in the end towards idealist denial of the external world and the objective content in human concepts and ideas. The characteristic feature of modern idealism is that, unlike classical idealism, most of its supporters take the stand of agnosticism. Once we understand the meaning and significance of the basic question of philosophy, we are able to find our way amid the diversity of philosophical doctrines, trends, and schools that have succeeded one another in the course of thousands of years. There are only two main streams in philosophy, materialism and idealism. This means that any philosophical doctrine, no matter how original, is ultimately either materialist or idealist in substance. The struggle between materialism and idealism is closely connected with the struggle between science and religion. Since it is clearly opposed to idealism and religion, materialism, as a rule, rejects the religious explanation of the world and provides the theoretical basis of atheism. Idealism is closely bound up with religion, of which it is a direct or indirect theoretical expression and substantiation. Subjective idealism, which usually claims that, sensorily perceived objects are no more than the sensations of the individual, nevertheless quite often recognizes the existence of a supersensory, supernatural first cause, that is to say, the existence of God. On the other hand, the world reason of the objective idealists is, in fact, a philosophical pseudonym for God. It would be wrong, however, to identify idealism with religion, because idealism is a system of erroneously conceived theoretical views that have taken shape in the course of the contradictory development of knowledge. Idealist philosophy has its certain social and epistemological roots. When we speak of the epistemological roots of idealism, we mean a one-sided approach to cognition, the exaggeration or even absolutization of one of the aspects of this intricate, many-sided, and internally contradictory process. In pointing out the epistemologue. 23. Eichel roots of idealism, Marxism thus emphasizes that idealism is not a meaningless jumble of words, but a distorted reflection of reality, that it is connected with certain peculiarities and contradictions of the process of cognition. The contradictions we encounter in cognitive activity take many forms. They may be contradictions between thinking and the sensory reflection of reality, between theory and practice, and so on. The epistemological roots of idealism lie in the fact that a particular side of cognition or a particular proposition is exaggerated or absolutized to such an extent that it ceases to be true and becomes an error. Thus, some idealists, eager to stress the active character of thinking, arrive at the conclusion that it has a creative force which is independent of matter. The subjective idealists, proceeding from what we know of the qualities of things by means of our sensory perceptions, infer that only sensations are known to us and they are the only thing we can know anything about. Philosophical idealism is a one-sided, exaggerated, development of one of the features, aspects, facets of knowledge into an absolute, divorced from matter, from nature, apotheosist. Rectilinearity and one-sidedness, woodenness and petrification, subjectivism and subjective blindness, voila the epistemological roots of idealism. Certain social conditions are needed to turn the possibility of the emergence of idealism into a reality, to turn certain individual errors of cognition into a philosophical system. This comes about when the errors in cognition correspond to the demands of certain classes and social groups, and are supported by them. The social conditions required to bring about idealism are, contradiction between manual and mental work, the appearance and development of classes, private ownership of the means of production and exploitation of man by man. Intellectual activity, once it has broken away from manual labor, acquires a relatively autonomous character and becomes the privilege of the property-owning, exploiting classes. The ideologists of these classes, who treat manual labor with contempt, are deluded into thinking that mental activity is the determinative factor in the existence and development of society. Reactionary social classes have an interest in seeing that the development of cognition does not undermine the idealist and religious superstitions prevailing in a society based on exploitation. The need to preserve the interests of these classes is quite often the reason why certain individual idealist mistakes that occur in the process of cognition become reinforced and harden into definite systems of beliefs. Lenin wrote, "Human knowledge is not a straight line, but a curve, which endlessly approximates a series of circles, a spiral. Any fragment, segment, section of this curve can be transformed into an independent, complete, straight line, which then leads into the quagmire, into clerical obscurantism." Though he stressed their interconnection, Lenin pointed out that it would be vulgarization to identify idealism with religion. Philosophical idealism is the road to religio, and through 1 the shades of the infinitely complex knowledge of M and 1 philosophy and religion are different forms of social consciousness. Religious arguments are based on blind faith, while philosophy appeals to the reason and seeks to furnish logical proof for its propositions. 3. Dialectics and metaphysics. Whereas the question of the relationship of thinking to being is the first and paramount question of philosophy, the second most important philosophical question is the question of whether the world is in a changeless state or, on the contrary, is constantly changing and developing. The supporters of the former view are called, in Marxist-Leninist terminology, metaphysicists, while those who believe in change and development are known as dialecticians. Dialectics 3 considers things, their qualities and relationships, and also their mental reflections, concepts, in their interconnection, in motion, inception, contradictory development and disappearance. Ignorance of dialectics was a weakness of the majority of pre-Marxist materialists. It was this that made it difficult for them to evolve a consistent materialist view of the world, and particularly of society. In their understanding of social phenomena, the pre-Marxist materialists, despite their hostility to the idealist interpretation of nature, themselves stayed on naturalistically interpreted idealist positions. As Lenin tells us, Marx and Engels made a masterly advance in the history of revolutionary thought mainly because they created materialist dialectics and used it to reshape philosophy, political economy, and history, and to provide a basis for the policy and tactics of the working class. End.1 Lenin characterizes dialectics as the doctrine of development in its fullest, most profound, and unbiased form, the doctrine of the relativity of human knowledge which provides us with a reflection of eternally developing matter. The conscious application of dialectics allows us to make correct use of concepts, to take into consideration the interconnection of phenomena, their contradictoriness, changeability, and the passing of one contradiction into another. Only the dialectical materialist approach to the analysis of the phenomena of nature, social life, and consciousness reveals the actual laws which govern them and the motive forces of their development, making it possible to foresee the future and to discover effective means of molding it according to human design. The scientific dialectical method of cognition is a revolutionary method, because acknowledgement of the fact that everything changes and develops implies the necessity for abolishing all that is obsolete and that impedes social progress. The method of cognition diametrically opposed to the dialectical method is known, among Marxists, as the metaphysical method. 12 The advocates of this method consider objects and phenomena in isolation from one another, as things that are essentially immutable and devoid of internal contradictions. The metaphysicist sees the relative stability and definiteness of an object or phenomena, but underestimates their capacity for change and development. The metaphysical mode of thinking denies the objective existence of contradictions, that is to say, it asserts that they are to be found only in thought, and then only when thought is concerned with error. In pre-Marxist philosophy, materialism at the first stages of its existence was organically connected with naive dialectics, but subsequently, under the influence of many factors, particularly the limitations of the natural science of its day, it acquired a metaphysical character. On the other hand, dialectics was developed not only by the materialists but also by certain outstanding exponents of idealism. The history of dialectics may be divided into the following basic stages: the spontaneous, naive dialectics of the ancient philosophers, the dialectics of the materialists of the Renaissance, the idealist dialectics of German classical philosophy, the dialectics of the revolutionary democrats of the 19th century, and Marxist-Leninist materialist dialectics as the highest form of contemporary dialectics. The unity of materialism and dialectics has acquired scientifically substantiated and consistent expression in the Marxist-Leninist philosophy. For the subject matter of Marxist-Leninist philosophy and its relationship to other sciences. Unlike bourgeois philosophy, dialectical materialism is based on the firm foundation of modern science and progressive social practice. Bourgeois philosophers usually oppose philosophy to science, assuming that philosophy cannot, and by its very nature should not, be a science. Philosophy, as I shall understand the word, writes Bertrand Russell, is something intermediate between theology and science. Like theology, it consists of speculations on matters as to which definite knowledge has, so far been unascertainable, but like science, it appeals to human reason rather than to authority, whether that of tradition or that of revelation. All definite knowledge, so I should contend, belongs to science, all dogma as to what surpasses definite knowledge belongs to theology. But between theology and science there is a no man's land, exposed to attack from both sides. This no man's land is philosophy. 1. This description fully applies to modern idealist philosophy, which is closely interlinked with religion. But besides such philosophy there is also the consistently scientific philosophy of dialectical and historical materialism. Marxist philosophy is, in the words of Engels, a world outlook which has to establish its validity and be applied not in a science of sciences standing apart, but in the real sciences. 1. Every specialized science investigates qualitatively definite laws: mechanical, physical, chemical, biological, economic, etc. There is no science, however, that studies laws that apply equally to the phenomena of nature, the development of society, and human thought. It is these universal laws that form the subject matter of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Engels called materialist dialectics the science of the most general laws, of the emotion and development, of nature, of human society and thought. The study of the laws and categories of the universal dialectical process forms the heart of the Marxist philosophical world outlook and furnishes a general method of scientific cognition of the world, which takes a specific form in every specialized science. Every science makes use of certain general concepts, for example, the concepts of causality, necessity, law, form, content, and so on. Specialized sciences naturally do not study these categories, but use them as ready-made forms of thinking. Thus, chemistry investigates the laws of the chemical process, and biology, the laws of life. Only philosophy investigates law as the essential connection between phenomena, universality in all its infinitely varied forms. In the specialized sciences we also have to do with concepts whose content is restricted to the given sphere of research. The basic concepts of political economy, for instance, are commodity, money and capital. Philosophical categories, unlike those of the specialized sciences, are the most general concepts which are used directly or indirectly in any science. No scientist, whether he is a naturalist, historian, economist, or literary scholar, can do without such most general concepts as law, regularity, contradiction, essence and phenomenon, cause and effect, necessity and chance, content and form, possibility and reality. The philosophical categories express the most general connections between the phenomena and at the same time are stages in cognizing the world around us, generalise the historical experience of man's investigation of the world. They are the instruments of thought. Of course, the study of philosophical categories is no substitute for studying specific processes. Marxist-Leninist philosophy is a guide to cognition in the most diverse fields of reality, but it does not replace and cannot replace these specialized sciences and the specific research methods they employ. It does not offer ready-made solutions to the questions that are studied by the specialized sciences, rather it arms them with a scientific philosophical world outlook, a general scientific methodology. The scientific philosophical method is based on the application to cognition of the most general laws of development of nature, society, and thought. Dialectical materialism provides us with knowledge of these laws. A characteristic feature of pre-Marxist and, even more so, of contemporary 7 bourgeois philosophy is that it divorces the science of thinking from the theory 7 of knowledge, and separates both of these from the theory of existence. Marxist philosophy 7 rejects this metaphysical opposition and provides grounds for the principle of the unity 7 of dialectics, logic, and the theory of knowledge. This means that materialist dialectics, that is to say, the theory of development in its fullest and most balanced form, also comprises a theory of cognition and the logical forms by means of which this historical process takes place. The laws of cognition, of thinking are the reflection of the general laws of being in the human consciousness. This is why Lenin wrote that dialectics, as understood by Marx, and also in conformity with Hegel, includes what is now called the theory 7 of knowledge, or epistemology, which, too, must regard its subject matter historically, studying and generalizing the origin and development of knowledge, the transition from ion knowledge to knowledge. 1 There are, of course, quite definite distinctions between dialectics, logic, and the theory 7 of knowledge within their general unity 7. These distinctions between the individual components of dialectical materialism are relative. Historical materialism is an inseparable part of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Without it, the dialectical materialist world outlook could not possibly exist. Stressing the unity of all aspects and parts of Marxist philosophy 7, Lenin observed that in this philosophy, which is cast from a single piece of steel, you cannot eliminate one basic premise, one essential part, without departing from objective truth, without falling a prey. 7 to bourgeois reactionary falsehood. 12 The structure of Marxist-Leninist philosophy complex, all the more so because life constantly reveals new targets of research, hitherto unknown problems, and thus introduces changes in the subject matter of philosophy, placing in the foreground now one of its aspects, now another. Marxist-Leninist philosophy today is a system of philosophical disciplines, an integral world outlook, which is at the same time a theory of knowledge, logic, and a general sociological theory. The experience of history shows that the effectiveness of philosophy, that is to say, its significance in theory and practice, depends largely on the extent to which it embraces the whole ensemble of human knowledge. Science and philosophy have always benefited by learning from each other. Many ideas that formed the foundations of contemporary science were first advanced by philosophy. One has only to mention the brilliant insights of Leucippus and Democritus concerning the atomic structure of matter. One could also cite Descartes' concept of the reflex and the principle which he formulated of the conservation of motion. The idea of the existence of molecules as complex particles consisting of atoms was developed on the general philosophical plane in the works of the French philosopher Pierre Gassendi, and also by the Russian Mikhail Lomonosov. It was the philosophers who formulated the idea of the development and general interconnection of phenomena, the principle of the material unity of the world. Lenin substantiated the principle of the inexhaustibility of matter, which constitutes the fundamental idea of modern natural science. The progress of science has at the same time substantially enriched philosophy. Materialism has changed its form with every new great discovery in natural science. Comparatively recently, the adherents of one of the most widespread trends in modern bourgeois philosophy, neopositivism, were maintaining that science had no need of philosophy whatever, that modern natural science itself could answer philosophical questions without resort to philosophy. As for any purely philosophical problems not studied by natural science, the neopositivists maintained that they were pseudo-problems, that is to say, they had no scientific meaning. This approach to the question of the relationship between philosophy and natural science has today been condemned even by many neopositivists, because it turned out to be of no use in principle to natural science, which itself asks philosophy questions. Natural science today is strongly influenced by integrating tendencies. It is seeking new general theories, such as a general theory of elementary particles, a general picture of the development of the vegetable and animal world, a general theory of systems, a 30. General theory of control, and so on. Generalizations at such a high level can be made only with a flourishing philosophical culture. Marxist-Leninist philosophy with its dialectical method helps to ensure the unity and interconnection of all aspects of the rapidly extending and deepening, infinitely varied world of knowledge. A constant and increasing intrinsic need is felt in various scientific fields to examine the logical apparatus of knowledge, the character of theory and the means by which it is built up, the analysis of the relationship between empirical and theoretical knowledge, the initial concepts of science and methods of learning the truth. All this, too, is the task of philosophical inquiry. The scientist with no philosophical training quite often makes glaring philosophical and methodological mistakes, particularly when assessing new phenomena. Friedrich Engels in his day observed that philosophy takes its revenge on those natural scientists who have neglected it. Illustrating his point by quoting several scientists who had become addicted to the absurd superstition of spiritism, he showed that unimaginative empiricism with its scorn of theoretical thinking leads science into mysticism. The most eminent natural scientists of modern times constantly stress the tremendous orientational significance of a philosophical world outlook in scientific inquiry. Max Planck said that the scientist's world outlook would always determine the direction of his research. Louis de Broglie points out that the split between science and philosophy that occurred in the 19th century banned both philosophy and natural science. Max Bohm always stressed that physics was only viable when it was aware of the philosophical significance of its methods and results. According to Einstein, the contemporary physicist is obliged to devote far more attention to philosophical problems than were those of previous generations owing to the difficulties presented by his own science. As a world outlook and a method, Marxist-Leninist philosophy helps us to understand the law-governed connection between the development of natural science and specific historical conditions, to obtain a deeper comprehension of the social significance and general prospects of scientific discoveries and their technical applications. The whole dramatically conflicting picture of modern social life places tremendous demands on philosophy. The humanities as well as science and technology are coming to the fore again. In this situation of intense ideological conflict, those who work in specialized fields of knowledge and are not armed with a scientific world outlook and a method, quite often find themselves powerless to resist the impact of bourgeois ideology and fall prey to idealist. 31. Philosophy. In order to hold his own in this struggle and carry it to a victorious finish, the natural scientist must be a materialist, a conscious adherent of the materialism represented by Marx, i.e., he must be a dialectical materialist. All spheres of present-day life, the productive forces, science, technology, economic, class and national relationships, intellectual pursuits, culture, and everyday life, are in the throes of revolutionary change. Man himself is changing. What has caused this revolution which is transforming the whole world, all aspects of human life? In what way are the various aspects of this worldwide revolutionary process connected and interdependent? What are its directions and motive forces? What may be the social consequences of the scientific and technological revolution that we are witnessing today? Is national and social oppression eternal? Where is mankind heading? Why do the tremendous forces created and set in motion by human beings often turn against them? Where should we seek the sources of world wars and the threat of thermonuclear disaster? How can wars be abolished? Not a single specialized science, no matter how great its significance, can answer these and other vitally important questions of our time. These are philosophical questions, questions of how we look upon the world, and the answers to them are to be found in the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism. Marxist-Leninist philosophy regards social progress, the changes occurring in modern society from the standpoint of how they relate to the emancipation of mankind from all oppression. One of its major principles is revolutionary humanism, a doctrine that states the case for the revolutionary transformation of the society in the interests of the free, all-round, harmonious development of the human person. Philosophical world outlooks have a class, partisan character. What is meant by the partisanship of the philosophical world outlook? It implies mainly an adherence to one of the principal philosophical parties, materialism or idealism. Contemporary revisionists maintain that the communist parties should be neutral towards philosophy. Their programs should be neither materialist, nor idealist, neither atheist, nor religious. This revisionist preaching is presented as an attempt to unite all forces, but in reality it invites us to turn away from the struggle against bourgeois ideology, which, as we know, is infused with idealism. In contrast to the revisionist appeasement of bourgeois ideology, the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism is openly committed and partisan, and this is expressed in its struggle against idealism, in its consistent championing of the principles of materialism. The revisionists say that, by recognizing the partisanship of philosophical theory, the Marxists allow themselves to make an oversimplified division of philosophers into two camps, materialists and idealists, and thus repel a considerable number of philosophers and representatives of the other social sciences, while they themselves turn their backs on all that is of value in non-Marxist philosophy, sociology, economic theory, historiography, and so on. The revisionist argument that the division of philosophy into materialism and idealism leads to oversimplification is surprising, to say the least. It is not the Marxists who deride philosophers into materialists and idealists. From time immemorial philosophers have divided themselves into two camps, and the division has remained in force to this day. This is a real fact of the history of philosophy. Materialism and idealism are the two warring parties in philosophy. The struggle between them was waged in the past and is still being waged today. The most modern philosophy, Lenin emphasized, is just as partisan as philosophy was 2,000 years ago. In the final analysis, the struggle between materialism and idealism reflects the struggle of classes in society. The class struggle is not confined to the economic or political sphere, and also finds expression in the sphere of world outlook. This struggle, which has proceeded throughout the development of class society, acquires a special intensity at turning points in history, when questions of world outlook come to the fore. The present epoch is marked by the most profound social transformations ever known in the history of mankind. It is an epoch of class and national liberation struggles, the epoch of man's advance from capitalism to socialism. It is at the same time an epoch of intense ideological struggle by the forces of socialism, peace, and genuine democracy against the forces of imperialism, a struggle between the communist and the bourgeois world outlooks, which justifies and defends the obsolete world of capitalism with its ideology and practice of exploitation of man by man. Dialectical and historical materialism took shape as the philosophical basis of the world outlook of the consistently revolutionary class, the proletariat, as the ideological banner of the millions of the working people. Lenin remarked that Marx's philosophical materialism had shown the proletariat the way out of the spiritual slavery. 1 Marxist philosophy comprises the philosophical and methodological. 1 V. I. Lenin, The Three Sources and Three Component Parts of Marxism, Volume 19, p. 28. 33. Eichel basis of the program, strategy, tactics, and policies of the Communist and Workers' parties, of their practical activities. Marxism's political line is always inseparably bound up with its philosophical principles. 1 Bourgeois ideologists, echoed by the revisionists, usually acclaim political neutrality in matters of theory as a synonym for objectivity. Some of them maintain that theory, including philosophical theory, stands above the practical, political interests of classes, social groups, and parties, and thus represents knowledge for the sake of knowledge. They should be reminded of the dictum of Karl Marx, who called upon philosophy to ally itself with politics, and said, that, however, is the *NLY alliance by which present-day philosophy can become truth. No one can escape from politics while living in its atmosphere. Everything today is drawn into the vortex of political struggle. If we are to carry out firmly and unfailingly the Marxist-Leninist principle of the unity of philosophy and politics, we must overcome once and for all the severance of philosophy from politics, and also the vulgarisers' attempts to dissolve philosophy in current politics. The ideologists of the bourgeoisie and the revisionists acclaim uncommittedness and propose the idea of a third line in philosophy, which is supposedly superior to both materialism and idealism. But can there be in class society any ideologists, any thinkers, who soar above classes and disregard their interests? Such people do not exist. In fact, we constantly find that the very people who boast of their uncommittedness are in practice those who conduct a far from impartial struggle against the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, who seek to overthrow it and replace it with the bourgeois world outlook. The idea of uncommittedness is opposed by the fundamental Leninist principle of partisanship. Lenin stressed that, there can be no impartial social science in a society based on class struggle. 3 That, no living person can help taking the side of one class or another, can help rejoicing at the successes of that class and being disappointed by its failures, can help being angered by those who are hostile to that class, who hamper its development by disseminating backward views, and so on and so forth. 4. 34. Bourgeois ideologists maintain that partisanship is incompatible with the scientific approach. Partisanship certainly does not coincide with scientificality when philosophy expresses and defends the position and interests of the classes that are passing from the historical scene. In doing so, philosophy departs from the truth of life, from its scientific evaluation. And, in the opposite case, philosophy is objective and scientific if, by truly expressing life, it expresses the position, interests, and struggle of the progressive classes of society, and urges mankind to seek the truth. So partisanship may be of different kinds. For example, the materialist philosophy of the 17th and 18th centuries, which expressed the interests of the newly bomb bourgeoisie and which fought against the feudal religious idealist world outlook, was partisan, was communist, and at the same time, though limited in scope, it stimulated the development of the sciences and of society as a whole. But the situation changed radically when the bourgeoisie ceased to be a progressive class and became a reactionary one. The interests of the modem imperialist bourgeoisie are opposed to those of the overwhelming majority of humanity, their struggle for full national and social liberation, for world peace, that is to say, they contradict the objective course of history. Expressing as it does, in one way or another, the interests of the imperialist bourgeoisie, modern bourgeois philosophy is also partisan, but this partisanship no longer coincides with scientific objectivity, because it distorts reality. The scientific world outlook, truly reflecting the laws of development of nature and society, defends the interests of those classes that stand for progress, for the future. In present-day conditions such a world outlook is Marxism-Leninism, the world outlook of the most progressive class, the working class, and its vanguard, the Communist Party. The partisanship of Marxist philosophy lies in the fact that it consciously and consistently serves the interests of the great cause of building socialism and communism. The principle of partisanship demands consistent and implacable struggle against theories and beliefs hostile to the cause of socialism. There can be no compromises on philosophical questions. The only choice is either bourgeois or socialist ideology. There is no middle course. Hence, to belittle the socialist ideology in any way, to turn aside from it in the slightest degree means to strengthen bourgeois ideology. 1. Every step in the development of science and social practice confirms the truth of Lenin's idea that, by following the path of Marxian theory we shall draw closer and closer to objective truth, but by following any other path we shall arrive at nothing but confusion and lies. 1. A revolutionary theory is needed for the revolutionary transformation of society. Such a theory is Marxism-Leninism. Chapter 2. The birth of Marxist philosophy and its development. The birth of dialectical and historical materialism was a revolution in philosophy, introducing for the first time in history a scientific philosophical world outlook that embraced both nature and society and formed the theoretical basis for the conscious, communist reshaping of society. 1. Social, economic and political preconditions of the rise of Marxism. The way for the emergence of Marxism was prepared by the whole social, economic, political and spiritual development of man, especially by the development of the capitalist system, and the contradictions inherent in that system, by the struggle between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. In one European country after another, the bourgeois revolutions of the 17th and 18th centuries destroyed the feudal social system, a system that had lasted hundreds of years and seemed unshakable. The bourgeoisie's conquest of political power paved the way for the further development of capitalism, for the industrial revolution of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, which necessarily gave rise, on the one hand, to large-scale machine industry and, on the other, to the industrial proletariat, which was qualitatively different from any previous exploited and oppressed class. The tremendous growth of the productivity of labor and social wealth brought about by capitalist development did not have the effect of improving the lot of the working masses. On the contrary, at one pole of society, tremendous wealth was accumulated in the hands of the bourgeoisie, while at the other, the proletarians were made destitute. Proletarianization of the small producers, harsh exploitation of the workers, including women and children, appalling living conditions, outrageous fines and all kinds of other restrictions, unemployment, which increased particularly in the periods of recurrent economic crises of overproduction. Such was the grim reality of capitalism, which the ideologists of capitalism hailed as the realization of great humanist ideas. The bourgeois ideologists of the 17th and 18th centuries had portrayed the abolition of feudal social relationships as a time when reason, justice, equality, and even fraternity would prevail, but the capitalist reality of the 19th century shattered these social illusions. The working class, which in the period of bourgeois revolutions had helped the bourgeoisie in its struggle against the dominant feudal estates, found itself in the new context of established capitalist society face to face with its class enemy, the employers, the bourgeoisie. The workers' opposition to the capitalists showed itself more and more often in strikes and sometimes even took the form of spontaneous armed rebellion. Such were the rebellions of the weavers of Lyons in France, the uprising of the Silesian weavers in Germany. England saw the spread of the first mass revolutionary proletarian movement, Chartism. The struggle of the working class for emancipation in those days was spontaneous and unorganized in character. It lacked a clear class consciousness and understanding of the ways and means of abolishing capitalist oppression. It was Marx and Engels who created the scientific theory of the emancipation movement of the working class. They proved that the spontaneity, disorganization, and scatteredness of working class actions were only a passing phase in history and could be overcome by uniting the spontaneous working class movement with a scientific socialist theory, by organizing the mass proletarian parties, armed with a scientific understanding of social development and functioning as the advanced detachments and leaders of the proletariat. Even then, bourgeois critics of socialism accused Marxism of an uncritical worship of the proletariat. Marx and Engels, however, repudiating the notion that scientific socialism was a new religion, showed that the proletariat was the necessary creation of large-scale capitalist industry, and that its struggle against capitalism was the natural expression of the contradictions inherent in this social system. The proletariat is indeed capable of emancipating all those who are exploited and oppressed. It cannot emancipate itself without destroying the economic conditions of human exploitation in general. This conclusion regarding the historic liberating mission of the working class and the inevitability of the revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism was made by Marx and Engels on the basis of the scientific investigation of social development, primarily the development of capitalism. In this they were guided by the new 38 philosophy of dialectical and historical materialism which they had founded, and which revealed the path to cognition of the economic necessity of transition from one social formation to another. Two theoretical sources of dialectical and historical materialism. Thus we see that the creation of Marxism became possible and necessary only in the particular historical conditions that took shape in the Europe of the mid-19th century. But something more than objective conditions are required to bring a scientific theory into being. There must also be subjective creative activity of profound scholars, incisive study of new facts and processes, critical assimilation and development of all preceding scientific knowledge. And it is self-evident that these qualities of scientific genius were doubly essential in shaping Marxism, which differs fundamentally from all previous social doctrines. The revolution in philosophy brought about by Marx and Engels was in no way a nihilistic denial of the achievements of earlier philosophy and knowledge in general. As Lenin pointed out, the greatness of Marx lay in the fact that he based his work on the firm foundation of the human knowledge acquired under capitalism. He reconsidered, subjected to criticism, and verified on the working class movement everything that human thinking had created, and therefrom formulated conclusions which people, hemmed in by bourgeois limitations or bound by bourgeois prejudices, could not draw. 1. The theoretical sources of Marxism are German classical philosophy, English classical political economy and French utopian socialism. Here we shall consider German classical philosophy. Marxist philosophy is the highest form of the materialist world outlook. Marx and Engels fully appreciated what had been achieved by the earlier materialist philosophers, their idea that the expiration of the world was to be sought in the world itself without resorting to supernatural causes, the doctrine of nature, of matter and its self-motion, the view of cognition as the reflection of the surrounding world, their atheism, their efforts to explain the history of mankind by natural, i.e., by empirically stated factors. At the same time they pointed out the historical narrowness of such materialism. Pre-Marxist materialism was predominantly mechanistic in character, that is to say, it explained all the manifold phenomena of nature and society by means of the laws of mechanical motion. The mechanistic view, inasmuch as its explanation of nature proceeded from nature itself without appealing to the supernatural, had been progressive in the 17th and 18th centuries, when the most highly developed of the sciences was mechanics. By the middle of the 19th century, however, it had become entirely inadequate, particularly when it was a matter of explaining biological, psychological, and social processes. Pre-Marxist materialism was mainly metaphysical materialism, that is to say, it regarded nature and society as essentially changeless, immutable. This is not to suggest, of course, that the pre-Marxist materialists denied the emotion of matter, and in general refused to acknowledge individual facts of change and development. Some of them actually made some very good guesses about the changes that take place in inorganic nature, and the evolution of certain species of living creatures out of other species. But the characteristic feature of pre-Marxist materialism as a whole was its failure to understand the universality and essentiality of development, its interpretation of development as only the increase or decrease of what already existed. According to this concept, motion was also to be understood mainly as mere shifting in space and time, as eternal repetition, circulation of natural phenomena. Needless to say, not only the materialists but also the overwhelming majority of idealists were metaphysicists in those days. The third defect of the old materialism was that it confined itself to the materialist understanding of nature and, therefore, could not provide a materialist understanding of social life. Admittedly, the pre-Marxist materialists did oppose the religious interpretation of history. They argued that it was not supernatural but natural forces that operated in the life of society. But they saw the source of social movement in spiritual, ideal factors, the conscious activity of historical individuals, kings and statesmen, or human feelings and passions, such as the ambition of generals, selfishness, love, hatred, or the new ideas of philosophers and politicians. All these ideal incentives to action do, in fact, exist. But what the pre-Marxist materialists failed to see was that the spiritual motivation of human activity depended on a specific material, social economic basis, i.e., on something that differed from the natural environment. The mechanistic and metaphysical features of 17th and 18th century materialism were criticized by the classical idealist philosophers of Germany at the end of the 18th and beginning of the 19th centuries, particularly by Hegel. Hegel's dialectics was the 40. fullest theory of development yet conceived, although it had been evolved from fallacious, idealistic positions. As Marx observed, the mystification which dialectic suffers in Hegel's hands, by no means prevents him from being the first to present its general form of working in a comprehensive and conscious manner. With him it is standing on its head. It must be turned right side up again, if you would discover the rational kernel within the mystical shell. 1 The rational kernel of Hegel's dialectics was the idea of the universality, essentiality, and necessity of development, which took place through the emergence and overcoming of internal contradictions, the mutual transformation of opposites, the leap-like transition of quantitative into qualitative changes, the negation of the old by the new. The basic proposition of Hegel's philosophy on the constant process of world development led logically to the revolutionary conclusion that the struggle with existing social evils had its roots in the universal law of eternal change and development and was, therefore, reasonable and necessary. Hegel himself, however, as an idealist, regarded nature and society as embodiments of a spiritual, divine essence, the absolute idea. Hegel did not acknowledge the development of matter, of nature, which to him appeared to be only the external manifestation of the absolute idea. In criticizing Hegel's idealism, the founders of Marxism based themselves on Feuerbach's materialist philosophy. In contrast to Hegelian idealism, Feuerbach advocated anthropological materialism, which states that thought is not a divine essence but a natural human ability, inseparable from the brain, from man's bodily organization, and indissolubly connected with the sensory reflection of the external material world. Feuerbach regarded man as the highest expression of nature. It was through man that nature felt, perceived, and came to know itself. Feuerbach stressed the unity of man and nature but at the same time tried to show the distinction between man and other living creatures. He saw gregariousness, the desire to be together with others, as an essential part of man's nature. But he failed to understand the essence of human society and the laws of its development because he regarded human intercourse merely as a matter of love and spiritual affinity. Feuerbach underestimated Hegel's dialectics and did not understand that it could and should be preserved, once it had been freed of idealism and remolded on a materialist basis. Feuerbach's doctrine contains certain rudiments of the immaterialist interpretation of social phenomena, particularly of religion, the criticism of which occupies an important place in his philosophy. Unlike the atheists of the 17th and 18th centuries, Feuerbach did not treat the emergence and existence of religion as being entirely due to ignorance and deception. He tried to show how religious images express people's life and sufferings, their desire for happiness and their dependence on nature and on one another. He failed to see, however, the social and economic roots of religion, which lie in the domination of man by the spontaneous forces of social development, in the poverty of the masses, in social inequality and exploitation. Feuerbach's philosophy combines atheism with an attempt to find a rational kernel in religious dogmas, with the belief that the humanist faith in man is supposedly rooted in religion, with the desire to prove the need for a religion without God. Feuerbach's materialism crowned the development of German classical philosophy and indicated, admittedly in very general terms, the path for the further development of philosophical materialism. This explains the influence that his philosophy exercised on the formation of Marx and Engels' philosophical views. Marxist philosophy and the great scientific discoveries of the mid-19th century. The development of capitalism and the growth of large-scale industry stimulated the advance of the natural sciences, and these, in their turn, not only promoted the development of production but also undermined the idealist and metaphysical understanding of nature. The most significant achievements of natural science between 1830 and 1850, achievements which Marx and Engels saw as confirmation of the philosophy they had created and one of the foundations of its development, were the discovery of the law of the conversion of energy, the discovery of the cellular structure of living organisms, and Darwin's theory of evolution. In the early 1840s, the German physician Julius Robert Meyer enunciated the law of the conservation and conversion of energy, which states that a certain quantity of motion in one of its forms is converted into an equal quantity of motion in any other of its forms. This law was theoretically and experimentally substantiated by Helmholtz and Faraday, while Joule and Lenz established the mechanical equivalent of heat, that is to say, calculated what quantity of mechanical energy is needed to provide a unit of thermal energy. It was proved that heat, light and other states of matter are qualitatively definite forms of 42. Its motion, and that this motion cannot be created or destroyed, but is constantly converted from one state into another. From this the conclusion was drawn that motion cannot be reduced to the mere displacement of bodies in space, and that the conversion of one form of the motion of matter into another constitutes a qualitative change. The pre-Marxist materialists had simply declared that motion is not introduced into nature from outside, that it is the mode of existence of matter, but now it became possible to furnish a scientific proof of this philosophical proposition and to reach a dialectical understanding of the connection between matter and motion. Admittedly, neither Meyer nor any of the other natural scientists drew philosophical conclusions from the law of the conversion of energy. These vital conclusions were first formulated by Engels. The discovery of the cellular structure of living matter was no less an important achievement of natural science. It came very close to the dialectical materialist understanding of the unity of life in all its diversity. Even in the 17th and 18th centuries, scientists had been aware of the existence of cells because individual cells and groups of cells were constantly being detected when the tissues of living organisms were examined under the microscope. But only in the 19th century did scientists seriously consider the physiological role of cells, their role as anatomical units of animal and vegetable tissues. In 1838–39 the German biologists Schleiden and Schwann evolved a theory of cells. Schwann, in particular, established that animal and vegetable tissues have basically the same structure and perform one and the same physiological function. The birth and development of the organism takes place through the multiplication of cells, their constant renewal, birth and death. The cellular theory proved the internal unity of all living beings and indirectly pointed to the unity of their origin. Dialectical materialist conclusions from the cellular theory were drawn by Engels in his Anti-Düring and the Dialectics of Nature. Darwin's theory of evolution is the third great scientific discovery that took place in the middle of the 19th century. Darwin put an end to the notion of the species of animals and plants as divine creations, not connected with anything else, providential and immutable, and thus laid the foundation of theoretical biology, which had been mainly a descriptive science. He proved the immutability of species of animals and plants, and the unity of their origin. Evolutionary ideas had been voiced in general terms long before Darwin, both by philosophers and natural scientists. Diderot, the French 18th-century materialist, for instance, had suggested the possibility of the transformation of species. But unlike his predecessors, Darwin did not confine himself to guesswork, and on the basis of a huge collection of empirical facts formulated a number of laws of the evolution of species. In so doing he treated man as the highest link in the general chain of development of the animal world, thus exploding Christian dogmas and the unscientific notions of human nature that were then current in natural science. To explain the origin of the qualitative distinctions between species that his fact-gathering had proved, Darwin evolved the theory of spontaneous natural selection. From these positions Darwin scientifically explained the fact of the relatively purposeful structure of organisms and their adaptability to the environment, casting aside the mystical interpretation of this fact, characteristic of idealistic doctrines. Marx and Engels assessed Darwin's evolutionary theory as dialectical materialist in its essence, but stressed that Darwin was not a conscious dialectician. Thus in formulating and developing their philosophical teaching, Marx and Engels based themselves not only on the achievements of the social sciences and social and historical practice, but also on the great discoveries of the natural science of their day. These discoveries created the necessary natural scientific preconditions for a consistently scientific philosophy, dialectical and historical materialism. For dialectical and historical materialism revolutionizes philosophy. The critical reconsideration by Marx and Engels of all previous philosophy and the philosophical revolution they brought about are interconnected processes. Their most important result has been the formation, assertion, and development of a scientific world outlook. As Lenin pointed out, Marxism arose as a direct and immediate continuation of the great achievements of previous social thought, and Marx's genius lay in the fact that he replied to the questions posed by his eminent predecessors. 1 Marx and Engels did not, of course, create dialectical materialism and become the founders of the scientific ideology of the working class all at once. When they first took up theoretical and socio-political activities they were idealists and associated with the left-wing members of the Hegelian school, who were trying to draw revolutionary and atheistic conclusions. 44 From Hegel's philosophy. But unlike the other young Hegelians, Marx and Engels even in their very first works wrote as revolutionary democrats, defenders of the interests of the mass of the working people. In creating their philosophy Marx and Engels moved decisively away from the positions of idealistic revolutionary democracy to positions of materialism and communism. The driving force of this complex and many-sided process was their fight for the interests of the working people against the open and hidden supporters of feudal and capitalist exploitation. When he wrote his doctoral thesis in 1841, Marx was still an idealist. Yet he declared his philosophical credo to be militant atheism, the essence of which, he believed, was to fight against all earthly and heavenly gods, against all humiliation of the human personality. In 1842, Marx became the editor of the progressive Leninist, which under his leadership developed into a revolutionary organ. In his articles for this paper he defended the peasants oppressed by the landowners, and the wine growers who were being ruined by the tax policy of the Prussian state, advocated freedom of the press, civil rights, and so on. It was this political struggle that made Marx conscious of the class nature of the system then existing in Germany. In 1842 to 1843, he began to move away from idealism towards materialism, away from revolutionary democracy towards communism. He decided that consistent atheism was incompatible with idealism, which actually justified the religious view of the world. The state, which he had previously regarded as the embodiment of reason, was now seen to be a political system which guarded interests of the property-owning classes opposed to those of the toiling masses. The formation of Engels' philosophical beliefs took a similar course. In 1841, Engels crossed swords with the idealist Schelling, who had become a political reactionary, criticizing him for preaching mysticism, religion, and submission to the feudal authorities. As a counterblast to Schelling's theories, Engels proposed the revolutionary interpretation of Hegelian philosophy. In doing so he noted the contradiction between Hegel's dialectical method, requiring that reality should be regarded as a state of constant flux, and his conservative system, which proclaimed the inevitability of the culmination of world history at the stage of social development that had already basically been reached in Western Europe. Engels spent the years 1842 to 1844 in Britain, economically the most developed country of those days, where he was able to witness the social consequences of the development of capitalism and actually took part in the Chartist movement. This visit did much to mold his 45. Philosophical and socialist views. While working independently of one another, Marx and Engels arrived at what were basically interconnected socio-political and philosophical views. Early in 1844, in Paris, the first issue of the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher appeared under the editorship of Marx. It contained articles by both Marx and Engels. In his contribution Marx expounded the initial premises of dialectical materialism and scientific communism. Arguing that the proletariat was historically destined to bring socialism to the whole world, Marx inferred. As philosophy finds its material weapons in the proletariat, so the proletariat finds its spiritual weapons in philosophy. 1. Similar views were expressed by Engels in his articles on the economic and political situation in Britain, and also in his criticism of bourgeois political economy. The year 1844 marked the beginning of the great friendship between Marx and Engels. Between 1844 and 1846 they collaborated in producing two major works, The Holy Family and the German Ideology, in which they gave an all-round critical analysis of idealist philosophy and worked out the fundamental propositions of dialectical and historical materialism. Their Poverty of Philosophy and Manifesto of the Communist Party, published respectively in 1847 and 1848, were later described by Lenin as the first works of mature Marxism. Characterizing the Manifesto, which had as its slogan the famous words of Marx and Engels, "Working men of all countries, unite," Lenin said that with the clarity and brilliance of genius, this work outlines a new world conception, consistent materialism, which also embraces the realm of social life, dialectics, as the most comprehensive and profound doctrine of development, the theory of the class struggle and of the world historic revolutionary role of the proletariat, the creator of a new communist society. 12 Thus the first essential step in answering the questions that the philosophers of the past had posed but had been unable to answer, was to find a correct point of departure for theoretical and political activity. This point of departure was for Marx and Engels the struggle against all and every kind of human exploitation, against the economic and political foundations of social oppression and inequality. Only from these positions of consistent revolutionary repudiation of any enslavement of man was it possible to create a materialist dialectics, which in contrast to the bourgeois world outlook, perpetuating private property and the opposition between the haves and have-nots, lets nothing impose upon it, and is in its essence critical and revolutionary. Point 1 Only by taking as the point of departure the position, needs and interests of the most impoverished and most revolutionary class was it possible to give a materialist interpretation of history, an interpretation that revealed the decisive role of the working masses and material production in the history of mankind, and scientifically proved the inevitability of communism. Some bourgeois philosophers present the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels as a combination of Hegel's dialectical method and Feuerbach's materialist theory. This is an obvious oversimplification and indicates a failure to understand the essence of the revolution in philosophy brought about by the founders of Marxism. It is impossible, in principle, to combine idealism and materialism, the dialectical and metaphysical ways of thinking. They are mutually exclusive. The founders of Marxism dialectically remolded the materialist theories of modern times, including Feuerbach's philosophy. They also remolded materialistically Hegel's dialectical method, which in its idealist form was of no use for scientific investigation of natural and social processes. This is what they called turning dialectics right side up again, that is, giving it a real content drawn from the sciences concerning nature and society. It would be superficial to regard materialist dialectics only as a method, and philosophical materialism only as a theory applying that method for purposes of research. Materialist dialectics is not only a method but also a theory, to be specific, a theory of development, of the most general laws of development of nature, society and knowledge. Philosophical materialism is not only a theory but also a materialist method, a definite approach to the investigation of phenomena. In other words, Marxist method is materialist as well as dialectical, and Marxist theory is dialectical as well as materialist. This means that in Marxist philosophy materialism and dialectics are not independent of one another but combine together to form an integrated doctrine, because reality itself is at the same time both material and dialectical. Thus, the creation of the dialectical materialist world outlook, the conversion of materialism into dialectical materialism and the disclosure of the internal dialectics of material processes and their reflection in the process of cognition were all part of the revolution in philosophy carried out by Marx and Engels. A vitally important aspect of this philosophical revolution was the creation of historical materialism, that is, the extension of materialism to the understanding of social life. Lenin wrote of Marx's teaching, his historical materialism was a great achievement in scientific thinking. The chaos and arbitrariness that had previously reigned in views on history and politics were replaced by a strikingly integral and harmonious scientific theory, which shows how, in consequence of the growth of productive forces, out of one system of social life another and higher system develops, how capitalism, for instance, grows out of feudalism. 1. The pre-Marxist materialists remained, as we have seen, idealists in their views of society. This was due to their theoretical as well as their class narrowness. Matter, the material, was understood simply as any of various material substances. Quite naturally, therefore, they were unable to perceive the specific materia. Foundations of social life: material production and material production relations. But what the materialist conception of social life actually does is to show how all the diverse forms of human life are in the long run intrinsically connected with the development of social production. The discovery and investigation of this connection, that is to say, the elucidation of the role of labor in the history of mankind, is the point of departure of historical materialism. The pre-Marxist materialists, while admitting man's dependence on nature and society and maintaining that all phenomena of social life formed an interconnected chain of cause and effect, usually reached the conclusion that everything that had happened, was happening, or would happen in the future, was inevitable and that people could do nothing of their own will to change it. At the same time, in opposing the religious fatalistic concept of the supernatural predestination of all that happens in society and the life of the individual, they rightly emphasized that people themselves are the makers of their own history. But these metaphysical materialists were unable to substantiate this proposition materialistically, scientifically, and they resorted to subjective interpretation of historical events, treating them as if they were brought about only by the will of individuals, particularly by outstanding historical personalities. The creation of historical materialism signified the overcoming of both fatalistic and subjectivist views of history. Another feature of the revolution wrought by Marx and Engels in philosophy was their ending of the opposition between philosophical knowledge and the specialized sciences, whose achievements 48. Philosophers had usually regarded as unimportant, an opposition which to a greater or smaller extent had been characteristic of all previous philosophy, particularly idealist philosophy. This was what Marx and Engels meant when they spoke of the abolition of philosophy in the old sense of the word, philosophy as the science of sciences, avowedly independent of the historically limited knowledge available to the specialized sciences. Marx and Engels showed that philosophy should be not the science of sciences, looking down upon specific scientific research, but a scientific world outlook based on this research, generalizing its data, and revealing the most general laws of the development of nature, human life, and the process of cognition. Not only did the founders of Marxism reject the idea that philosophical knowledge was opposed to scientific knowledge, they also rejected the claim to absolute, complete, immutable knowledge requiring no further development that had characterized the metaphysical theories of the past. Philosophy, in becoming a scientific world outlook, moves over completely to the positions of science, which is always open to new conclusions, is constantly developing and being enriched with new propositions, and repudiates all obsolete assumptions. The scientific philosophy of dialectical materialism makes wide use of the methods of research adopted by science, including hypotheses, postulates, the gathering and analysis of facts and the study of probability of specific processes. This scientific concept of the nature of philosophical knowledge, and consistent criticism of the metaphysical concept of philosophical knowledge, which even in Hegel's dialectics was treated as absolute knowledge, constitute one of the most important aspects of the revolution in philosophy that was brought about by Marxism. Hitherto, Marx observed sarcastically, philosophers have had the solution of all riddles lying in their writing desks, and the stupid, exoteric world had only to open its mouth for the roast pigeons of absolute knowledge to fly into it. By this he meant that philosophy, inasmuch as it was regarded as absolute knowledge, or absolute science, was not really a science at all. Scientific philosophy is not a revelation proclaimed by a genius. Like any science, it is evolved by the joint efforts of scientists, research workers. While rejecting in principle the idea of a complete and finished philosophical system, the philosophy of Marxism is at the same time a dialectical materialist system. This means that it is characterized by the fundamental unity of its theses and, further, that it is in motion, in development, on the road to new discoveries. It is constantly aware of and mindful of its unsolved problems, and while criticizing its ideological opponents, also engages in self-criticism because it recognizes that it is limited by the framework not only of the philosophical but also of the scientific knowledge, that has so far been attained. Like any system of scientific knowledge, the philosophy of Marxism regards its scientific theses only as approximate reflections of reality, as a unity of relative and absolute truth. Marx and Engels put an end to the opposition between philosophy and practical activity, particularly the activity expressed in the proletariat's movement for liberation. Philosophy, they argued, does not exist in an abstract element of pure thought, any more than such pure thought exists independent of reality. From now on, philosophy's road to life lies in the revolutionary practice of the proletariat, of all working masses. In the light of this fundamentally new attitude to the tasks of philosophy, we see the significance of Marx's famous statement, "The philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways, the point is to change it." 1. The bourgeois critics of Marxism draw from this thesis the conclusion that Marx did not care whether or not philosophy explained the world as long as it changed it. In fact, Marx's statement is aimed against the philosophy that usually predominates in class-divided society, the kind of philosophy for which the interpretation of what exists provides an excuse for saying that it is inevitable and must be tolerated. From the Marxist standpoint, however, scientific interpretation can and must furnish the theoretical argument for changing reality. Consequently, philosophy's task is not to give up trying to explain the world, but to link this explanation with revolutionary practical activity. Revolutionary drive, a refusal to tolerate obsolete ideas and practices, a direct open partisanship, a rigorously scientific approach, implacable hostility to dogmatism and its ossified formulas, the bold stating of new problems and the creative development of scientific theory in a way that is irreconcilable with revisionist distortion. All these features of dialectical and historical materialism express the essence of the revolutionary upheaval set in motion by Marxism. 50. 5. Development of Marxist philosophy by Lenin. When expounding and developing their theory, the founders of Marxism often stressed that it was not a dogma but a guide to action. Lenin had in mind this principle, which distinguishes Marxism from all previous doctrines, when he said, "We do not regard Marx's theory as something completed and inviolable, on the contrary, we are convinced that it has only laid the foundation stone of the science which socialists must develop in all directions if they wish to keep pace with life." 1. The contemporary stage of development of the whole theory of Marxism, and particularly dialectical and historical materialism, is linked with the name of Lenin and those who learned from him and continued his work. Engels wrote that philosophical materialism assumed, and should assume, a new form with each new epoch-making discovery in natural science, not to mention the radical socio-economic transformations recorded in history, which played a key role in the development of philosophy. Marx and Engels evolved their theory in an epoch when the task of revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism was not as yet an immediate practical possibility. Lenin developed Marxism in new historical conditions, in the epoch of capitalism's development into its final, imperialist stage, the epoch that was to see the emergence of the new, socialist society. The conditions of the time demanded of Marxists that they should analyze the new phenomena and adopt a new approach to the vital problems of the strategy and tactics of the revolutionary struggle of the working class. Unless this was done, the philosophy of Marxism would cease to be a living theory, a method of cognition and revolutionary action, and congeal into a lifeless dogma, a one-sided theory devoid of effective, transforming power. In a situation of intensifying economic, social, and political contradictions, the enemies of Marxism redoubled their attacks on its philosophical foundations. There appeared a revisionist trend that tried to combine Marxism with various bourgeois philosophical schools. Lenin set out to defend dialectical and historical materialism and, in so doing, creatively and comprehensively developed it, raising it to a new level, which should be defined as the Leninist stage in the development of the philosophy of Marxism. Lenin's distinctive qualities as a theoretician are the revolutionary boldness with which he posed and solved the new theoretical problems raised in the course of history, his determination to test theoretical propositions in the fire of revolutionary practice, his repudiation of obsolete propositions that do not stand this test, and his hostility towards and intolerance of revisionism, retreat from the principles of Marxist theory. Marx and Engels, who evolved their theory in the struggle against the predominant idealist view of human history, of people, of classes, or parties, put the main emphasis on material production, on economic relations as the determining factor. In the age of the revolutionary assault on capitalism, the first requirement was naturally to develop the views of Marx and Engels on the role of social consciousness, ideas, and ideology, the subjective factor in the development of society. This was also needed because the bourgeois ideologists and opportunists in the working class movement were interpreting Marxism in the spirit of vulgar economism, which regarded the social process as something that occurred purely automatically, without the active participation. In one of his first works, What the friends of the people are and how they fight the Social Democrats. Lenin criticized the subjectivist interpretation of social phenomena by the Narodniks, who regarded the activity of critically thinking individuals as the dominant force in the historical process. He showed that what Marxism had to say on social economic formations, on the supersession of one mode of production by another as the basis of the historical process, did not rule out recognition of the decisive role of the masses, of classes, in history. Rather it allowed us to find out under what conditions the activity of the outstanding historical personality carrying out its aims and purposes would be successful. In his work, The Economic Content of Narodism and the Criticism of it in Mr. Struve's book, Lenin showed that Marxist philosophy, which reveals the objective laws of social development, has nothing in common with bourgeois objectivism, which ignores the role of the conscious political activity of classes and parties. On the one hand, the materialist is more consistent than the objectivist, and gives profounder and fuller effect to his objectivism. He does not limit himself to speaking of the necessity of a process, but ascertains exactly what social economic formation gives the process its content, exactly what class determines this necessity. On the other hand, materialism includes partisanship, so to speak, and enjoins the direct and open adoption of the standpoint of a definite. 52. Social group in any assessment of events. 1. Lenin paid much attention to criticism of the theory of spontaneity in the working class movement. In his book What is to be Done? And other works he offered scientific arguments to show the importance of the revolutionary theory, the socialist consciousness which the Marxist Party brought to the spontaneous working class movement. Without revolutionary theory there can be no revolutionary movement. 1. To this conclusion of Lenin's had not only direct political but also general sociological significance, because it emphasized the dependence of fundamental social change on the activity of classes, armed with progressive ideas. Lenin's thesis is naturally of great importance to the working class movement in the developed capitalist countries where reformist, trade unionist ideology holds dominant positions in the movement. In his philosophical work, Materialism and Empirio-Criticism, Lenin gave a profound analysis of the revolution in natural science, particularly in physics at the turn of the century, a revolution initiated by the discovery of radioactivity, electrons, and the complex structure of atoms, which had previously been considered the ultimate, indivisible bricks of the universe. This revolution had substantially changed scientific notions of matter, motion, space, time, etc. The new scientific discoveries had clashed with the old concepts, which had seemed indisputable and had reigned unchallenged in science for centuries. From this fact many scientists had drawn the conclusion that the objects with which the old traditional concepts were connected, had no real existence and were merely specifically human, subjective means of systematizing and coordinating sense perceptions. Not only the cognitive value of scientific theories, but also man's ability to perceive the world were called in question. Criticizing their idealist conclusions drawn from the latest discoveries of physics, Lenin developed the dialectical materialist understanding of matter and showed that its physical, chemical, and other properties discovered by the sciences were specific characteristics of objective reality, which existed independently of consciousness. The concept of objective reality as an epistemological definition of matter cannot be reduced to its physical and other properties, cannot become obsolete, whatever changes may occur in our knowledge of the properties of matter, that is to say, of reality, independent of the consciousness. In other words, the discovery of new properties of matter, of hitherto unknown material structures or phenomena, presupposes their existence outside and independent of consciousness, of cognition, their distinctness from the spiritual, the non-material, the subjective. Having drawn these general conclusions from the latest scientific discoveries, Lenin went on to develop the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge. He showed that the modification of established scientific notions under the influence of new discoveries did not deprive these notions of all objective truth, but rather attested to the complex and contradictory character of the cognitive process, the relativity of our knowledge. Lenin's philosophical notebooks, which form a continuation and further elaboration of the basic theses set forth in his materialism and empirio-criticism, are of tremendous significance for the development of Marxist philosophy. In the latter book Lenin concentrates on the basic problems of philosophical materialism, while in the philosophical notebooks he gives us some splendid examples of how to elaborate the laws and categories of materialist dialectics. The principle which Lenin formulated of the unity of dialectics, logic, and the theory of knowledge in Marxist philosophy, his analysis of the basic elements of dialectics, his explanation of the epistemological roots of idealism and the contradictory character of the reflection of reality in scientific abstractions, his program for the further development of the theory of knowledge of dialectical materialism, all this is an invaluable contribution to Marxist philosophy. In his article on the significance of militant materialism, which may be regarded as his philosophical testament, Lenin gives grounds for building up an alliance between Marxist philosophers and natural scientists designed to further the creative development of dialectical materialism and improve the methodology of natural science. With this in mind, he points out the need for the critical and creative assimilation of the progressive materialist and dialectical traditions of the past, particularly the atheistic theories of the French materialists of the 18th century and Hegel's dialectics. Not only did Lenin vindicate dialectical and historical materialism in the struggle with its opponents, not only did he develop Marxist philosophy in all its aspects, he also applied it in analyzing the new epoch, the epoch of imperialism, of imperialist wars and socialist revolutions, and the building of the new society. He thus answered the questions posed by the development of capitalism and by the world revolutionary movement. Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, and 64. The works connected with it contain a searching dialectical analysis of the new epoch and reveal the laws and tendencies of development of monopoly capitalism. On this basis Lenin draws a conclusion that is of the greatest importance for the revolutionary working class movement and for the work of the Communist Party, the conclusion that a socialist revolution may be first victorious in some countries, or even in one country taken separately. Lenin's writings on the laws of development of the new socialist society, the relationship in this process of politics and economics, the special role of the Soviet socialist state, of socialist consciousness, of political and ideological guidance by the Communist Party, and of the communist education of the working people, are all outstanding contributions to Marxist theory. In revisionist circles today attempts are made to belittle Lenin's role in the development of Marxism, and particularly Marxist philosophy. The revisionists speak of the need to abolish the monopoly of Lenin and Leninism in the interpretation of Marxism, ignoring the fact that Leninism is not an interpretation but a development of Marxism, that without Leninism the theory of Marx and Engels cannot correspond to contemporary historical conditions, which naturally could not have been reflected in the works of the founders of Marxism. In proclaiming the slogan "Back to Marx," the revisionists virtually repudiate the new element that was added to the treasury of Marxism by Lenin, his associates, and followers. The revisionists claim that Leninism is a purely Russian phenomenon demonstrates their obvious failure to understand the historical process of the development of Marxism. In fact, however, Leninism was a generalization of the experience and practical struggle of the working people of all countries. Lenin wrote that Russia had learned Marxism through suffering in tremendous battles, and through comparing its experience of the revolutionary movement with the experience of the revolutionary movement of other countries. Leninism is therefore not one of the possible interpretations of Marxism, but the only true and consistent development of revolutionary Marxism applicable to the epoch of imperialism and socialist revolutions, the epoch of the transition from capitalism to socialism. The deep-going revolutionary process in which capitalism is superseded by socialism, the appearance on the historical scene of broad masses of the people as the true creators of history *the 55. Emergence of a new socio-economic formation, a new society, with its inherent laws of development. All this was the most radical test of Marxist-Leninist theory and at the same time stimulated broad theoretical generalizations which enriched this theory and raised it to a new level. A Marxist-Leninist party, the 26th Congress of the CPSU noted, cannot fulfill its role if it does not give due attention to putting into proper perspective all that is taking place, to generalizing new phenomena, to creatively developing Marxist-Leninist theories. E1 concerning the results of the Conference of CC Secretaries of the Communist and Workers' Parties on International and Ideological Questions, Leonid Brezhnev stressed that it was important for the fraternal parties to work together on the problems of theory and ideology. The conference noted the need for more fundamental mutual study, creative use, and popularization of the experience and achievements of the countries where socialism exists as a reality, with a view to developing and strengthening all-round cooperation between them. Another reason for pooling efforts to develop Marxist-Leninist theory is to ensure successful diplomatic activity by the fraternal countries and make their propaganda more effective. The urge to tackle fundamental problems creatively on a joint basis springs from objective causes. A social picture of the modern world in all its complexity and with all its contradictory elements cannot be built up without studying the creative contribution to Marxism-Leninism made by the Marxist-Leninist parties of the developed capitalist countries, particularly such citadels of imperialism as the United States and Britain, where the forces of peace, democracy, and socialism are directly confronted by the most powerful, organized, experienced and reactionary adversary, where the latest trends in the development of imperialism and the capitalist system as a whole and the anti-imperialist struggle are formed, and where a search is being made for ways of ensuring peace, democracy, and socialism consonant with the specific national features of these countries. The creative development of theory should be understood as consistent development and enrichment of all its components: philosophy, political economy, and scientific communism. As in any science, there are in dialectical and historical materialism quite a number of propositions that need to be further developed. Made more concrete, verified in the light of the latest scientific information, fresh problems arise, particularly in the theory of knowledge and in the social field. In present-day conditions, it is particularly important to go further into the problems of materialist dialectics and to analyze the dialectics of the contemporary stage in world history, without which there can be no deep-going philosophical comprehension of the major social conflicts of the period, particularly to study the logic and mechanism of coexistence, the interconnection and struggle between its two opposing trends towards universal peace or towards nuclear disaster. There will have to be deeper investigation of the specific operation of the general patterns of development of socio-economic formations at the contemporary stage, the interaction of the basis and superstructure, and other problems of historical materialism. The vigorous advance of science, the current scientific and technological revolution, particularly the discoveries in quantum mechanics, nuclear physics, cybernetics, molecular biology, and so on, demand both rethinking, further development and concretizing of the traditional philosophical problems and categories as well as the elaboration of new ones. Without further development of the philosophy of Marxism-Leninism, without perfecting and enriching its categories, it is impossible to understand in any depth the new phenomena arising in society, to understand the specific nature of the present age. The building of communist society gives increasing prominence to the problems of the all-round development of the individual, to questions of the dialectics of the individual and the social and the anthropological. The problem of man, which in the period of struggle for the victory of socialism meant liberating man from exploitation, acquires in the conditions of a victorious socialist society that is building communism new implications connected with the development of human personality, the widening of the freedom and responsibility of the citizen of socialist society, his ideological convictions, and so on. Thus we see that the problems of dialectical and historical materialism are constantly being renewed. The old, traditional questions acquire new aspects that demand specialized research. Questions that have been solved in relation to the level of knowledge that existed in the past, reappear as problems requiring fresh investigation. Marxist-Leninist philosophy does not rest on its laurels, in alliance with the natural and social sciences, in close connection with the historical experience * and practice of communist construction, it moves forward, to new scientific problems and new solutions. Dialectical materialism. Chapter 3. Matter and the basic forms of its existence. One result of the historical development of science and social historical practice has been to prove the materiality of the universe, its uncreatability and indestructibility, its eternal existence in time and infinity in space, its inexhaustible self-development, which necessarily leads, at certain stages, to the emergence of life and of sentient beings. Through them matter becomes capable of knowing the laws of its own existence and development. What then are the basic properties of matter, the forms of its existence? What general laws of development may it be said to possess? We shall now attempt a systematic exposition of the contemporary answers to these questions. 1. The philosophical understanding of matter. In the world around us we observe countless numbers of diverse objects and phenomena. Have they anything in common? What is their nature? On what are they based? The various attempts to answer these questions led historically to the concept of the substance of all things. Substance was understood as the universal primary foundation of all things, their final essence. While objects and phenomena might appear and disappear, substance could neither be created nor destroyed, it merely changed the form of its existence, moving from one state to another. It was the cause of itself and the basis of all change, the most fundamental and stable layer of reality. The adoption by substance of a certain form signified the emergence of something with a quality corresponding to that form. The very shaping of philosophy as a form of social consciousness is related to the appearance of the idea of substance and the unity of the world around us, the law-governed interconnection of the phenomena of reality. In their materialist theories, the philosophers of the Milesian school in ancient Greece elevated concrete forms of reality to the rank of substance. For full substance was water, for Anaximenes air, for others it was earth, and these substances were thought to be 60. Capable of turning into one another. In the philosophy of Heraclitus, substance was fire, which formed the sun, stars, and all other bodies, and determined the eternal changing of the world. For Anaximander, substance was an infinite and indefinite material which he called a pyrrhon, eternal in time, inexhaustible in structure and constantly changing the forms of its existence. None of these notions, however, gave expression to the idea of universality and conservation of substance in a consistent and non-contradictory form. Not one of the four substantial first principles possessed the required universality and stability, and the idea of a pyrrhon was too vague and allowed of too many interpretations. The atomic theory of substance proposed by Leucippus and Democritus and subsequently developed by Epicurus and Lucretius was free of these defects. This theory allowed the existence of primary elementary particles called atoms, which could neither be created nor destroyed, were in constant motion, and differed from one another in weight, form, and disposition in bodies. It was thought that the differences in the qualities of various bodies were determined by differences in the number of atoms composing them, by differences in their shape, mutual disposition, and velocity. The number of atoms in the universe was infinite, their vortices formed stars like the sun, and also planets, and certain favorable combinations of atoms resulted in the emergence of living beings and man himself. Atomic theory was the first to propose in a concrete and definite form the principle of the conservation of matter as the principle of the indestructibility of atoms. It was this concreteness and definiteness in expressing the idea of conservation of material substance that was to give atoms a place in all subsequent materialist theories. From the idea of the conservation and absoluteness of matter there necessarily followed the thesis that the universe was eternal and infinite, that matter was primary in relation to mind, to human consciousness, and that all phenomena were in some way dependent on laws. Belief in the materiality of the universe and the obedience of all phenomena to certain laws of nature gave the supporters of atomic materialism confidence in the boundless potentialities of man's reason, in his ability to find consistent explanations for all phenomena. In the philosophy and natural science of modern times, atomic theory was further elaborated in the works of Newton, Gassendi, Boyle, Lomonosov, Hobbes, Holbach, Diderot, and other thinkers. It provided the basis for explanations of the nature of heat, diffusion, conductivity, and many chemical phenomena. It contributed to the corpuscular theory of light. But while science was still undeveloped, there were very many phenomena that atomic theory was unable to explain, nor could it deduce from the assumed properties and laws of motion of atoms the specific features of living organisms, the functions of the human organism, and a multitude of other phenomena of nature and society. It must be admitted that even in contemporary science the majority of known phenomena still have no causal and structural explanations. In contrast to atomic theory, there appeared various idealist theories that elevated divine will, universal reason, absolute spirit, and so on to the rank of the universal substance. These theories separated the mental attributes of the human brain from the brain itself and set them up as the absolute, as universal reason, creating matter, space, and time. But this idealist and the closely related religious understanding of substance made no progress in solving the question of the essence of the universe, because they merely substituted one unknown for another, even more mysterious unknown, such as the divine universal reason or absolute spirit, which were supernatural and beyond human perception. Neither idealism nor religion ever provided a natural, rational explanation of the universe, they merely created the illusion of such an explanation. On the other hand, the materialist philosophers always set out to explain phenomena by natural causes and see them as a result of the operation of objective laws of the motion of matter. Materialism means understanding nature and the world as they are, without supernatural additions, that is to say, with the greatest degree of objectivity and authenticity possible at the time. The soundness of this approach to explaining the world has been confirmed by the development of science, which has consistently overthrown all religious and idealist notions of the universe. The landmarks on this road were the discovery of the structure of the solar system and the galaxy, the discovery by methods of spectral analysis of the chemical composition of the Sun and other stars, the establishing of general laws of motion of various cosmic bodies, the geological history of the Earth, and the laws of development of flora and fauna. It was the discovery of the law of the conservation of energy, of the unitary cellular structure of all living organisms, and Darwin's theory of the evolution of biological species that provided the foundation on which Marx and Engels built dialectical materialism. As science advanced, the limitations of the metaphysical method of thought that dominated the minds of many scientists became increasingly apparent. The mechanistic picture of the universe that had prevailed in the natural science of the 17th to 19th centuries had absolutized the known mechanical laws of motion, the physical 62 properties and states of matter. They were applied both to the microcosm and to all the conceivable space-time scales of the universe. The unity of the world was understood as homogeneity and uniformity of structure, as endless repetition of the same stars, planets, and other known forms of matter, obeying eternal and immutable laws of motion. It seemed that absolute truth was not far away, that the fundamental laws of the universe had been revealed, and only technical difficulties prevented scientists from deducing the properties of various chemical compounds and even living organisms from the dynamic laws of the motion of atoms. Pierre Laplace, an outstanding scientist of the 19th century, wrote, "A mind that for one given instant could know all the forces by which nature is animated and the respective positions of the beings that compose it, if, in addition, it were broad enough to submit these data to analysis, would encompass in one and the same formula the movements of the greatest bodies in the universe and those of the lightest atoms, nothing would remain uncertain for it, and both the future and the past would present themselves to its vision." But nature turned out to be far more complex than many physicists and philosophers had thought. In the second half of the 19th century, research by Faraday and Maxwell established the laws of change of qualitatively new form of matter, the electromagnetic field. And these laws proved to be incompatible with those of classical mechanics. The turn of the century saw a new series of discoveries: radioactivity, complex chemical atoms, electrons, the dependence of mass on velocity, and quantum mechanics. It was established that some laws of mechanics did not apply to the structure of atoms or the motion of electrons, and the space-time properties of bodies were shown to be dependent on their velocity. The mechanical picture of the universe and the metaphysical understanding of matter were thrown into a state of crisis. But the idealists, and particularly the exponents of empirio-criticism, saw this as a crisis of all physics and even as the collapse of materialism as a whole, which they identified with the mechanical view of nature. The radioactive disintegration of atoms was interpreted as the disappearance of matter, the conversion of matter into energy. These views were effectively criticized by Lenin in his book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism. Basing himself on the works of Marx and Engels, Lenin showed that the new scientific discoveries indicated that only dialectical materialism could provide a proper philosophical foundation and methodology for modern science. The destructibility of the atom, its inexhaustibility, the mutability of all forms of matter and of its motion, have always been the stronghold of dialectical materialism. One working on the basis of scientific data on the structural heterogeneity and inexhaustibility of matter, Lenin formulated a generalist philosophical concept. Matter is a philosophical category denoting the objective reality which is given to man by his sensations, and which is copied, photographed, and reflected by our sensations, while existing independently of them. 1. This definition of matter is organically connected with the materialist answer to the basic problem of philosophy. It indicates the objective source of our knowledge as matter, and not that matter is unknowable. At the same time, unlike previous philosophical systems, dialectical materialism does not reduce matter merely to certain of its forms, to particles of substance, sensuously perceptible bodies, and so on. Matter embraces the whole infinite diversity of the objects and systems of nature, which exist and move in space and time and possess an inexhaustible variety of properties. Our sense organs can perceive only an insignificant part of these actually existing forms of matter, but thanks to the construction of increasingly powerful instruments and measuring apparatus, people are constantly extending the frontiers of the known world. Lenin's definition of matter takes in not only the objects that are known to contemporary science, but even those that may be discovered in the future, hence its great methodological importance. For any material formation to exist, it must have objective reality in relation to other bodies, be objectively connected and interacting with them, be an element in the general process of change and development of matter. The concept of matter as objective reality characterizes matter together with all its properties, forms of motion, laws of existence, and so on. But this does not mean that every arbitrarily selected fragment of objective reality must be matter. It may also be a concrete property of matter, a certain law or form of its motion, inseparable from matter and yet not identical to it. In the structure of objective reality we must distinguish concrete material objects and systems, the properties of these material systems, the forms of their interaction and motion, and laws of existence possessing varying degrees of universality. Thus, motion, space, time, the laws of nature possess objective reality, and yet they cannot be regarded as matter. Matter exists in the form of an infinite diversity of concrete objects and systems, each of which possesses motion, structure, connections, interactions, space-time and many other general and particular properties. Matter does not exist outside concrete objects and systems, and in this sense there is no matter as such understood as a primary and structureless substance. In dialectical materialism the concept of substance has undergone radical changes in comparison with the ways it was understood in previous philosophy. Dialectical materialism recognizes the substantiality of matter, but only in the sense that matter is the one universal basis, the substratum for the various properties, connections, forms of motion and laws. But there are no grounds for allowing the existence of any primary structureless substance within matter itself, as the deepest and most fundamental layer of reality. Every form of matter possesses a complex structure, a variety of internal and external connections, and the ability to change into other forms. Lenin wrote, The essence of things, or substance, is also relative. It expresses only the degree of profundity of man's knowledge of objects, and while yesterday the profundity of this knowledge did not go beyond the atom, and today does not go beyond the electron and ether, dialectical materialism insists on the temporary, relative, approximate character of all these milestones in the knowledge of nature gained by the progressing science of man. The electron is as inexhaustible as the atom, nature is infinite. 1a Scientific Theory 7 can be only an open-ended system of knowledge with unlimited prospects of development. Objects or things are sometimes regarded as the sum of their various properties. Matter may also be regarded in the same way, but it must not be reduced merely to its properties. The latter never exist by themselves, without a material substratum. They are always inherent in certain definite objects. Matter always has a certain organization. It exists in the form of specific material systems. A system is an internally ordered plurality of interconnected elements. The connection between the elements of a system is always more powerful, stable, and intrinsically necessary than the connection between any of its elements and the environment, and the elements of other systems. The internal orderedness of a system is expressed in the set of laws governing the connections and interactions between its elements. Each law expresses a certain order or type of connection. The structure of a system is the sum of the internal connections between its elements, and also the laws of these connections. Structure is an indispensable element of all existing systems. The concepts of system and demi-ent are correlative. Any system may be an element of an even larger system. Similarly, an element may be a system if we are concerned with its structure, with deeper structural levels of matter. But this correlativity of concepts does not mean that systems have been invented by man merely as a convenient means of classifying phenomena. Systems exist objectively, as ordered integral formations. The range of present-day knowledge of matter extends from 10*15 cm to 1028 cm. All matter within these limits, i.e., all known matter, possesses a structural organization. Tentatively, one may identify the following basic types of material systems and the corresponding structural levels of matter. In inanimate nature, elementary particles and fields, atomic nuclei, atoms, molecules, aggregates of molecules, macroscopic bodies, geological formations, the Earth and other planets, the Sun and other stars, local groups of stars, the galaxy, systems of galaxies, and the metagalaxy, which is only one of the systems of the infinite universe. In animate nature, biosystems, intraorganic and superorganic. The former include the DNA and RNA molecules, as vehicles of heredity, complexes of protein molecules, cells, tissues, organs, functional systems, and the organism as a whole. Superorganic systems include families of organisms, colonies, and various population species, biological communities, geographical landscapes, and the whole biosphere. In society, the types of intersecting systems are also numerous: man, the family, various groups, communities, associations and organizations, parties, classes, states, systems of states, and society as a whole. This is a very general and far from complete classification, because at every structural level large numbers of additional interpenetrating systems based on various forms of connections and interconnections of their elements may be identified. The factors determining the integrity of systems are constantly becoming more complex as matter ascends in its development. In inanimate nature, the integrity of systems is determined by the nuclear, electromagnetic, and gravitational forces of their connections. A system may be accounted integral if the energy of the interaction between its elements exceeds the total kinetic energy of these elements plus the energy of external influences tending to destroy the system. Otherwise the system either does not come about or disintegrates. In animate nature, integrity is determined not only by these factors, but also by formation processes of connection and control, self-regulation, and reproduction at various structural levels. The integrity of social systems is determined by numerous social connections and relations. The most accurate and detailed classification of the basic forms of matter is that based on types of material systems and the corresponding levels of matter. There is also a widespread classification of forms of matter according to fundamental physical properties. This classification begins with substance, comprising all particles, macroscopic bodies, and other systems possessing finite rest mass. Then comes objectively existing anti-substance, comprising antiparticles, and sometimes incorrectly called antimatter. Atoms and molecules made up of antiparticles may in the absence of ordinary forms of substance be stable and form macroscopic bodies and even cosmic systems. In these bodies the laws of motion and development of matter would be the same as those that pertain in the world around us. In addition there are what may be termed insubstantial forms of matter, electromagnetic and gravitational fields, and also neutrinos and antineutrinos of various types, none of which possess finite rest mass. Field and substance should not be opposed to each other because fields exist in the structure of all substantial systems and help to hold them together. The dialectical materialist theory of matter and the forms of its existence provides a methodological foundation for scientific research, for the elaboration of an integral scientific worldview and the interpretation of scientific discoveries consistent with reality. It is constantly extending its vision and insight with the advance of scientific knowledge, which seeks an ever fuller and deeper reflection of the laws of the existence of matter. As we get to know the world around us, we see that there is nothing in it that is absolutely stationary and immutable, everything is in motion and passing from one form into another. Elementary particles, atoms, and molecules move within all material objects, every object interacts with its environment, and this interaction is bound to involve motion of some kind or another. Any body, even a body that is stationary in relation to the Earth, moves together with it around the Sun, and together with the Sun in relation to the other stars of the galaxy, foliage in turn moves in relation to other stellar systems, and so on. Nowhere is there absolute equilibrium, rest, and immobility, all rest and equilibrium are relative, are actually a state of motion. The stability of a body's structure and external form depends on the interaction of the microparticles composing it, and all interaction taking place in space and time is motion. Conversely, all motion includes the interaction of the various elements of matter. Taken in its most general form, motion means the same thing as change, as any transition from one state to another. Motion is the universal attribute, the mode of existence of matter. Nowhere in the world can there be matter without motion, just as there can be no motion without matter. This important proposition may be proved by the rule of contraries. Let us suppose the existence of a certain form of matter possessing no motion whatever, internal or external. Since interaction involves motion, this hypothetical matter could have no internal or external connections or interactions. But in that case it would also be structureless and devoid of any elements because without interacting the latter could not unite with each other and produce this form of matter. Nothing could arise out of this hypothetical matter because it would have no connections or interactions. It would be totally unable to reveal its existence in relation to any other bodies because it would have no power to influence them. It would possess no properties because every property is the result of internal and external connections and interactions and is also revealed in interactions. And finally, it would in principle be unknowable to us since all cognition of external objects can take place only through their influence on our sense organs and scientific instruments. We should have no reason to suppose the existence of such matter because no information from it would ever reach us. If we add up all these non-features we get a pure nothing, a fiction that has absolutely no correspondence with reality. Consequently, if any possible objects of the external world possess certain properties or structure, reveal their existence in relation to other bodies and may in principle be cognized, all this is the result of their intrinsic motion and interaction with the environment. Since it is inseparably bound up with motion and possesses intrinsic activity, matter does not need any external, divine first push to set it in motion. Matter is the substratum of all change, there is no such thing as motion divorced from matter, just as there is no energy W without matter. The possibility of the existence of motion W without a substratum, the conversion of matter into energy, was allowed by the advocates of energism. These philosophers identified mass with matter, then, mass with energy, and eventually drew the conclusion that matter and energy were the same thing. The spirit of energism persists in the reasoning of some contemporary scientists, who on the basis of the formula E=mc2 infer the equivalence of matter and energy. The conversion of particles and antiparticles into photons is regarded as the destruction of matter and its conversion into pure energy. In reality, however, photons, or Q-unta of an electromagnetic field, are a particular form of matter in motion. Matter is not destroyed but passes from one form to another in a process strictly conforming to the laws of the conservation of mass, energy, electrical charge, impulse, moment of impulse, and some other properties of microparticles. Energy in general cannot exist separately from matter and is always one of the most important properties of matter. Energy is a quantitative measure of motion expressing the internal activity of matter, the ability of material systems to perform certain work or bring about changes in the external environment on the basis of internal structural changes. In this case, from a bound state, energy passes into active forms, for example, the energy of irradiation. Nature confronts us with innumerable qualitatively differing systems, each of which possesses its own, specific kind of emotion. Only a small number of these motions, which may be subdivided into a series of basic forms of motion, are known to present-day science. These are the modes of existence and functioning of material systems at the corresponding structural levels. The basic forms of emotion include sets of processes that obey general laws. The classification of the basic forms of motion owes much to Engels, who in his Dialectics of Nature spoke of the existence of the following forms of motion: mechanical, physical, chemical, biological, and social. This classification retains its significance even today. It proceeds from the principle of the historical development of matter and the principle that higher forms of motion cannot be qualitatively reduced to lower forms. In the last 100 years, science has discovered a great number of new phenomena in the microcosm and the macrocosm, the emotion and mutations of elementary particles, processes in atomic nuclei, in stars, in supersolid states of matter, expansion of the metagalaxy, and so on. Of the basic forms of motion today, we must first mention those that are to be found at all known structural levels of matter and in all spatial scales. They fall into three groups: spatial displacement, the mechanical motion of the atoms, molecules, macroscopic and cosmic bodies, dissemination of electromagnetic and gravitational waves, motion of elementary particles, electromagnetic interaction, and gravitational interaction. Then come the forms of motion that appear only at certain structural levels in inanimate nature, and in society. In inanimate nature, these are primarily the interactions and mutations of elementary particles and atomic nuclei. The various kinds of nuclear energy are a particular manifestation of this form of emotion. As a result of the redistribution of connections between atoms and molecules and changes in the structure of molecules, some substances turn into others. This process is the chemical form of emotion. We must also mention the forms of motion of macroscopic bodies: heat, processes of crystallization, changes in aggregate states, structural changes in solids, fluids, gases, and plasma. The geological form of motion comprises a complex of physico-chemical processes connected with the formation of various minerals, ores, and other substances in conditions of high temperature and pressure. In the stars there appear such forms of motion as self-supporting thermonuclear reactions and formation of chemical elements. With cosmic bodies of great mass and density, such processes as gravitational collapse and conversion to supersolid states may take 70 place. This happens when a body's gravitational field becomes so powerful as to prevent all particles of matter and electromagnetic radiation from escaping. On the scale of the macrocosm, we are witnessing a grandiose expansion of the metagalaxy, which appears to be a stage in the form of emotion of this gigantic material system. Each structural level of matter has its own forms of motion and functioning of the corresponding material systems. The forms of motion in animate nature comprise processes occurring both within living organisms and in superorganic systems. Life is the mode of existence of protein bodies and nucleic acids, which consists in metabolism, in the constant exchange of substances between the organism and the environment, the processes of reflection and self-regulation, and the reproduction of organisms. All living organisms are open systems. Constantly exchanging substance and energy with the environment, the living organism recreates its structure and functions, and keeps them relatively stable. This metabolism leads to the constant self-renewal of the cellular composition of tissues. Life is a system of forms of motion and comprises processes of interaction, change, and development in superorganic biological systems, colonies of organisms, species, biothenoses, biogeocenoses, and the whole biosphere. The highest stage in the development of matter on Earth is human society with its inherent social forms of motion. These forms constantly become more complex as society advances. They comprise various manifestations of people's purposeful activity, all social changes and forms of interaction between various social systems from man to the state and society as a whole. A manifestation of the social forms of motion may be seen also in the processes of reflection of reality in thought, which are based on synthesis of all the physico-chemical and biological forms of emotion in the human brain. All forms of the motion of matter are closely interconnected. This interconnection reveals itself primarily in the historical development of matter and in the emergence of higher forms of emotion on the basis of the relatively lower. The higher forms of emotion synthesize these lower forms. Thus the human organism functions on the basis of the interaction of the closely related physico-chemical and biological forms of motion, while at the same time human beings are individuals, vehicles of social forms of emotion. In studying the interrelations of the forms of emotion, it is important to avoid separating the higher from the lower forms or mechanically reducing the one to the other. If one separates them. 71. There is no possibility of explaining the origin and structural peculiarities of the higher forms. On the other hand, ignoring the specific qualities of the higher forms of emotion and crudely reducing them to lower forms leads to mechanicism and oversimplification. Knowledge of the relationships between the forms of motion provides an important clue to the material unity of the world, the specific features of the historical development of matter. Studying matter is largely a question of studying the forms of its emotion, and if we could know all about emotion, we should also know about matter in all its manifestations. But this process is infinite. Discovery of the laws governing the interrelationship of the forms of motion guides us towards knowledge of the essence of life and other higher forms of emotion, towards modeling the functions of complex systems, including the human brain, and technological systems of increasing complexity. Scientific and technical advance opens up boundless prospects in this direction. 3. Space and time. All the objects in the world around us possess certain dimensions, extension in various directions, and move in relation to one another or, together with the Earth, in relation to other space bodies. Similarly, all objects arise and change in time. Space and time are universal forms of the existence of all material systems and processes. No object exists outside space and time, just as space and time cannot exist by themselves, outside matter in motion. We often look upon space and time as universal conditions of the existence of bodies. This approach does not lead us into error as long as we are dealing only with concrete bodies and systems. Every body or system exists and moves in the spatial structure of an even larger system, the galaxy, groups of galaxies, and so on. The emergence and the whole cycle of development of the smaller system manifests itself as a time stage in the development of the greater system of which it forms a part. The space and time of the latter are conditions for the development of any of the subsystems comprising it. But this notion of space and time as conditions of existence becomes untenable when we move on to a consideration of matter as a whole. If we accepted it, we should have to acknowledge that besides matter there also existed space and time in which matter was somehow immersed. In the past this approach led to concept ions of absolute space and time as the external conditions of the existence of matter. Space was regarded as an infinite void containing all bodies and not depending on matter, and absolute time as a steady flow of duration in which everything appeared and disappeared, but which did not itself depend on any processes in the universe. Scientific advance has exploded these notions. No such absolute space consisting of an infinite void exists. Everywhere there is matter in certain form S, and space is a universal property of matter. Similarly, there is no absolute time. Time is always indissolubly connected with motion and the development of matter. Space and time exist objectively and independently of consciousness, but not independently of matter. Space is the form of existence of matter that expresses its extent and structure, the coexistence and interaction of elements in various material systems. Time is the form of the existence of matter characterizing the duration of the existence of all objects and the sequence in which states of matter replace each other. All properties of space and time depend on motion and the structural relations in material systems and must be inferred from them. Of the properties of space and time we may single out the universal, which manifest themselves at all known structural levels of matter, and the particular and the individual, which inhere in only some states of matter or even individual objects. The universal properties are inseparably linked with other attributes of matter and the dialectical laws of its existence. They are of paramount importance for philosophy. The main universal properties of space comprise extent, which signifies the location in relation to one another of various elements, the possibility of adding to any given element some other element or of reducing the number of elements. Space without extent would exclude all possibility of quantitative change in its elements and also any structure of material formations. The fact that there are coexisting and interacting elements in material systems, is what gives the internal space of such systems extension. So extension is organically connected with the structure of systems. The universal properties of space also include its inseparable connection with time and the motion of matter, and the dependence of structural relations in material systems. Unity of continuity and discontinuity is inherent in space. Discontinuity is relative and reveals itself in the separate existence of material objects and systems, each of which has certain dimensions and limits. But material fields extend continuously throughout all systems. The continuity of space also reveals itself in the spatial movement of bodies. A body moving towards a 73 certain place passes through the whole infinite sequence of elements of length between them. Thus, another feature of space is its cohesion, there are no gaps in it. Space is three-dimensional, a fact that is organically connected with the structural nature of systems and their motion. The extension of space is closely related to metrical relations, which express the specific connections of spatial elements, the order and quantitative laws of these connections. The metrical relations of the plane, the sphere, the pseudosphere and other surfaces are expressed in various types of geometry, Euclidean and non-Euclidean. Possession of certain metrical properties is one of the universal characteristics of space. Of the universal properties of time we should mention its continuous connection with the extent and motion of matter, its duration, asymmetry, irreversibility, non-cyclical nature, unity of continuity and discontinuity, cohesion and dependence on structural relations in material systems. Duration is the consistency of the existence of material objects, their conservation in a relatively stable form. Since the speed of change of any process is finite, duration is formed by the occurrence of one moment of time after another. It is similar to the extension of space and results from the conservation of matter and motion. This conservation also conditions the cohesion of time, its continuity, which is universal and absolute. Discontinuity is characteristic only of the duration of existence of concrete qualitative states of matter, each of which appears and disappears, passing into other forms. but the elements of matter of which they consist may not appear or disappear in this process but merely change their connections, forming different bodies. In this sense the discontinuity of the lifetime of matter is relative, while the continuity is absolute. This fact is expressed in the laws of the conservation of matter and its primary properties. The asymmetry or one-directionality of time indicates that it changes only from the past to the future, that such change is irreversible. In space one can move in any direction. In time movement towards the past is impossible, all change occurs in such a way that it brings about the next, future moment of time. States or cycles that have already occurred can never be absolutely and fully repeated. All cycles are relative and express only the fact that processes are more or less repeatable. But in every cycle there is always something new and time is always irreversible. This irreversibility of time is determined by the asymmetry of cause-effect. 74. Relations, the general irreversibility of the process of the development of matter, in which new possibilities, qualitative states, and trends are always appearing. The development of science in this century has thrown new light on the connection of the properties of space and time with material processes. The theory of relativity has proved that as the velocity of bodies increases their dimensions relatively decrease in the direction of their motion and that all processes in them tend to slow down. A slowing down of processes also occurs under the influence of very powerful gravitational fields created by large accumulations of substance. As a result, the spectral lines of radiation emitted by objects known as quasars are shifted to the red side of the spectrum. The influence of gravity gives rise to the space curve, due to the effect of the distortion of light rays in gravitational fields. It is possible for the mass and density of a system to become so great that light rays begin to move on a closed circuit in its immediate vicinity. Such an effect would occur, for example, if the whole mass of the Sun were concentrated in a globe 2.5 kilometers in diameter. In recent years similar phenomena have been observed in the galaxy due to the effect of gravitational collapse. At first it was assumed that such objects or phenomena were absolutely closed because they did not emit any radiation. But it later became clear that they create a static gravitational field and absorb interstellar dust and gas from the surrounding space. When particles of matter fall on such a superdense object they clash with each other causing powerful electromagnetic irradiation, which is registered by instruments on Earth. This proves once again that there is no ground for assuming the existence of absolutely closed systems in space. In any case such systems would never reveal their existence in relation to other bodies and we should never receive any information about them. Thus there is no ground whatever for asserting that they exist. The universal properties of space and time also include their infinity. Since matter is absolute, uncreatable, and indestructible, it exists eternally. Any assumption that time is finite, that it must have a stop, inevitably leads to religious conclusions about the creation of the world and time by God, which has been totally disproved by all the findings of science and practice. The infinity of time should not be understood as unlimited monotonous existence in certain similar forms and states. Matter has always been and always will be in an unfailing state of self. 75. Development, which implies the endless appearance of qualitatively new forms, states, tendencies and laws of change. The infinity of time has not only a quantitative aspect but also a qualitative aspect, connected with the historical development of matter and its structural inexhaustibility. Matter is also infinite in its spatial forms of existence. From the theoretical principles of cosmology and observed data it follows that the spectral lines of the galaxies have a shift towards the red side of the spectrum. This shift indicates that they are moving away from each other. The speed of this departure increases with distance and in the case of the objects observed that are farthest away achieves half the speed of light. There are grounds for believing that this expansion is a local process and that in the universe apart from our galaxy there are countless other cosmic systems with all kinds of structural organization and space-time properties. The infinity of space also has qualitative aspects connected with the structural heterogeneity of matter. The process of discovering the material world includes the important element of studying the space-time properties and relations of bodies. Besides the universal properties of space and time that we have considered, it is of great importance to know their particular properties. These include the concrete spatial forms and dimensions of material systems, their lifespan in units of terrestrial time, the rhythm of processes in systems, the metrical properties, the symmetry or asymmetry in the structure of a system, the relations of spatial similarity, and so on. All these properties are derivative of motion and the interaction of matter. Research into space-time relations is carried on in one or another form by nearly all the sciences. Thus, biology gives precedence to the problem of rhythm in the various subsystems of living organisms and the asymmetry of the molecules of animate substance in spatial structure. In social life we observe an acceleration of development and today an ever-increasing number of scientific and technical discoveries and social changes takes place per unit of physical time. For the material unity of the world, there is nothing in the world that is not a certain state of matter, one of its properties, a form of motion, a product of its historical development, that is not ultimately conditioned by material causes and interactions. Man himself is the most complex of all known. 76. Material systems and all manifestations of his activity, including the higher forms of mental reflection and creation, have a material origin and depend on social relations. Awareness of the material unity of the world is a result of historical development of science and practice. At one time the contrasting of the earthly and heavenly spheres was widely accepted. All celestial phenomena were consigned to the latter, which was considered eternal and intransient, as opposed to the transient matter of earth. The development of astronomy, physics, and other sciences has disposed of these beliefs. The movements of the planets and other space bodies have been classified and their chemical composition investigated. By physical and chemical research we have learned to predict states of matter that do not occur on Earth or in the solar system, superdense states of matter and neutron stars, for example, and to explain in general terms the nature of the energy of the stars and the stages of their evolution. An ongoing process of integration of the sciences has helped to create an overall scientific picture of the world as moving and developing matter. The exponents of religious idealist philosophies always inferred the unity of the world from a guiding divine will. In their view, G5D created this world and was its ultimate essence or substance. It was God who determined the universal connection and development of all things. This understanding of the unity of the world is the point of departure of contemporary neo-Thomism. This doctrine does not deny the objective reality and existence of matter but regards them as a secondary reality in relation to the higher reality of God. In Hegel's system of objective idealism, the unity of the world was based on the notion that all phenomena were a form of the other being of the self-developing absolute spirit, which implied a divine universal reason. But the religious idealist understanding of the world never advanced knowledge a single step because it merely substituted one unknown for another unknown, the divine will, the absolute spirit, and so on. Realistically minded scientists were never satisfied with this explanation and looked for natural material causes of all phenomena and tried to deduce them from the objective laws of nature. This gave a tremendous boost to the development of the natural sciences, which step by step unfolded a picture of the material unity of the world and the natural determinacy of all phenomena. The works of the outstanding materialists of the past, Democritus, Epicurus, Lucretius, Bacon, Hobbes, Lomonosov, Holbach, Helvetius, Diderot, Feuerbach, Chemishevsky and Herzen made a profound study of the material unity of the world, its eternal. 77. Mutability and development, and the natural origin of all living beings and human society. Admittedly, these thinkers were unable to give a consistent materialist explanation of the driving forces and laws of development of society and ascribed them to human idealism. This defect of early materialism was overcome by Marxist philosophy. Marx and Engels evolved dialectical and historical materialism, a consistent monistic world outlook, which reveals the essence of natural and social phenomena on the basis of a unified system of principles. As the highest product of the development of nature, society is a socially organized form of matter. Its development is determined primarily by material connections and relations, interaction with nature, progress in the mode of production of material values, perfection of material and spiritual culture, development of material means of communication. But the higher spiritual values also have their effect on social progress. The achievements of science, political opinions, moral and aesthetic principles reach the minds of the working masses and are embodied through the process of labor and the functioning of production in material values, new means of production, objects of everyday life, experimental and measuring instruments, the material means of controlling production, and works of art. Dialectical materialist monism offers a scientific and integral explanation of nature and society and provides a methodological basis for the investigation in depth of all new, hitherto unknown phenomena. In the past, some philosophers who considered themselves to be materialists proposed their own special conceptions of the unity of the world. One such conception was evolved by Eugen Dühring, whose views were criticized by Engels in his book Anti-Dühring. Dühring maintained that the unity of the world lay in the fact that it objectively existed, that it possessed being. He ignored the fundamental fact that theologists, the advocates of objective idealism, also recognize the existence of the world but regard it as secondary in relation to the higher, divine existence. This basic error was noted by Engels, who wrote, "The unity of the world does not consist in its being, although its being is a precondition of its unity, as it must certainly first be before it can be one. The real unity of the world consists in its materiality, and this is proved not by a few juggled phrases, but by a long and wearisome development of philosophy and natural science. 1. The unity of the world cannot be reduced merely to the homo. 1 F. Engels, Anti-Dühring, p. 60. 78. Unity of its physico-chemical composition or to the fact that all phenomena obey certain known physical laws. Owing to the operation of the universal law of the passing of quantitative into qualitative changes, each specific quality exists within certain limits, in finite space-time scales. It cannot be extrapolated to infinity. So every specific scientific theory has a limited sphere of application. The truth is always concrete, and every scientific theory must of necessity be an open-ended system of knowledge. Matter is infinitely diverse in its manifestation. As space-time scales change at certain stages, there inevitably occur certain qualitative changes in particular properties, in forms of structural organization, in the laws of the motion of matter. Many laws of the microcosm differ in quality from the laws of macroscopic phenomena, and on the gigantic scale of the universe there are states and processes of matter, the theory of which has yet to be evolved. Nevertheless, despite all the qualitative diversity and structural inexhaustibility of matter, the universe is one. This unity manifests itself on a global scale in the absoluteness, substantiality and eternal nature of matter and its attributes, in the immutable connection and conditioning of all material systems and structural levels, in the natural determination of their properties, in the interchanging multiplicity of forms of matter in emotion, in the correspondence between the universal laws of the conservation of matter and its basic properties. The unity of the world also reveals itself in the historical development of matter, in the emergence of more complex forms of matter and motion on the basis of relatively less complicated forms. And finally, it finds expression in the operation of universal dialectical regularities of existence, which may be observed in the structure and development of all material systems. The homogeneity of the physico-chemical composition of bodies, the universality of their quantitative laws of emotion, the similarity in the structure and functions of systems, the resemblance of properties, which makes it possible to model complex systems and processes on the basis of simpler phenomena for the purpose of discovering fresh information about the world, are local manifestations of universal unity. The dialectical materialist theory of matter and its forms of existence is the foundation of Marxist-Leninist philosophy, the basis of its integrated monistic world outlook. It is of great importance as a method for modern science and helps us to integrate the sciences and evolve an integral conception of the world as moving and developing matter. CHAPTERIV. Consciousness as an attribute of highly organized matter. Man possesses the wonderful gift of consciousness, of mind, with its ability to reach back into the distant past, or probe the future, its world of dream and fantasy, its ability to penetrate into the realm of the unknown. What is consciousness? What are its origins and peculiar features? Consciousness as a function of the human brain. Man began to ponder the riddle of his consciousness a very long time ago. For many centuries the best minds of mankind have tried to discover the nature of consciousness, have wrestled with the questions of how inanimate matter at some stage in its development engenders animate matter, and how animate matter engenders consciousness. What is the structure and function of consciousness? What is the mechanism of the transition from sensation and perception to thought, from the sensuously concrete to the abstractly theoretical? How does the consciousness relate to the material physiological processes that occur in the cortex? These and many other closely related problems remained for a long time beyond the bounds of strictly objective scientific research. Various idealist and religious interpretations of the phenomena of consciousness are widely held. According to these conceptions, consciousness is a manifestation of a certain non-material substance, the SOUR5, which is allegedly immortal and eternal, independent of matter in general and of the human brain in particular, and lives a life of its own. Unable to explain the natural causes of dreams, of fainting, of death and of various cognitive, emotional, and volitional processes, the ancients arrived at false conclusions about these phenomena. Dreams, for instance, were interpreted as the impressions of the soul leaving the body during sleep and traveling to various places. Death was conceived as a form of sleep, when the soul for some unknown reason failed to return to the body that it has quitted. These naive fantastic beliefs were further developed and acquired a theoretical substantiation and consolidation in various idealist philosophical and theological systems. Any idealist system was bound in one way or another to proclaim consciousness an independent supernatural essence, not only independent of matter but even creating the whole world and controlling its emotion and development. In contrast to these various idealist beliefs, materialism proceeds from the fact that consciousness is a function of the human brain, the essence of which lies in the reflection of reality. At the same time, the problem of consciousness has turned out to be extremely difficult for materialist philosophers and psychologists as well. Some materialists, baffled by the problem of the origin of consciousness, came to regard it as an attribute of matter, as its eternal property, inherent in all its forms, higher and lower. They declared all matter animate. This belief has been called hylozoism. Dialectical materialism proceeds from the fact that consciousness is an attribute not of any matter but of highly organized matter. Consciousness is connected with the activity of the human brain, with the specifically human, social way of life. As the founders of Marxism emphasized, consciousness can never be anything but consciously apprehended existence, and people's existence is the real process of their life. The dialectical materialist concept of consciousness is based on the principle of reflection, that is, the mental reproduction of the object in the brain of the individual in the form of sensations, perceptions, representations, propositions, inferences and concepts. The content of consciousness is ultimately determined by surrounding reality, and its material substratum, or vehicle, is the human brain. In the course of evolution, animals acquired the ability to mentally reflect external influences only when they developed a nervous system. The improvement of the mentality of animals under the influence of their changing way of life was closely connected with the development of their brain. Man's consciousness arose and is developing in close connection with the rise and development of the specifically human brain under the influence of labor activity, social relations, and intercourse. The brain is the organ of consciousness understood as the highest form of the mental reflection of reality. The human brain is an extremely sensitive nervous apparatus consisting of a vast number of nerve cells. The total has been estimated at 15,000 million. Each of these cells is in contact with the others, and all of them together with the nerve endings of the sense organs form a highly intricate network with countless connections. The human brain has an extremely complex hierarchical structure. The simplest forms of reflection, analysis, and synthesis of external influences and regulation of behavior are performed by the lower sections of the central nervous system, the spinal cord, the medulla oblongata, the middle brain and the diencephalon, while the more complex forms are controlled by the higher sections, above all, the cerebral hemispheres. Excitations evoked by the action of external agents on the sense organs travel along the nerve fibers to various parts of the cortex of the cerebral hemispheres. The subcortical apparatus of the brain is the organ of extremely complex forms of activity transmitted by heredity, i.e., inborn or instinctive activity. This part of the brain performs an independent function in the lower vertebrates and tends to lose its independence in the higher vertebrates, the mammals, and particularly in man. The interaction between the organism and the environment, and also between various parts of the organism and between its organs, is effected with the aid of reflexes, that is, reactions of the organism evoked by irritation of the sense organs and performed with the participation of the central nervous system. Reflexes are classified in two basic groups: unconditioned and conditioned. Unconditioned reflexes are inborn, inherited reactions of the organism to the influence of the external environment. Conditioned reflexes are reactions of the organism acquired in the process of life activity. Their character depends on the individual experience of the animal or human being. The theory of the reflex activity of the brain was developed by many scientists in various countries, a notable contribution being made by the Russian scientists Sycherov, Pavlov, Vidinsky, Ukhtomsky, and Orbeli. They adopted strictly materialist positions and proceeded from the idea that there is an indissoluble unity between the physiological and the mental. Research on the physiological mechanisms of consciousness and mental activity in general has benefited from the ideas advanced by the Soviet scientists Anokhin and Bernstein on the construction of goals of action in the process of cerebral activity. The brain is an exceptionally complex functional system. To understand its functioning correctly, we must combine the data obtained from study of separate nerve cells with research into the external behavior of the individual. No feeling, sensation, or impulse can occur outside the physiological processes in the brain. The idea that the human brain is the organ of thought arose in earliest times, and is today generally accepted in science. Even in modern times, however, some idealist philosophers contest the proposition that consciousness is a function of the brain. Consciousness is a product of the brain's activity, and it arises only thanks to external influence reaching the brain through the sense organs. The sense organs are the apparatuses that reflect and inform the organism of changes in the external environment or within the organism itself. They may therefore be divided into external and internal organs. The external sense organs are the senses of sight, hearing, smell, taste, and skin sensitivity. The signals that reach the brain from the sense organs carry information about the qualities of things, their connections, and relationships. The sense organs and their corresponding nerve formations taken together were called by Pavlov analyzers. The analysis of the influence of the environment begins in the peripheral part of the analyzer, the receptor, where some particular type of energy is singled out from all the multiplicity of types of energy influencing the organism. The highest and most subtle analysis is achieved only with the help of the cortex. Excitation of the sense organs only produces sensation, becomes a fact of consciousness, when it reaches the brain. The cortical physiological processes are the necessary material mechanisms of reflective mental activity, of the phenomena of consciousness. The physiological mechanisms of mental phenomena are not identical to the content of the mind, which is the reflection of reality in the form of subjective, ideal images. Dialectical materialism is opposed to the primitive interpretation of the essence of consciousness by the advocates of vulgar materialism, which reduces the consciousness to its material substratum, the physiological neural processes occurring in the brain. Every natural scientist is bound to reach the conclusion, wrote Karl Voigt, that all the abilities that are called psychical activity are in fact only motions of the cortical substance, or, to express it somewhat more bluntly, thought is in almost the same relationship to the cortex as bile is to the liver. Point 1. This is the sense in which Voigt sees consciousness as something material. It is a great mistake to identify consciousness with matter. Criticizing the vulgar materialist mistakes of Joseph Dietzgen, who assumed that the mind differs no more from the table, light, sound, than these things differ from each other, Lenin wrote. This is obviously false. That both thought and matter are real, i.e., exist, is true. But to say that thought is material is to make a false step, a step towards confusing materialism and idealism. One no less fallacious is the dualistic concept of psychophysical parallelism, according to which psychical and material processes are absolutely heterogeneous essences, between which there is a great gap. Some advocates of this concept have assumed that the correspondence which we observe between physiological and psychical processes is ordained by God. Consciousness is not a special essence divorced from matter. But the image of the object created in the human brain cannot be reduced to the material object itself, which exists outside the subject, the knower. Nor can it be identified with the physiological processes that occur in the brain and generate this image. Thought, consciousness are real things. But they are not objective realities, they are something subjective, ideal. Consciousness is the subjective image of the objective world. When we speak of the subjectivity of an image, we have in mind the fact that it is not a distorted reflection of reality, but something ideal, that is, as Karl Marx noted, something material that has been transformed and reprocessed in the brain of the individual. A thing in a person's consciousness is an image, and the real thing is its prototype. The fundamental distinction between the materialist and the adherent of idealist philosophy, Lenin wrote, consists in the fact that the materialist regards sensation, perception, idea, and the mind of man generally, as an image of objective reality. The world is the movement of this objective reality reflected by our consciousness. To the movement of ideas, perceptions, etc., there corresponds the movement of matter outside me. 1. To the emergence, functioning and development of consciousness is intimately linked with man's acquisition of knowledge of certain objects or phenomena. The way in which consciousness is, wrote Marx, and in which something is for it, is knowing. Something comes to be for consciousness insofar as the latter knows this something. 3. Consciousness would be impossible if man did not have a cognitive relation to the objective world. At the same time, when we speak of consciousness, we are mainly interested in it as spiritual activity, as an ideal phenomenon that differs qualitatively from the material. Cognition is the activity of the consciousness directed towards reflection of the surrounding world. Not all of man's mental activity is conscious. The concept of the psyche, the mental, is wider than the concept of consciousness. Animals have mentality but no consciousness. A child's mental life begins as soon as it is born, before it has yet acquired consciousness. When a person falls asleep and sees fanciful scenes, these are psychical phenomena, but they are not consciousness. And even when a person is awake, not all of his mental processes are illuminated by the light of consciousness. Life demands of a person not only conscious forms of behavior, but also unconscious ones that relieve him of the need to alert his consciousness when this is not necessary. Unconscious forms of behavior are based on the hidden recording of information concerning the properties and relationships of things. The range of the unconscious is fairly wide, embracing sensations, perceptions, and representations when they proceed outside the focus of consciousness, and also instincts, skills, intuition, and orientation. The problem of the unconscious has always been the subject of acute controversy between materialism and idealism. One of the most widespread theories of the unconscious is that of the Austrian psychiatrist Sigmund Freud. Freud investigated many aspects of the unconscious, revealed its place and role in mental illness. But Freud incorrectly maintained that consciousness is determined by the unconscious, which he regarded as a highly charged complex of instinctive urges. According to Freud, the structure of the personal ity, its behavior, character, and also all human culture are determined ultimately by people's inborn emotions, by their instincts and drives, whose inner core is the sexual instinct. Marxism rejects these irrationalist notions of mental life, which exaggerate the role of biological factors. Marxism asserts that the guiding principle in human behavior is reason, consciousness. Unlike the animals, the normal human being is governed by conscious mental activity. Consciousness is an integrated system of diverse but closely connected cognitive and emotional volitional elements. The initial sensory image, the most elementary fact of consciousness, is sensation, by means of which the subject comes into direct contact with objective reality. Sensation is the reflection of individual properties of objects during their immediate action on the sense organs. Singling out the reflection of quality as the main factor in sensation, Lenin wrote that the very first and most 85 familiar to us is sensation, and in it there is inevitably also quality. This is also expressed in speech. When we name any sensation, what we have in mind is precisely the quality given in the sensation: red, blue, sweet, spicy, and so on. Lenin characterized sensations as the conversion of the energy of external irritation into a fact of consciousness. The loss of the ability to feel must inevitably entail the loss of consciousness. Whereas sensations reflect only the separate qualities of things, the thing as a whole, in the unity of its various sensorily reproduced properties, is reflected in perception. A person's perception usually includes apprehension of objects, their properties, and relationships. For this reason, the character of perception depends on the level of knowledge that a person possesses and on his interests. The process of sensory reflection is not confined to sensation and perception. A higher form of sensory 7 reflection is representation. This is imaginal knowledge of objects that we have perceived in the past but that are not acting on our senses at the given moment. Representations, or images, arise as a result of the perception of external influences and their subsequent retention in the memory. The images with which man's consciousness operates are not restricted to the reproduction of what is sensorily perceived. A person may creatively combine and with relative freedom create new images in his consciousness. The highest form of representation is productive, creative imagination. Owing to its relative freedom from the immediate influence of the object and its generalization of the total evidence of the senses into a single conceivable image, representation is an important stage in the process of reflection, which moves from sensation to thinking. Dialectical materialism acknowledges the qualitative difference between representation and thought but does not divorce them from each other. Characterizing the dialectics of the interrelationship between representation and thought, Lenin wrote, "Is sensuous representation closer to reality than thought? Both yes and no. Sensuous representation cannot apprehend movement as a whole. It cannot, for example, apprehend movement at a speed of 300,000 km per second, but thought does and must apprehend it. 1-2 Theoretical thinking, which takes the form of concepts, propositions, and inferences, is a reflection of the essential, law-governed relationships of things. Some aspects of the world that are inaccessible to sense perception are open to thought. On the basis of the visible, tangible, audible, and so on, we are able, thanks to our ability to think, to penetrate into the invisible, intangible, and inaudible. By means of thought we make the dialectical transition from the external to the internal, from phenomena to the essence of things, processes, and so on. While it is the highest form of reflective activity, thinking is also present at the sensory stage. As soon as a person senses or perceives something he begins to think, to apprehend the results of sensory 7 perceptions. Consciousness is not only the process of cognition and its result knowledge, it is also the emotional experience of what is cognized, a certain evaluation of things, qualities, and their relationships. Without emotional experiences which help to mobilize or inhibit our energies, it is impossible to have certain relationships to the world. There has never been, nor can there be, any human search for truth without human emotions. 1. The mainspring of people's behavior and consciousness is need man's dependence on the external world, the individual's subjective demands on the objective world, his need for such objects and conditions as are essential to his normal life activity, his self-assertion and development. Yet another important aspect of consciousness is self-consciousness. Life demands of a person that he should know not only the external world but also himself. In reflecting objective reality, man becomes aware not only of this process but also of himself as a feeling and thinking being, aware of his ideals, interests, and moral makeup. He singles himself out from the surrounding world and is aware of his attitude to that world, of what he feels, thinks, and does. A person's becoming aware of himself as an individual is, in fact, self-consciousness. Self-consciousness forms under the influence of social life, which demands of a person control over his behavior and responsibility for his actions. Consciousness exists not only within the individual. It becomes objectivist and enjoys a suprapersonal existence in the discoveries of science, in the creations of art, in legal and moral standards, and so on. All these manifestations of the social consciousness are a necessary 7 condition for the formation of the personal, individual consciousness. The consciousness of each individual person absorbs knowledge, beliefs, faiths, and evaluations of the social environment in which he lives. Man is a social being. Historically formed rules of thinking, standards of law and morality, aesthetic tastes, and so on mold a person's behavior and thinking, make him a representative of a certain way of life, level of culture and psychology. If man is social by nature, he will develop his true nature only in society, and the power of his nature must be measured not by the power of the separate individual but by the power of society. 1. Mental abilities and qualities are formed in the process of a person's life in society and are determined by specific social conditions. A person becomes a conscious being, rises to the level of personality, to the heights of contemporary thought only in the course of social development. A basic principle of the dialectical materialist interpretation of consciousness is acknowledgement of the inseparable connection between consciousness and activity, practice. Consciousness and the objective world are opposites that form a unity. The basis of this unity is practice, people's sensuously objective activities, which are expressed in labor, the class struggle, scientific experiment, and so on. It is these activities that make it necessary to reflect reality in human consciousness. The need for consciousness that gives a true reflection of the world lies, consequently, in the conditions and needs of social life itself. Although consciousness is a function of the brain, it is not the brain but the person, acting as the subject of transforming activity, as a maker of history, that is aware of reality. Consequently, the essence of human consciousness cannot be revealed by proceeding only from the anatomical, physiological properties of the brain. The emergence, functioning and development of consciousness is possible only in society, on the basis of people's practical activity. In influencing us, the objective world is reflected in the consciousness and becomes ideal. In its turn, consciousness, the ideal, is transformed by means of practical activity into reality, into the real. Consciousness is characterized by an active creative attitude to the external world, to oneself, to human activity. The activeness of consciousness can be seen in the fact that a person reflects the external world purposefully, selectively. He reproduces in his head objects and phenomena through the prism of the knowledge he has already acquired, his representations and concepts. Reality is recreated in human consciousness not in the dead form of a mirror-like reflection, but in a creatively transformed state. Consciousness is capable of creating images that anticipate reality. It has the ability to foresee. 88. Man's brain is built in such a way as not only to receive, preserve, and produce information, but also to draw up a plan of action and put it into effect through active direction. Human action is always designed to achieve an ultimate result, that is, a certain aim. Any significant action on the part of the individual represents the solution to some important problem, the realization of some intention. The succeeding stages of the process of action and activity as a whole are more or less clearly coordinated inasmuch as the whole process is predetermined by its goal, its plan. Speaking of the distinction between human labor activity and the behavior of the animals, Marx stressed that man not only changes the form of what is given in nature, in what is given by nature he also realizes his own conscious goal, which as a law determines the means and character of his actions and to which he must subordinate his will. The aim which a person strives to achieve is that which must be created, that which does not yet exist in reality. It is the ideal model of the desired future. A human action has as its precondition two closely connected processes. One of them is the setting of the goal, that is, the envisaging, the anticipation of the future, which proceeds from cognition of the relevant connections and relationships of things, and the other is the programming, the planning of action that should lead to realization of the goal. The setting of goals, that is, the foreseeing of the purpose for which a person carries out certain actions, is an essential condition of any conscious act. However, as Hegel observed, the essence of the matter is not accounted for by its aim, but by its realization. Point 1. The realization of the aim presupposes the application of means, that is, of what is created and exists for the sake of the aim. Man creates things which nature did not produce before him. The design, scale, form, and properties of the things that man has transformed and created are dictated by human needs and goals, they embody human ideas and plans. The fundamental vital meaning and historical necessity of the emergence and development of consciousness lie precisely in the creative and regulative activity designed to transform the world and make it serve the interests of man and society. This active transforming role of consciousness was what Lenin had in mind when he said, "Man's consciousness not only reflects the objective world, but creates it." The world does not satisfy man and man decides to change it by his activity. 1, 2, 3. Evolution of forms of reflection. The ability of the human brain to reflect reality is a result of the prolonged development of highly organized matter. Some philosophical and psychological conceptions erroneously assert that the problem of the emergence of consciousness from its biological preconditions is removed by the fact that only man is recognized as possessing mental faculties. This idea goes back to Descartes, who assumed that animals are merely complex machines. Exactly the opposite position is held by those who believe that not only animals but all nature is animate. Between these two extreme conceptions there is an intermediate position of biopsychism, according to which intelligence, mental activity, is a property only of living matter. Dialectical materialism rejects both the idea of the universal animism of matter and the idea that intelligence is inherent only in man. Nor does it share the position of biopsychism. Dialectical materialism proceeds from the fact that the mental reflection of the external world is a property of matter that appears at a high level of development of living beings when a nervous system is formed. When considering the sources of consciousness, Lenin advanced the idea that in its clearly expressed form sensation is associated only with the higher forms of matter, whereas the very edifice of matter is founded upon an ability resembling sensation, the quality of reflection. Reflection as a general property of matter is conditioned by the fact that objects and phenomena are in universal interconnection and interaction. In acting upon one another they produce certain changes. These changes take the form of traces, which register the peculiarities of the acting object or phenomenon. The forms of reflection depend on the specific nature and level of structural organization of the interacting bodies. The content of reflection, on the other hand, is expressed in what changes take place in the reflecting object and what aspects of the acting object or phenomenon they reproduce. The correlation between the results of reflection and the reflected object may be expressed in the form of isomorphism and homeomorphism. Isomorphism means a similarity between certain objects, the kind of resemblance in their form and structure that we find, for example, in a photograph. An isomorphous reflection is a close reproduction of the original. Homeomorphism is only an approximate reflection, for example, the reflection of a locality on a map. 90. Reflection is inherent in matter at all stages of its organization, but the highest forms of reflection are connected with living matter, with life. What is life? Life is a specific, complex form of the emotion of matter. Its important attributes are irritability, growth, and procreation. These are based on the exchange of substances, on metabolism. Metabolism is the essence of life. It involves a certain material substratum. Life is primarily a process of interaction between the organism and its environment. On our planet it takes the form of countless different organisms, from the simplest to the most complex, such as man. In the process of biological evolution, the increasing complexity of the structures and patterns of behavior of organisms is accompanied by a similar sophistication of the forms of reflection. Reflection and the forms which it assumes in various organisms directly depend on the character and level of their behavior, their activity. As their activity becomes more complex, living organisms acquire sense organs and develop a nervous system. At the same time, their very activity depends on the regulative influence of reflection. The initial, elementary form of reflection inherent in all living organisms is irritability. This is expressed in the selective reaction of living bodies to external influences. At a higher level of evolution of living organisms, irritability passes into a qualitatively new property, sensitivity, that is, the ability to reflect the individual proportions of things in the form of sensations. Reflection achieves a higher level in vertebrates, which acquire the ability to analyze complexes of simultaneously acting irritants and to reflect them in the form of perception, an integrated picture of the situation. Sensations and perceptions, as was said earlier, are images of things. This implies the appearance of elementary forms of mental activity, mentality as a function of the nervous system and a form of reflection of reality. 1. Usually a distinction is made between two closely connected types of behavior in animals: instinctive, inborn behavior, which can be inherited, and individually acquired behavior. Animals possess the ability to reflect the biologically significant properties of objects of the environment. The perfecting of this ability leads to the formation of various complex forms of behavior. In the higher animals, such as the apes, they are expressed in the ability to discover circuitous routes to a goal, in the use of various objects as tools, and so on. In short, what we call in everyday terms animal intelligence. The high level of development of mental activity in animals shows that man's consciousness has its biological preconditions and that there is no unbridgeable gap between man and his animal ancestors. In fact, there is a certain continuity. This does not mean, however, that their mental activity is of precisely the same quality. 4. Consciousness and speech. Their origins and interconnection. Consciousness and speech originated with the transition of our ape-like ancestors from the appropriation of ready-made objects with the help of their natural organs, to labor, to the making of artificial tools, to human forms of life activity and the social relationships that grow up on its basis. The transition to consciousness and speech represents a great qualitative leap in the development of the psyche, of mental activity. The animal's mental activity helps them to orientate themselves in a changing environment and adapt themselves to it, but they cannot deliberately and systematically transform the world that surrounds them. Labor, understood as a goal-oriented activity, is the basic condition of all human life and the formation of consciousness. Labor, Engels says, is the prime basic condition for all human existence, and this to such an extent that, in a sense, we have to say that labor created man himself. 1. The initial form of labor is the process of making tools out of wood, stone, bone, and so on, and producing the means of existence with their help. Some animals also have the ability to use various objects as tools. For example, apes sometimes pick up a stone to break nuts with, or they may use a stick to catch a bait, and so on. But not a single ape has ever made itself even the most primitive tool. About 1 million years ago our ape-like ancestors lived in the trees. Changing conditions brought them down from the trees onto the ground. In this new situation they had to make systematic use of sticks, stones, and the bones of large animals as means of defense from beasts of prey, and also for the purpose of attacking other animals. The need for the systematic use of tools compelled them gradually to pass on to the processing of materials that they found in nature, to the production of the tools themselves. All this led to a substantial change in the functions of the forelimbs, which adapted themselves to more and more new operations and became the natural instruments of labor. As it developed in the process of labor activity, the hand brought improvements to the whole organism, including the brain. Consciousness could arise only as a function of a sophisticated brain, formed under the influence of labor and speech. First labor, after it and then with it speech, these were the two most essential stimuli under the influence of which the brain of the ape gradually changed into that of man. 1. Labor activity and the development of the brain also improved man's sense organs. His sense of touch became more and more accurate and subtle, his hearing acquired the ability to distinguish the finest shades and similarities of sounds in human speech, his vision grew ever more perceptive. The eagle, wrote Engels, sees much further than man, but the human eye sees considerably more in things than does the eye of the eagle. The logic of practical action was registered in the brain and there turned into the logic of thought, giving rise to the ability to set goals. At first man's awareness of his actions and surroundings was limited to sensuous images, their combination and primitive generalization. Consciousness was at first only an awareness of the immediately perceived environment, the immediate connections with other people. As the forms of labor and social relationships became more complex, however, man acquired the ability to think in the form of concepts, propositions and inferences that reflected the ever more profound and diversified connections between the objects and phenomena of reality. The origin of consciousness is directly connected with the birth of language, articulate speech, which expresses people's images and thoughts in material form. Like consciousness, speech could take shape only in the process of labor, which demanded the coordinated actions of several people working together, and which they could not perform without close contacts and constant intercommunication. Speech was preceded by a long period of the development of the sound and motor reactions in animals. But animals have no need for speech communication. The little that even the most highly developed animals need to communicate to each other does not require articulate speech to. 93. The activity of speech is performed with the aid of language, that is, a definite system of means of communication. There are various forms of speech, oral, written and internal. The basic units of speech are words and sentences. Words are a unity of meaning and sound. The material aspect of the word denotes an object and is a sign. The meaning of the word, on the other hand, reflects the object and is a sensuous or mental image. The sentence is the immaterial form, the vehicle of a complete thought or proposition. It is language that helps us to make the transition from living contemplation, from sense perception to generalist, abstract thinking. Every word already universalizes, one by objectivizing our thoughts and feelings on speech, presenting them to ourselves, as it were, we are able to analyze them as objects outside ourselves. Philosophers have for long been deeply interested in the problem of consciousness and speech, which has evoked controversy. Some thinkers treated speech and thought as exactly the same thing, maintaining that reason is language. Others divorced consciousness from speech and believed that thinking could be performed without language, that language was a product of thought. Marxism treats consciousness as being in close connection with language and speech. Revealing the relationship between language, consciousness, and reality, Marx and Engels observed that, neither thoughts nor language in themselves form a realm of their own, they are only manifestations of actual life. 12 And again, language is the immediate actuality of thought. 3 Just as language does not exist without thought, so thoughts and ideas cannot exist apart from language. The separation of thought from language, on the one hand, inevitably makes a mystery 7 of consciousness by depriving it of the material means of its formation and realization and, on the other, leads to the interpretation of language, of speech as a self-contained essence, divorced from the life of society and the development of culture. Consciousness and speech form a unity, but it is an internally contradictory unity of diverse phenomena. Consciousness reflects reality while language denotes it and expresses thoughts. When clothed in the forms of speech, thoughts and ideas do not lose their unique qualities. 94. In speech our representations, thoughts, and feelings are clothed in a material, sensually perceptible form and thus pass from our own personal possession into the possession of other people, of society. This makes speech an effective instrument with which some people can influence others, with which society can influence the individual. Whereas in animals the experience of the species is passed on by the mechanism of heredity, which makes their progress extremely slow, in people experience and the various methods of influencing the environment are largely passed on through the instruments of labor and through speech. In addition to the biological factor heredity, man has evolved a more powerful and also direct means of passing on experience, the social means, thus tremendously accelerating the rate of progress of both material and intellectual culture. It is thanks to speech that consciousness takes shape and develops as a social phenomenon, as the intellectual product of social life. As a means of human intercourse, of the exchange of experience, knowledge, feelings, and ideas, speech links not only the members of a given social group or generation, but also different generations. Hence the continuity of historical epochs. Idealist philosophers maintain that consciousness develops out of its own internal sources and can be understood only in its own terms. Dialectical materialism, on the other hand, proceeds from the fact that consciousness cannot be regarded in isolation from the other phenomena of social life. Consciousness is not isolated, it develops and changes in the process of the historical development of society. Although consciousness has its origins in the biological forms of mental activity, it is not a product of nature, but a socio-historical phenomenon. It is not the brain as such that determines what sensations, thoughts, and feelings a person may have. The brain becomes an organ of consciousness only when a person is drawn into the maelstrom of social life, when he acts in conditions that feed his brain with the juices of a historically evolved and developing culture, compel him to function in a direction set by the demands of social life, and orient him towards posing and solving problems necessary to man and society. 5. Consciousness and cybernetics. A substantial contribution to our knowledge of the nature of reflection and consciousness has been made by cybernetics, the science of intricate self-regulating dynamic systems. Such systems 95. Include living organisms, organs, cells, biological communities, society, and certain technical devices, all of which have the ability to receive information, to process and memorize it, to act on the feedback principle and to regulate themselves on this basis. What is information? What relation does it bear to reflection? There is no consensus on this question. Some scientists are inclined to treat information and reflection as the same thing, while others assume that these concepts are closely related but not identical. In the process of reflection there is bound to be some transmission of information, that is to say, a transmission from one object to another of a certain pattern, on the basis of which one may assess certain attributes, or properties of the acting object. Specific information processes occur at every level of the organization of matter. Exchange of information takes place even in inanimate nature, but there it is never deciphered. The ability not only to receive but also to make active use of information is a fundamental property of animate matter. The adaptive functions in animals, their behavior, and the control that goes with it, would be unthinkable without information. In cybernetics, control is the programmed regulation of the actions of one system by another. Thus the brain is a controlling system, while the organs of movement form a controlled system. Information is passed on by means of certain signals, that is, any material processes. A signal can convey information because it possesses a certain structure. Information is the content of the signal. Information signaling is the principle on which all computers are based. The appearance of the computer with its ability to process vast quantities of information for man has highlighted the problem of whether it is possible to model thought with the help of machines, the problem of the similarities and differences between the processes occurring in modeling machines and in the human brain. For instance, there are machines that can identify visual images. Admittedly, they can identify only the limited class of objects that has been fed into them in the processes of their teaching or self-teaching. The fundamental difference between human perception and the identifying function of the machine is that in the first case the result is a subjective image of the object, and in the second it is a code of various features of the object that the machine needs for performing certain tasks. The most practical results so far achieved have been in the modeling of memory. Machines have been built that can memorize information at very high speeds, store it in their memory for any length of time and faultlessly reproduce it. The memory of such machines is capacious, but machine memory differs essentially from human memory. In the human brain, the memory is organized on the basis of a conceptual system of reference that enables it to select the information it needs without going through every item in succession. The conceptual organization of knowledge and not the speed of the physiological processes involved is what gives the human memory its rapidity of recall. A person memorizes information not by storing it mechanically but through a comprehended, goal-oriented process. The modeling of certain aspects of thought activity is no less impressive in its results than the modeling of perception and memory. At present there are machines that can perform such intellectual operations as proving geometrical theorems, translation from one language to another, or playing chess. Cybernetic machines are extremely effective for modeling the characteristically human ability of formal logical thought. But human consciousness is by no means confined to such thought. It has a dialectical flexibility and accuracy in solving problems that is not conditioned by any rigid system of formal rules. We must remember that man's ability to think is shaped by his assimilation of a historically accumulated culture, by his education and training, and by his performance of certain activities with the aid of means and devices created by society. The richness of a man's inner world depends on the richness and diversity of his social connections. Therefore, if we wish to model the whole human consciousness, its structure, and all its functions, it would not be enough to reproduce only the structure of the brain. We should have to reproduce the logic of the whole history of human thought, and consequently repeat the whole historical path of human development and provide it with all its needs, including political, moral, aesthetic and other needs. Man has evolved as a conscious being in the course of social development, and so the problem of man and his consciousness is not so much a problem of natural science, and certainly not just a problem of cybernetics, but a philosophical and sociological problem. Thus, examination of the question of consciousness, its specific features and origin, its connection with the brain and speech, confirms the correctness of the Marxist-Leninist proposition that consciousness is essentially reflective and socio-historical in character. CHAPTERV. The Universal Dialectical Laws of Development. Dialectics, the most complete, comprehensive, and profound theory of development, is the heart and soul of Marxism-Leninism, its theoretical foundation. The universal laws of dialectics reveal the essential features of any developing phenomenon, no matter to what field of activity it may belong. One materialist dialectics as the science of the universal connection and development. The modern scientific world outlook is firmly based on the principle of emotion, change, and development as the universal fundamental principle of all being and knowledge. This principle has had to assert itself throughout the history of human thought in opposition to various metaphysical concepts. Philosophy played a tremendous part in asserting the concept of development and in evolving its scientific theory 7. Long before the specific sciences of nature and society were able to approach their subjects from the positions of development, philosophy put forward the proposition that development was the essential principle of being. Many of the Greek philosophers, for instance, regarded the whole world and every separate object in it as the result of a process of formation. Admittedly, their dialectics was naive. But the very posing of the question of development as a general law of all that exists left a deep imprint on the history of knowledge. Subsequently, basing itself on specialized fields of knowledge, philosophy went on to evolve ever more profound conceptions of the essence of development. But this was a complex and far from straightforward path. For many centuries the dominant world outlook was metaphysics, understood as a doctrine of the immutable and everlasting nature of things and their properties. It was only from the end of the 18th century that science and philosophy were once again infused with the ideas of development and change, but these ideas were now based on a profound study of nature. Materialist dialectics was bomb of the generalization of scientific achievements and also of mankind's historical experience, which showed that social life and human consciousness, like nature itself, are in a state of constant change and development. Accordingly, dialectics is defined in Marxist-Leninist philosophy as the science of the general laws of motion and development of nature, human society, and thought, one as the doctrine of development in its fullest, deepest, and most comprehensive form, the doctrine of the relativity of the human knowledge that provides us with a reflection of eternally developing matter. The concept of development cannot be understood without the concepts of the connection and interdependence, the interaction of phenomena. No motion would be possible without this connection and interaction between different objects, or between the various aspects and elements within each object. This is why Engels calls dialectics also the science of universal interconnection. 123 Lenin, in his article Karl Marx, characterized the most essential features of dialectics, particularly emphasizing the interdependence and the closest and indissoluble connection between all aspects of any phenomenon, a connection that provides a uniform and universal process of motion, one that follows definite laws. Point 4 To understand any phenomenon correctly we must examine it in its connection with other phenomena, know its origins and further development. The connection between objects may be of various kinds. Some phenomena are directly connected with each other, while in others the connection proceeds through intermediate links, but this connection is always interdependence, interaction. Every system in the world is formed through interaction between its constituent elements. In exactly the same way all bodies acquire their properties on the basis of interaction and motion and manifest these properties through them. Interaction is universal, comprising every possible change in the properties and states of objects and all types of connection between them. The world knows no absolutely isolated phenomena, all are conditioned by some other phenomena. Of course, in the process of gaining knowledge we may isolate an object from its general connections for a time in order to study it. But sooner or later the logic of research demands that we restore this connection, otherwise it is impossible to arrive at a true notion of what the object is. Every phenomenon and the world as a whole are a complex system of relationships, in which the connection and interaction of cause and effect play an essential part. Thanks to this connection certain phenomena and processes engender others, certain forms of emotion pass into others in the whole process of perpetual motion and development. The world emerges not as a chaotic and accidental conglomeration of objects, events, and processes, but as a natural whole governed by objective laws existing independently of human consciousness and will. The general, universal connection and interaction of phenomena and processes must find its reflection in the interconnection of human concepts. Only in this case can man know the world in its unity and motion. The scientific concept or system of concepts formed by man in the process of cognition is nothing but a reflection of the internal connection of phenomena and processes. Science has always in some way or another attempted to reveal the connections between phenomena. But science has never been so concerned with studying individual phenomena as parts of a single whole as it is today. The analysis of phenomena and processes as systems, i.e., as entities, the elements and parts of which are in a definite connection and interdependence and which are themselves aspects and parts of larger systems, is a characteristic feature of modern science. The goal of science is, first of all, to understand nature and society as a law-governed process of motion and development, a process that is conditioned and guided by objective laws. But what is a law? For law is an intrinsic connection and interdependence between phenomena. Not every connection between phenomena and processes is a law. For a connection between phenomena to be regarded as a law it must be essential, stable, repetitive, and intrinsically inherent in those phenomena. A connection may also be external, inessential, and due to coincidence of circumstances. Such connections leave a mark on devil opm and but do not determine it. A law is an expression of necessity, that is, a connection that determines the character of development in certain conditions. Such, for example, is the connection between the economic system of society and other social phenomena. A change in the economic system must necessarily evoke law-governed changes in other aspects of social life. A law is a form of universality. Knowledge of laws allows us to conceive of the vast and varied world in its unity and wholeness. The concept of law is one of the stages of the cognition by man of unity and connection, of the reciprocal dependence and totality of the world process. One with a knowledge of the laws of nature and society, people are able to act consciously, to foresee certain events, to transform the objects of nature and their properties to their advantage and purposefully change the social conditions of their life. Once the interconnection is grasped, all theoretical belief in the permanent necessity of existing conditions collapses before their collapse in practice. 1. It is no accident therefore that the dialectical theory that nature and society develop according to certain laws is attacked by the opponents of reliable scientific knowledge and also by people who have a stake in perpetuating an obsolete social order. The idealist philosophers try to deny the objective character of laws and treat them as inventions of the human mind. The subjective idealist Karl Pearson wrote, for instance, law in the scientific sense is thus essentially a product of the human mind and has no meaning apart from man. It owes its existence to the creative power of his intellect. There is more meaning in the statement that man gives laws to nature than in its converse that nature gives laws to man. 3. But if laws were ascribed to reality by man himself, science would be powerless to predict future phenomena and man would have no known objective laws to guide him in making the machines that help him to master and transform the external world. Materialist dialectics does not go in for inventing connections and laws. It sets science the task of discovering them in the objective world itself. Let us consider the basic types of objective laws. They can be divided into 3 main groups: particular laws expressing the relationships between the specific properties of objects or between processes within the framework of one or another form of motion, general laws applying to large groups of objects and phenomena, and universal laws. The first kind of laws is manifested in specific conditions and has an extremely limited sphere of application. The laws in the second group express the connection between comparatively common properties of a large number of qualitatively different material objects, and between recurrent phenomena. Here, for example, we find the laws of the conservation of mass, energy, charge, and quantity of movement in physics, and the law of natural selection in biology. The laws in the third group express the universal dialectical relations between all existing phenomena and their properties, and the tendencies of matter to change. Besides its qualitative diversity, matter has a certain internal unity which shows itself in the universal connection and interdependence of all phenomena, in the historical development and conversion of some forms of matter into others. This unity is expressed in universal laws. As a philosophical science, dialectics is concerned with universal laws. The laws of dialectics operate everywhere, embracing all aspects of reality. They are laws of nature, society, and thought. They therefore have a universal cognitive and methodological significance, which means that dialectics is a method applicable not only to one field of knowledge, but is the universal method of man's cognitive activity. It should be borne in mind that dialectics is not a universal key that will unlock the secrets of any scientific riddle. Dialectics is important because it shows us the correct approach to reality, but this approach can be made only through concrete study of phenomena. The universal laws of development are evolved by dialectics as laws of existence and laws of knowledge. In their essence they form a unity, and without such unity there can be no true knowledge or thought. Dialectics is therefore not only a doctrine concerning the laws of the development of being, it is also a theory of knowledge, logic, that is, a doctrine concerning the forms and laws of thinking. While possessing objective content, the laws of dialectics are at the same time steps in cognition, logical forms of the reflection of reality. Now let us consider more specifically the basic laws of dialectics. 2. The law of the transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes and vice versa. Dialectics is not just a matter of asserting that everything develops. What we have to do is to understand the mechanism of this development scientifically. In the present age of astonishing scientific advance and great social transformations, no one ventures to deny the principle of development. On the contrary, everyone agrees with it. But, as Lenin observed, this agreement is sometimes of a kind that makes for distortion of the truth. There exist various views on and approaches to the principle of 102. Development. From the vast array, Lenin singled out the two most essential conceptions, of which one expresses the scientific, dialectical theory, and the other the unscientific, anti-dialectical theory. This proposition of Lenin's on the two opposite conceptions of development is very important because it sets criteria by which we can identify the truly scientific, dialectical doctrine of development. Lenin writes, the two basic conceptions of development are, development as decrease and increase, as repetition, and development as a unity of opposites. In the first conception of emotion, self-movement, its driving force, its source, its motive, remains in the shade. In the second conception, the chief attention is directed precisely to knowledge of the source of self-movement. The first conception is lifeless, pale and dry. The second is living. The second alone furnishes the key to the leap to the tariq in continuity, to the transformation into the opposite, to the destruction of the old and the emergence of the new. 1. The distinguishing feature of the dialectical conception of development lies in the understanding of development not as a simple quantitative change of what exists, but as a process of disappearance, destruction of the old and emergence of the new. This process is demonstrated in the law of the transformation of quantitative changes into qualitative changes and vice versa. To find out what this law is all about, we must examine a number of categories such as property, quantity, quality, and measure. Getting to know an object begins with the external, direct impressions we have when we see it in the process of interaction with other objects. Nothing can be known about it without such interaction. And it is this interaction that reveals the properties of things which, once known, provide the clue to the things themselves. Metal, for instance, has such properties as density, compressibility, heat, and electrical conductivity, and so on. One might conclude from this that a thing is nothing more than the sum total of certain properties, so that to know a thing we merely have to establish what those properties are. But this conclusion would be premature. No matter how important the properties of a thing, when it comes to describing it, the thing cannot be reduced to its properties. For instance, a number of the properties of capitalism change in the course of its development. The old capitalism without monopolies becomes monopolistic, but this does not mean that capitalism ceases to be capitalism. Consequently, the properties of an object are a manifestation of something more essential which characterizes the object itself. This more essential something is the object's quality. Quality is what defines an object as one thing and not another. It is what accounts for the amazing diversity of the real world. Quality, Hegel says in his explanation of this category, is, above all, a direct determinacy identical with being. A thing is what it is thanks to its quality, and, in losing its quality, it ceases to be what it is. One quality is something more than the mere totality of even essential properties, because it expresses the unity, the integrity of a thing, its relative stability, its identity with itself. Quality is closely connected with the structure of an object, that is to say, with a certain form of organization of the elements and properties of which it is composed, thanks to which it is not merely the sum total of the latter but their unity and wholeness. The concept of structure tells us why the change or even the loss of some or other of a thing's properties does not directly change its quality. If we continue our example of capitalism, we see that the structure of the capitalist mode of production embodies the interconnection of all the aspects, elements, and properties implied in its private property nature, in the relationship between capital and labor. This is what determines its quality, and until the structure of the connection between the means of production and the producers changes, capitalism will not cease to be what it is. It is this kind of change in bourgeois society that is ignored by its contemporary apologists, who try to identify changes in certain properties of capitalism with its fundamental qualitative change. In the very definition of quality we are at once confronted with the dialectics of the object, the thing. Whenever we define the quality of a thing, we relate it to something else and consequently set limits to its existence. Beyond these limits it is not what it was, but something else. This means that the quality of a thing is identical with its finiteness. If we state that objects have the same quality, it means they are the same. They may, of course, possess different properties, but qualitatively they are identical. Since they are identical in quality, they differ from one another only in quantity. There may be more or less of them, they may differ from one another in volume, size, and so on. In other words, the qualitative identity of objects is the precondition for understanding their other aspect, the quantitative aspect. Hegel says that quantity is sublated quality, that is, the analysis of things as qualities inevitably leads us to the category of quantity. This is quite natural because quality and quantity cannot exist separately and a thing is both one and the other at the same time. We separate them artificially only for the sake of knowledge, but, having done so, we restore the connection. The category of quantity demands abstraction from the qualitative diversity of things. According to the general law of knowledge, we must first investigate the qualitative differences between things, and then their quantitative regularities. The latter allow us to obtain a deeper knowledge of the essence of things. For example, science was for long unable to understand the cause of the qualitative difference of colors red, green, violet and so on. The explanation was found only when it was established that difference of color depends on the quantitatively different length of electromagnetic waves. In Capital, Karl Marx begins his study of capitalist society with a definition of the quality of commodities, the cell of the bourgeois mode of production. He establishes that commodities differ as use values, that is, by the fact that they satisfy different needs of the consumer. Marx shows that the labor which produces qualitatively different commodities also has special characteristic qualities. It is the concrete labor of the carpenter, the confectioner, the bootmaker, and so on. But if these are only differences in commodity producing labor, how can we effect an exchange of, say, boots and tables? Marx establishes that commodities are the product not only of concrete labor, but of the abstract labor characteristic of commodity production, labor as the expenditure of human energy, manual and mental. It is this qualitatively identical labor that allows us to compare the most diverse commodities and to exchange them. Such labor can be distinguished in terms of quantity, consequently, various goods can be exchanged in various proportions. It was this that allowed Marx to proceed from the qualitative analysis of commodities and the labor producing them to the quantitative analysis of the laws of commodity exchange. From what has been said, it is clear that quantity is an expression of the similarity, the identity of things, thanks to which they can be increased or decreased, added up or divided, and so on. Quantity is therefore embodied in size, in number, in the degree and intensity of development of certain aspects of an object, in the rate of flow of certain processes, in the space-time properties of phenomena. The more complex phenomena become, the more complex are their quantitative parameters, and the more difficult they are to 105. Analyze in terms of quantity. The essential difference between quantity and quality is that one can change certain quantitative properties of an object without its undergoing any significant changes. For instance, one may raise the temperature of a metal by tens or even hundreds of degrees without making it melt, that is without changing its aggregate state. This means that the quantity of a thing is not so closely connected with its state as its quality. In the analysis of quantitative relationships, one can within certain limits ignore the quality of objects. The wide application of quantitative, Mathematical methods in many sciences investigating qualitatively different objects is based on this peculiarity of quantity. Changes of quantity, however, are in external relationships to a thing only within certain limits for each particular thing. Sometimes even the smallest departure beyond these limits leads to a fundamental qualitative change in the thing. Any changes in quantity, of course, have their effect on the state of a thing, its properties. But only quantitative changes that have reached a certain level are connected with fundamental changes of quality. The dependence of quality on quantity may be traced in the qualitative diversity of atoms, for example. Every kind of atom is defined by the number of protons in its nucleus, in other words by its atomic number BER in the periodic system of elements. One photon more or one proton less and we have a qualitatively different kind of atom. Thus, the quality of things is inseparably linked with a certain quantity. This connection and interdependence of quality and quantity is called the proportion of a thing. The category of proportion expresses the kind of relationship between the quality and quantity of an object that obtains when its quality is based on a definite quantity, and the latter is the quantity of a definite quality. It is the changes in such interrelationships, changes of proportion, that explain the mechanism of development. Hence development should be understood not as motion within certain fixed and immutable limits, but as replacement of the old by the new, as an eternal and ceaseless process of renewal of what exists. At a certain stage quantitative changes reach a level when the former harmony of quality and quantity becomes disharmony. At this point the old qualitative state must yield to the new. The transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes goes hand in hand with the reverse process. New quality gives rise to new changes of quantity. Thus the socialist mode of production develops the productive forces and other aspects of society at faster rates, in quantitatively greater proportions, and so on, as compared with 106. Capitalism. For example, the average rate of growth of national income in the socialist countries of the CMEA over the 30 years of its existence has been 3 times higher and industrial output 4 times higher than the average for the capitalist world. Quantitative changes occur constantly and gradually. Qualitative change takes place in the form of a break in this gradualness. This means that development, since it is the unity of quantitative and qualitative change, is at the same time the unity of continuity and discontinuity. Life and development in nature include both slow evolution and rapid leaps, breaks in continuity. If we deny development as the unity of the two forms, then we must accept one of two possible but equally incorrect concepts of the world. Either we must regard all the richness of the world, the diversity of the phenomena of inorganic and organic nature, the multitudinous varieties of plants and animals, and man himself, as having always existed and as changing only in quantity, or else we must assume that all this was by some miracle suddenly brought into being. Both these notions have been held in the history of science and philosophy, but they have both been overthrown by the whole course of advancing knowledge and historical practice. Both views have become widespread in social theories. All the reformist theories in the working class movement are based on the one-sided exaggeration of continuity, of the quantitative gradualness of development, from which it is argued that capitalism will grow into socialism without social revolutions, by means of the gradual accumulation of socialist elements in bourgeois society. In contrast to the reformists, the anarchists, the petty bourgeois revolutionists, completely deny the significance of quantitative, continuous forms of development and recognize only social cataclysms and rebellions. Assuming that social conditions can be changed only in this way, they fall prey to political adventurism and disregard the objective conditions that are essential for revolutionary leaps forward. All qualitative change takes place in the form of leaps. A certain process ends in a leap, which denotes the moment of qualitative change of an object, the breakthrough, the critical stage in its development. In the general thread of development a new knot is tied. Capitalism, wrote Lenin, creates its own gravedigger, itself creates the elements of a new system, yet, at the same time, Without a leap these individual elements change no thing in the general state of affairs and do not affect the rule of capital. One leap is a form of development that occurs much quicker than the form of continual development. It is the period of most intensive development, when the old and obsolete are transformed and make way for new, higher stages of development. Thus, social revolutions give a tremendous impetus to the development of the material and spiritual life of societies. The same significance is attached to leaps in science, which denote new and important discoveries. Development thus proceeds as the unity of continuity and discontinuity, when one measure yields to, or is transformed into, another. Modern science offers increasing evidence in favor of the view of objects and their development as the unity of continuity and discontinuity. The qualitative differences in the forms of motion of matter, mechanical, physical, chemical and others are regarded by science as nodal points in the process of the gradual differentiation of matter. Such breaks in continuity are the discrete states of matter at its various structural levels. Evolutionary 7 and revolutionary forms in their unity constitute a law of social development. Changes of quantity are transformed into qualitative changes in various ways, depending on the specific conditions in various spheres of reality. The concrete forms of this transformation, this leap from one state into another, are studied by the specialized sciences. Philosophy helps us to find our way in this great variety of forms and modes of transition, to single out certain most typical forms, without claiming, however, that these forms give an exhaustive picture, since life is always richer than any theory. The typical and most general forms of leaps, of qualitative transformations, are as follows: comparatively rapid and sharp transformation of one quality into another, when the object as an integrated system with its own inherent structure suddenly, as if at a stroke or in a series of strokes, undergoes fundamental qualitative change, and gradual qualitative change, when the object changes not at once and not as a whole, but in certain of its aspects, elements, by means of the gradual accumulation of quantitative changes, and only as the result of such changes passes from one state into another. What determines these different forms? Why does the leap take? 1 Ibid, p. 348. 108. Place now in one form and now in another? The answer to this question is to be sought above all in the particular features of the developing objects themselves. Nature and natural processes offer a multitude of examples when leaps and transformations from one quality to another take place in the form of rapid changes. Such are the qualitative transformations of elementary particles, chemical elements, chemical compounds, the release of atomic energy in the form of atomic explosions, and so on. On the other hand, there are objects in nature whose qualitative changes into other more complex and perfect objects involve very long processes and can occur, as a rule, only gradually. Such, for example, are the qualitative changes of some species of animals into others. Usually the two qualitative poles in such transformations are linked by many intermediate forms. But however gradually a process of qualitative change proceeds, the transformation to the new state is a leap. In spite of all gradualness, wrote Engels, the transition from one form of emotion to another always remains a leap. This is what distinguishes gradual qualitative changes from the gradual quantitative changes. The latter, while changing certain individual properties of a thing, do not affect its quality up to a certain point. It would be wrong to regard the gradualness of qualitative changes, as if these changes simply accumulate in number until they oust the old quality entirely. In reality this process is much more complex. It is not simply the arithmetical addition of the elements of the new quality, but a path of gradual perfection, of gradual, sometimes imperceptible qualitative changes, a path that presupposes profound structural changes in the old quality, a number of intermediate stages and steps in the ascent to the ultimate result, that is, to completion of the leap. The forms of this leap depend not only on the nature of the object but also on the conditions in which the object is placed. Thus, in conditions of natural radioactivity the disintegration of certain substances, uranium, for example, proceeds extremely slowly, semi-disintegration takes billions of years. But the same process of disintegration during the explosion of an atom bomb takes place instantaneously, because of chain reaction. Historical experience has shown that qualitative changes, leaps, also take place in social development. Social revolutions, which radically transform the life of society, provide a convincing example. The qualitative changes that occur in conditions of socialism differ considerably from those that we observe in exploiting society (ES). Since there are no longer any antagonistic classes in socialist society, society as a whole is interested in bringing about the required changes. Moreover, the very development of society proceeds not spontaneously but according to plan, in the form of conscious preparation for leaps ahead, and so the prevailing form here is a gradual transition from one qualitative state to another. But this does not, of course, exclude other forms of transformation, such as sharp and sudden changes in technical development, evoked by great discoveries, by the new technical possibilities of development of production, or by new forms of activity accelerating progress. What has been said allows us to draw a general conclusion concerning the essence and significance of the law of transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes and vice versa. This law states that there is an interconnection and interaction between the quantitative and qualitative aspects of a object thanks to which small, at first imperceptible, quantitative changes, accumulating gradually, sooner or later upset the proportion of that object and evoke fundamental qualitative changes which take place in the form of leaps and whose occurrence depends on the nature of the objects in question and the conditions of their development in diverse forms. Knowledge of this law is vital to the understanding of development. It provides a guideline for examining and studying phenomena as the unity of their qualitative and quantitative aspects, foreseeing the complex interconnections and interactions of these aspects, and the changes in the relationships between them. 3. The law of the unity and struggle of opposites. The contradiction between quality and quantity is only one of the manifestations of the general law that internal contradictoriness is inherent in all things and processes, and this is the source and motive force of their development. Lenin called the study of contradictions the nucleus of dialectics. The two main concepts of development are sharply opposed, particularly over the question of contradictions. This opposition runs right through the history of philosophy and is still characteristic of philosophy today. Many modern bourgeois philosophers flatly deny the dialectically contradictory essence of phenomena. They assume that only our thoughts may be contradictory. 7, while objective things are free of all. 110. Contradictions. The contradictions of thought, or, as they are sometimes called, logical contradictions, certainly do occur. They are the result of logical inconsistency, logical error. When we make contradictory statements about one and the same thing considered at the same moment and in the same relation, such a contradiction of ideas is impermissible. The appearance of such contradictions in scientific theories testifies to their incorrectness or incompleteness. At the same time, contradictions of ideas may conceal objective contradictions in phenomena themselves of which we are not yet aware. It is such objective contradictions the opponents of dialectics refuse to acknowledge. The world knows of no absolutely identical things or phenomena. When we speak of the similarity or identity of certain objects, their very similarity presupposes that they are in some way different, dissimilar, otherwise there is no sense at all in comparing them. This implies that even a simple outward comparison of two objects reveals the unity of identity and difference. Every object is simultaneously identical to another and yet different from it. In this quite simple sense, identity is not an abstract but a concrete identity containing within it an element of difference. Engels, expressing this idea, said that identity with itself requires difference from everything else as its complement. 1. The difference in an object is not only a difference in relation to another object but also a difference in relation to itself, that is, the given object, no matter either we are comparing it with something else or not, contains a difference in itself. For example, a living being is a unity of identity and difference not only because it is both similar to and dissimilar from other living beings, but also because in the process of living it denies itself, or, to put it simply, it is moving towards its own end, its death. When dialectical theory 7 maintains that an object simultaneously exists and does not exist, that it contains within itself its own non-being, this must be understood in only one sense: an object is a unity of stability and changeability, of the positive and the negative, of what is dying out and what is entering life, and so on. This means that every object, every phenomenon is a unity of opposites. What this important proposition implies above all is that opposite aspects and tendencies are inherent in all objects. Internal contradictions are an inseparable property of the structure of any object or process. Moreover, every object or group of objects has its own specific contradictions which have to be discovered by concrete analysis. But a mere acknowledgement of the internal contradictoriness of phenomena does not fully explain the concept of the unity of opposites. It is very important to take into consideration the character of the connection and interaction between opposites, their structure. This structure is such that each of the aspects of the whole is entirely dependent on its opposite for its existence, and this duality is not confined merely to their external relationships. The interconnection, interdependence, and interpenetration of opposite aspects, properties and tendencies of the developing whole are an essential feature of any unity of opposites. But the interdependence of opposites is only one of the specific features of dialectical contradiction. Another of its vital aspects is mutual negation. Because the two aspects of the whole are opposites, they are not only interconnected but also mutually exclusive and mutually repellent. This factor is expressed in the concept of the struggle of opposites. In its generalist form, this concept comprises all kinds of mutual negation of opposites. In some cases, particularly in social life and partially in organic nature, this mutual exclusion of opposites is literally expressed in the term struggle. Such, for example, is the struggle of classes and various political parties in society. In animate nature, the term struggle of opposites applies chiefly to action and counteraction, attraction and repulsion, and so on. But no matter what concrete forms this struggle assumes, the main thing is that the dialectical contradiction implies also the element of mutual negation of opposites, and an extremely important element, because the struggle of opposites is the motive force, the source of development. This is why Lenin gives the following formula of dialectical development: development is the struggle of opposites. 1. What has been said about each of the elements of dialectical contradiction, the elements of unity and struggle of opposites, allows of an important conclusion. This conclusion was formulated by Lenin in the following words: the unity of opposites is conditional, temporary, transitory, relative. The struggle of mutually exclusive opposites is absolute, just as development and emotion are absolute. 1-2 This means that the struggle of opposites naturally results in the disappearance of the existing object as a certain unity of opposites and the appearance of a new object with a new unity of opposites inherent in that particular object. The essence of the dialectical contradiction may be defined as an interrelationship and interconnection between opposites in which they mutually assert and deny each other, and the struggle between them serves as the motive force, the source of development. This is why the law in question is known as the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. This law explains one of the most important features of dialectical development: emotion. Development takes place as self-motion, self development. This concept is highly relevant to immaterialism. It means that the world develops not as the result of any external causes but by virtue of its own laws, the laws of emotion of matter itself. The dialectical theory that the motion or development of nature is in fact self-motion, self-development, explains why many contemporary bourgeois philosophers are so vehement in their attacks on the proposition of the contradictory essence of things. Development understood in this way leaves no room for a mystical creative force. Some bourgeois philosophers recognize contradictions, for instance, the contradictions of capitalist society, but regard them as eternal, insoluble, tragic, and so on. Others, on the contrary, try to minimize them and gloss them over. In this field there are many different angles of approach, but the anti-dialectical meaning remains one and the same. Postulating that internal contradictions are inherent in all things and processes and comprise the motive force of the self-development of nature and society, materialist dialectics explains how this process takes place. Contradictions are not something immobile and immutable. Once they have arisen, specific contradictions develop and pass through definite stages. A phenomenon cannot disappear and be replaced by another phenomenon until its contradictions are revealed and fully developed, because only in the process of such development are the preconditions for the leap into the new qualitative state created. This process has two basic stages: the stage of development, of the unfolding of the contradictions inherent in an object, the stage of the resolution of these contradictions. When it first begins to develop, a contradiction is in the nature of a difference. This difference then deepens into a manifest contradiction, whose opposite sides are less and less able to remain in the framework of the former unity. At this stage of development the contradiction becomes, to use Marx's expression, a relationship of opposites, which is a dynamic relationship drive. 113. Ing towards resolution. 1 Marx's Capital provides a classical example of such development and building up of contradictions in application to society. Marx shows that in striving for maximum profit the capitalists are compelled to develop what is, in essence, social production. But the more social production becomes, the more it enters into contradiction with the private property of the capitalists, the more insistently it demands the replacement of this property by public, socialist property. The second stage, the stage of resolution of contradiction, is the natural culmination of the process of the development and struggle of opposites. Whereas the whole previous process takes place within the framework of unity, the interconnection of opposites, the stage of the resolution of contradiction signifies the removal of this unity, its disappearance, which coincides with a fundamental qualitative change in the object. Materialist dialectics attaches great importance to the resolution of contradiction. No wonder, then, that in the hands of genuinely progressive forces, and particularly the proletariat, it serves as a powerful instrument of cognition and revolutionary transformation of the world. The character of contradictions, their forms of development and means of resolution cannot be the same in both inorganic and organic nature, in nature and society, and in different social formations. Dialectics does not claim to provide a register of all possible contradictions. Its task is rather to point out the strategy of approach to phenomena. What the specific contradictions of particular objects are and how they are to be resolved are questions that must be decided by scientists in the appropriate fields of knowledge. At the same time, it would be wrong to assume that these highly general laws and concepts formulated by dialectics do not develop and become more concrete under the influence of new facts and in new conditions. This can be seen from the category of contradiction itself. The emergence of socialist society demanded that this category should be expressed in more specific terms. The founders of Marxism knew, of course, that in socialist society contradictions would have a different character, and they often noted the fact. But the question acquired paramount theoretical and practical significance and the construction of socialist society became a matter of practice. This was why Lenin attached such importance to it. In his critical remarks on Bukharin's economics of the transition period. 114. Where the concept of contradiction figured in an undifferentiated form, and was identified with the concept of antagonism. Lenin pointed out that antagonism and contradiction are not at all the same thing, that the former disappears under socialism while the latter remains. 1 Antagonistic contradictions are those between hostile social forces, between classes that have fundamentally opposed aims and interests. The antagonistic character of contradictions also determines the forms of their development and the methods of their resolution. This involves an intensification and deepening of contradictions which naturally ends in a sharp conflict between the opposing sides and their polarization. Accordingly, the means of resolving such contradictions are consistent class struggle and social revolutions which destroy the supremacy of the obsolescent classes. The non-antagonistic form of contradiction is the kind of contradiction that arises between classes, between social forces whose conditions of life determine the community of their fundamental goals and interests. Such are the contradictions between classes of working people, the working class and the peasantry, between the various elements of socialist society, and so on. Contradictions that occur in the development of the socialist mode of production, the state, and other forms of social life under socialism, and contradictions in the process of the growing of socialist society into communist society, are also of a non-antagonistic character. A vitally important feature of such contradictions is that there is no objective necessity for the opposing sides and tendencies to become polarized into hostile extremes. The unity of the interests of society as a whole makes it possible to overcome these contradictions gradually, by means of planned economic activity and by changing the conditions that give rise to them, by means of educational work, and so on. But one must not lose sight of the fact that for all the profound difference between antagonistic and non-antagonistic contradictions, there is no gulf fixed between them. Lenin often hammered home the fact that with an incorrect policy non-antagonistic contradictions could be deepened and aggravated and under certain conditions acquire the features of antagonistic contradictions. It may be assumed that only with the building of developed socialism will non-antagonistic contradictions never turn into antagonistic. The historical practice of the development of socialism has revealed all the harmfulness of the illusion that in the new conditions society is liberated of all contradictions, or that these 1 see Lenin Miscellany 11, Moscow Leningrad, 1929, p. 357. 115. Tradictions are unimportant because of their non-antagonistic nature. Apart from the contradictions inherited from the old, capitalist society that require a certain amount of time to get rid of, there arise in the process of development of socialist society itself certain contradictions that are peculiar to that society. In fact, there could be no progress without them. The practical experience of history has forged a powerful weapon of struggle against all stagnation, conservatism, superficiality, and complacency. This weapon is socialist criticism and self-criticism, of which Karl Marx in his day said that a genuine revolution can successfully develop only by subjecting itself to its constant and ruthless influence. The difference between the forms of contradiction lies not only in their different social nature. Every single thing, and particularly such a complex formation as society, is a whole system of contradictions that have a certain structural interconnection. In such a structure, contradictions may be basic or non-basic, major or minor, internal or external, and so on. Basic contradictions are to be understood as those that characterize the object and determine its development from the moment of its appearance to its disappearance, and that determine all other, non-basic contradictions. Every stage in the development of society has its major contradiction, i.e., a contradiction that determines the essence of that particular stage. For instance, in the bourgeois democratic revolution of February 1917 in Russia, the major contradiction was between the landowner system and the Tsarist autocracy on the one hand, and all the forces, particularly the working classes, that were opposed to them, on the other. A contradiction may change in the course of development from one stage to another, and a contradiction that was minor at one stage may under new conditions become major. Thus, the contradiction between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie already existed in the period of the Revolution of February 1917, but it was not then the major contradiction. It became so only after the February Revolution. Correct definition of major and minor contradictions allows us to get our priorities right and to popularize slogans corresponding to the objective course of development. What is the difference between internal and external contradictions? There are theories in philosophy that reduce contradiction merely to the relation between things and forces that are external to one another, to the clash between them. These are mechanistic theories, theories of equilibrium, which regard things as being in a state of rest, free of internal contradictions, and, consequently, 116. Deny the dialectical understanding of emotion as self-motion, self-development. Any object, being a relatively independent system, has its own internal contradictions, which are in fact the basic source of its development. The differences between several such objects are external contradictions. These are closely connected with the internal contradictions, and interact with them. If we regard an object as an element of a larger system which includes other objects, the contradictions between such objects become internal contradictions, that is, contradictions of the given, larger system. For instance, the relationships between the socialist and capitalist systems are external contradictions. But inasmuch as these opposed systems are part of a wider, all-embracing whole contemporary world development, they are aspects of its internal contradiction. This is the basic, major contradiction determining the development of social phenomena in our epoch. The law of the unity of opposites is of tremendous importance in our search for knowledge. The condition for the knowledge of all processes of the world, in their real life, is the knowledge of them as a unity of opposites, one wrote Lenin. The question of how to express in human concepts emotion, change and transition from one state into another is a crucial question that throughout the history of philosophy and science has been a challenge to the best minds and continues to challenge them today. According to certain theories, human concepts can give only static reflections, photographs, of changing things, and this is seen as setting a limit to knowledge. Hence the conclusion is drawn that there must always be antagonism between objects and the knowledge of them, and that only a certain inexplicable immediate feeling can express emotion. Dialectics has shown that true, concrete thought thinks in terms of contradictions that grasp the opposing sides of phenomena in their unity. It is capable of seeing not just one aspect of a contradiction and registering it in a rigid, static concept, but all aspects of contradiction, and not only their arrangement, but their connection, their interpenetration. This means that concepts must be as dialectical, that is, as mobile, flexible, plastic, interconnected and interpenetrating as the objects which they reflect. Human concepts should embody in an ideal form the real contradictions, connection and interpenetration of opposites, their transmutations, and so on. To recapitulate, we can now define the essence of the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. According to this law, all things, phenomena, and processes possess internal contradictions, opposing aspects and tendencies that are in a state of interconnection and mutual negation. The struggle of opposites gives an internal impulse to development, leads to the building up of contradictions, which are resolved at a certain stage in the disappearance of the old and the appearance of the new. Knowledge of this law helps us to obtain a critical understanding of the processes at work in the world, and to see what is obsolescent and what will replace it, to fight against everything that stands in the way of progress and to be intolerant of shortcomings, of all manifestations of stagnation, conservatism and dogmatism. For the law of the negation of negation. We shall now deal with yet another important question of the doctrine of development. Is there any tendency that governs the direction of the infinite process of development? If so, then what is it? This question is also central to the struggle between various philosophical conceptions and theories and forms the subject of fierce controversy. In pre-Marxist philosophy there were cyclical theories which recognized the ascending development of society, which assumed that on reaching its highest point society would be thrown back to its initial position and development would begin all over again. Such a theory was maintained by the Italian philosopher Giovanni Vico. The ideologists of the progressive bourgeoisie upheld the view that society was developing constantly, although they also regarded the bourgeois system as the peak of social progress. Later, with the decline of capitalist society, such philosophers as Oswald Spengler, for instance, put forward various pessimistic theories which assumed the inevitable destruction of bourgeois society to be the end of all social development. When considering the transformation of quantitative into qualitative changes and the struggle of opposites, we saw that an essential part in the process of development is played by negation. Qualitative transformation is possible only as the negation of the old state. The contradictoriness of a thing signifies that it contains its own negation. Negation is an inevitable and logical element in all development. In no sphere, wrote Marx, can one undergo a development. 118. Without negating one's previous mode of existence. Nothing new could come about without this element. But what is negation? In ordinary consciousness, the concept of negation is associated with the word no. To negate is to say no, to reject something, and so on. There can certainly be no negation without rejecting something. But dialectics regards negation as a part of development, and therefore this concept has a far deeper meaning than in ordinary usage. Negation in dialectics, wrote Engels, does not mean simply saying no, or declaring that something does not exist, or destroying it in any way one likes. 1. The essence of dialectical development lies in the fact that it is a mode of negation that conditions further development. Dialectical negation has two essential features: it is a condition and factor of development, and it is a factor in the connection between new and old. The first means that only the negation that serves as the precondition for the emergence of certain new, higher and more perfect forms is positive negation. The second means that the new as negation of the old, of what has gone before, does not merely destroy, does not leave behind it a desert, but merely sublates the old. The term sublation expresses the meaning and content of dialectical negation. The previous state is simultaneously negated and preserved. It is preserved in a dual sense. First, without previous development there would be no foundation for the new forms. Second, everything that is preserved from the previous stage of development passes to the next stage in a substantially different form. Thus, certain forms of mental activity which developed in the animals have been passed on to man in a sublated form, and in man they have been transformed on the basis of the features that are peculiar to man. Development, however, is not confined to a single act of negation. Even if certain positive elements are preserved in the first negation, it is still the complete opposite of what was negated. The relationship between the initial form and the first negation is a relationship of two opposed forms. What happens next, after the first negation has produced a new form that is the opposite of the previous form? This can best be illustrated by tracing the development of some specific object from beginning to end. Here is an example from the inquiry pursued by Marx in Capital. At the very beginning of its development, social production assumed a form in which the workman was united with his means of labor. That is, the instruments of labor belonging to the producer himself. Marx calls this the infantile form, because it was the form inherent in the primitive commune and small domestic agriculture connected with domestic production. But as time went on, the growth of the productivity of labor reached a point when the original primitive form combining the consumer and the instruments of labor became a brake on the further development of production. There then appeared private ownership of the means of labor, and the latter were separated from the person who worked. This was the first dialectical negation of the initial form. But when it achieves its full development in capitalist society, this form of the division of labor and the means of labor, which in its time was the negation of their unity, itself logically prepares its own negation. It has completely exhausted itself and has to give way to a new and higher form. This is the second negation, the negation of the first negation, and for this reason known as the negation of negation. From the above example we see that the necessity for the second negation, or the new stage of negation, depends on the following: the initial form and that which negates it are opposites. They contain an abstract one-sidedness which must be overcome for further development to take place. Hegel was therefore right when he defined the second negation, that is to say, the negation of negation as the synthesis that overcomes the first abstract, untrue elements, taking abstract and untrue in the sense of their one-sidedness and incompleteness. Point 1. Here we come to yet another important feature of the negation of negation. In the concluding stage of the whole cycle of development, at the stage of the second negation, certain features of the initial form from which development began are inevitably restored. This dialectical character of development is vividly manifested in the development of knowledge. For instance, in the process of research into the nature of light, the idea was first advanced that it was a stream of light corpuscles or particles. Then the diametrically opposed theory of waves was put forward. The physics of the 20th century had to face the fact that neither of these views was a true explanation of reality. We have two contradictory pictures of reality. Separately neither of them fully explains the phenomena of light, but together they do. 1-2 In other words, the contradiction between two one-sidedly contradictory views was resolved by their higher synthesis in a new theory which regarded light as the unity of corpuscular and wave properties. Lenin describes this process of the development of knowledge, which is by nature the negation of negation, in the following words: from assertion to negation, from negation to unity with the asserted. Without this, dialectics becomes empty negation, a game, or sepsis. 1. The effect of the law of the negation is that development moves not in a straight line but in a spiral, so that the ultimate TE point coincides with the point of departure, but at a higher level, each coil denoting a more developed state. This is the sense in which we use the term spiral of development. The process of the negation is often expressed in the terms thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, which form a trinity. THAT expresses the essence of development. The result is that the law of the negation is often reduced to a purely formal and external device by means of which all the richness and complexity of objective development is arbitrarily subordinated to a rigid scheme. Even Hegel, an idealist, himself prone to schematize, protested against such an understanding of dialectics, saying that the trinity is only a superficial, external aspect of the mode of cognition. Materialist dialectics is fundamentally opposed to any such formalistic approach or schematization. Like any other law of dialectics, the law of the negation does not impose any schemes, it merely guides inquiry in the right direction. Analysis of the law of the negation now allows us to answer the question we asked above, about whether any objective, law-governed tendency exists in the endless replacement of some phenomena by others, any tendency that determines the course of development. Development is, in fact, a chain of dialectical negations, each of which not only rejects the previous links, but also preserves all that is positive in them, thus concentrating more and more in the further, higher links, the richness of development as a whole. The infinity of development lies not in the infinite arithmetical addition of one unit to another, but in the emergence of new and higher forms which create within themselves the preconditions for further development. Hence the general law-governed tendency of development, from the simple to the complex, from the lower to the higher, the tendency of progressive, ascending motion. A characteristic feature of the process of the negation is its irreversibility, that is, development that as a general tendency cannot be motion in reverse, from higher forms to lower forms, from the more complex to the less complex. This is due to the fact that every new stage, while synthesizing in itself all the richness of the previous stages, constitutes the foundation for even higher forms of development. In relation to the world as a whole, to the infinite universe, it would be wrong, of course, to speak of one line of development, of the progressiveness of all development. In relation to individual systems, however, or their elements, the tendency to ascending development is clearly observable. But there must be no oversimplification in our understanding of progressive development. Like any dialectical process, it is realized in contradictions, through the struggle of opposites. Progress in some forms is accompanied by regress in others. Every ultimate form that results from ascending development creates the preconditions for its own negation. Progress in itself is realized in the struggle of opposing tendencies and makes its way only through a forest of intersecting lines of development. Certain of these lines may lead backwards instead of forwards and thus express elements of regression. In short, progression must not be understood metaphysically, as a smooth process without deviations and zigzags. This fact is particularly relevant to social development, which is an arena for various classes and parties pursuing their own interests and fighting for their own aims. One must not forget that the law of the negation of negation operates in different ways in different conditions and different objects. Every kind of thing, therefore, wrote Engels, has a peculiar way of being negated in such a manner that it gives rise to a development, and it is just the same with every kind of conception or idea. 1. Under socialism, the dialectical negation of the old and assertion of the new is characteristically a matter of consciously dealing with problems as they arise, on a planned basis and under the control of society itself. The anarchistic view of the old as something entirely reactionary and only fit for destruction is alien to socialism. What is or only socialist society, which comes to replace capitalist society, can, as historical experience has shown, save and preserve the greatest values of the material and intellectual culture accumulated by previous development. For this reason the self-styled cultural revolutions which under the pretext of struggle against the old destroy the precious, hard-won gains of the past have 122. Nothing in common with socialism. Thus the law of the negation of negation is a law whose operation conditions the connection and continuity between that which is negated and that which negates. For this reason dialectical negation is not naked, needless negation, rejecting all previous development, but the condition of development that retains and preserves in itself all the progressive content of previous stages, repeats at a higher level certain features of the initial stages and has in general a progressive, ascending character. Chapter 6. Categories of materialist dialectics. Every science evolves its own concepts for the purpose of giving a more precise reflection of the objects and processes it studies. The joint efforts of scientists have produced concepts that are common to certain groups of sciences. They have also produced categories. Categories are the most general, fundamental concepts of philosophy. One general characteristic of the categories of dialectics. With the help of categories, philosophy studies and registers the most general properties, connections, and relationships between things, the laws of development that operate in nature, society and in human thought. Categories, in the sense of universal forms of scientific thought, arose, developed, and are still developing, on the basis of social practice. They reflect the reality, the properties, and relationships of the objective world that exists outside us. The categories of materialist dialectics are a summing up of the knowledge, a generalization of the experience of cognition and practice, of the whole previous history of mankind. They are the nodal points of cognition, the stages by which thought penetrates to the essence of things. Categories are not some form of fixed knowledge. If everything develops, does not that apply also to the most general concepts and categories of thought? If not, it means that thinking is not connected with being. If it does, it means that there is a dialectics of concepts and a dialectics of cognition which has objective significance. 1. In the course of the history of thought, the role and place of individual categories have also changed. The content of categories is particularly mobile. One has only to compare, for instance, how matter was understood in ancient times and how this category is interpreted in the contemporary picture of the universe. Categories reflect the general properties, connections, and relationships of the material world. Hence their tremendous methodological value and the need to apply them in the study of the concrete phenomena of nature, society, and thought. The general concepts of every science also play a methodological role. The categories of dialectics differ from the general concepts of the specialized sciences. However, in THAT the latter are applicable only to a certain sphere of thinking, while philosophical categories, as methodological principles, embrace the whole tissue of scientific thought, all fields of knowledge. The categories of philosophy, by constantly accumulating the results of the development of the specialized sciences, enrich their own content. At the same time, no specialized sciences can do without general philosophical categories. The theoretical reproduction of reality, the trends and patterns of its development, its practical transformation can only be accomplished with their help. Reflecting the properties and relations of objective reality, the categories also express the patterns of thought. They are the nodal points of the connection between subject and object, under which one can classify all the infinite variety of objects and phenomena. They are the standpoints from which we obtain our sensory perception of the world and our understanding of it. It is thanks to the categories that individual things are perceived and comprehended as particular manifestations of the whole. A person must master the categories in the course of his individual development in order to possess a capacity for theoretical thought. One cannot obtain a correct understanding of a particular category merely by analyzing it as such, that is, in isolation from other categories. In objective reality, everything is interconnected, is in a state of general interaction. The categories that reflect the world are therefore also interconnected in a certain way. Each category reflects some aspect of the objective world, and all of them together embrace conditionally, approximately, the universal law-governed character of eternally moving and developing nature. 1 Categories are so interconnected that they can be understood only as elements in a definite system of categories. The categories of dialectics are closely connected with its basic laws. The fundamental laws of dialectics are expressed and formulated only through certain categories, otherwise they could not be expressed at all. Thus, the law of the unity and struggle of opposites is expressed through the categories of opposition, contradiction, etc. In their turn, the laws of dialectics determine the relationship between the categories as expressing the general aspects and relationships of things. Thus, the relations between content and form, essence and phenomenon, necessity and chance are specific manifestations of the law of the unity and struggle of opposites. In the previous chapters we have examined several philosophical categories, for example, matter, emotion, space, time, the finite and the infinite, consciousness, quantity, quality, proportion, and contradiction. In this chapter we shall examine other related categories. 2. The individual, particular and universal. The first thing that comes to mind when we consider the world around us is its variable quantitative and qualitative diversity. The world is a unity, but it exists in the form of a totality of various things, phenomena, and events that possess their own individual, unique attributes. The existence of separate objects and phenomena divided from one another in space and time and possessing individual qualitative and quantitative definition is characterized by the category of the individual. This category expresses that which distinguishes one object from another, that is inherent only in a given object. Any object or process is only an element in some integrated system. Not a single thing or phenomenon exists by itself. Nothing can arise or remain in existence or even change without being connected with a large number of other things and phenomena. The universality of the properties and relationships of things is expressed in the category of the universal. This category reflects the similarity of the properties, the aspects, of an object, the connection between the elements, the parts, of a given system and also between different systems. The universal may take the form of a similarity of properties and relationships of things, constituting a definite class or group, which may be registered, for example, in such concepts as crystal, animal, man, and so on. The universal does not exist before or outside the individual, just as the individual does not exist outside the universal. Any object is a unity of the universal and the individual. The particular is a kind of connecting link between the individual and the universal. For instance, production in general is an abstraction. It stresses what is universal and inherent in production in all epochs. At the same time, this universal can be broken down into many divisions. It exists both as something particular, and as something individual. The universal is not introduced into the individual from the sphere of pure thought. Both difference and unity are inherent in the objects and events of the real world. They are both objective indivisible aspects of being. Any one thing is both different from all other things and at the same time in some respect resembles them, possesses certain properties in common with other things. Universality and difference are the relationship of the object to itself and to other things, characterizing the stability and variability, equality and inequality, similarity and dissimilarity, identity and non-identity, imitability and inimitability, continuity and discontinuity of its properties, connections, relationships and tendencies of development. We cannot take a single step without encountering the unity of universality and difference. According to Lenin, there is dialectics in the simplest phrases, for example, Ivan is a person, Zuka is a dog, the individual is the universal. Consequently, the opposites are identical, the individual exists only in the connection that leads to the universal. The universal and its relation to the individual is given different interpretations in different philosophical systems. The metaphysical philosophers usually divorced the individual from the universal and counterposed them to each other. In the Middle Ages, the so-called nominalists maintained that the universal had no real existence, that it was merely names or words, and that only individual things with their properties and relationships actually existed. The realists, on the contrary, assumed that the universal existed in reality as the spiritual essence of things, that it preceded individual objects and could exist independently of them. This controversy was continued in later times. The problem of correlating the individual and the universal cried out for a solution when it came to analyzing the laws of the historical process. Some thinkers tried, and are still trying, to assert that the sphere of social existence is unique, and that all relationships in it are inimitably individual. No law can be established for that which does not repeat itself, and on this basis the law-governed nature of the historical process is rejected. Is this position valid? No. In all their concreteness, individual events actually do not repeat themselves. Every war, for example, taken in all its individuality, is unlike any other war. But in this 127 unique individuality of concrete events there is always something universal, their essential qualities, the types of internal and external connection. The fact that the Second World War was not like the Greco-Persian Wars is no obstacle to the sociological study of various types of war. In no way does the universal level down the individuality of events. It only testifies to the fact that this unique individuality is the concrete form of manifestation of the essentially universal. The individual thing owes the concrete form of its existence to the law-governed system of connections within which it arose and exists as a qualitative entity. The individual is for dom in at by the universal. This power of the universal is not something supernatural. It is not hidden in certain forces that stand above individual things, but in the system of interacting individual things, where each thing is poured into the cup of the universal, revives it and partakes of its reviving juices. While existing and developing according to the laws of the universal, the individual at the same time serves as a precondition of the universal. This is the case, for example, in the development of animate nature. Through its individual changeability, an organism acquires some new and useful attribute. This individual attribute may be passed on by heredity and in time become an attribute not of one individual but of a number of individuals, that is, an attribute of a variety within the framework of a given species. This variety may later become a new species. Consequently, an individual attribute becomes universal, generic. Diametrically opposed processes take place in the development of organisms, when a certain generic attribute begins to die out or atrophy. Such an attribute becomes an attribute of only a few organisms, and then appears only as an exception in the form of atavism. In this case the universal becomes the individual. The action of the universal as law is expressed in the individual and through the individual. But such a law cannot be applied to the world as a whole. In this case one cannot say that the universal arises from the individual or vice versa. Both universal and individual form a unity. While it appears to create the universal, the individual itself at the same time arises and moves according to definite laws. The individual exists only in the connection that leads to the universal. Every individual enters incompletely into the universal, etc., etc. Every individual is connected by thousands of transitions with other kinds of individuals, etc. 1. A correct appreciation of the dialectics of the individual, Perdicu. 1 Ibid. 128. Lar, and universal, is of tremendous importance both in the field of knowledge and its practical application. Science is concerned with generalizations and operates with general concepts, and it is this which enables it to establish laws and arms us with foresight in our practical activities. Scientific research may take two paths, the path from the individual as the point of departure of thought to the particular and from the particular to the universal, and also the path from the universal and general to the particular and from the particular to the individual. In fact, all real, exhaustive knowledge, wrote Engels, consists solely in raising the individual thing in thought from individuality into particularity and from this into universality, in seeking and establishing the infinite in the finite, the eternal in the transitory. The form of universality, however, is the form of self-completeness, hence of infinity. It is the comprehension of the many finites in the infinite. 1. Appreciation of the dialectical interaction of the individual, particular, and universal arms us with a method of knowing the phenomena of social life. The contemporary revisionists attempt to deny or belittle the significance of the general laws of socialist construction. They absolutize the individual and the particular and try to produce models of socialism that are applicable only to one or another country. This inevitably results in national self-isolation, in the opposition of national interests to international interests. No less dangerous is dogmatism, the essence of which lies in absolutizing general truths, in an inability to analyze and appreciate the particular features of each country in concrete terms. The successes of the international communist movement depend to a great extent on how comprehensively the correlation of the general laws of social revolution and the national peculiarities of the various countries, or specific regional features, is taken into consideration. 3. Cause and effect. The concepts of cause and effect have evolved in the process of social practice and cognition of the world. In them thought reflects the vital laws of the objective world, knowledge of which is necessary for man's practical activity. When a person finds out the causes of phenomena and processes, he is able to influence them, to recreate them artificially, to bring them to life or to prevent their appearance. Ignorance of the causes and the conditions that evoke phenomena render a person helpless. And conversely, knowledge of causes offers people and society the opportunity of taking effective action. Knowledge of phenomena and processes is above all knowledge of the causes of their emergence and development. Causality is one of the forms of the universal law-governed connection of phenomena. In formulating the concept of cause and effect, man isolates certain aspects of the whole objective process. In order to understand the separate phenomena, we have to tear them out of the general interconnection and consider them in isolation, and then the changing motions appear, one as cause and the other as effect. 1. Cause and effect are related concepts. A phenomenon that brings into being another phenomenon is, in relation to that phenomenon, its cause. The result of the action of a cause is effect. Causality is an internal connection between phenomena in which whenever one exists the other must necessarily follow. For example, the heating of water is the cause of its turning into steam, because whenever water is heated the accompanying process is the formation of steam. Cause precedes effect in time. But this does not mean that every previous phenomenon is in a causal relationship with the phenomenon that follows it. Night precedes morning, but it is not the cause of morning. One must not confuse causal connection with the temporal sequence of phenomena. The superstitious person will sometimes say that the cause of a war was a comet or a solar eclipse, or some other natural or social phenomenon that occurred before the outbreak of war. Cause should be differentiated from occasion. Occasion is an event which immediately precedes another event and makes it possible, but does not necessarily engender or determine it. The connection between occasion and effect is external and inessential. The causal connection of phenomena is objective and universal in character. All phenomena in the world, all changes and processes must be induced by certain causes. There is no such thing as a causeless phenomenon, nor could there be. Every phenomenon must have its cause. We are able to detect the causal connection of phenomena with varying degrees of accuracy. The causes of some are still unknown to us, but they objectively exist. Thus, medicine has not yet fully discovered the cause of cancer, but this cause exists and will eventually be discovered. There is intense conflict between materialism and idealism over the question of causality. The materialists acknowledge objective causal connection of phenomena that is independent of both will and consciousness, and its more or less accurate reflection in the human consciousness. The idealists, on the other hand, either deny the causality of all phenomena of reality or deduce causality not from the objective world, but from the consciousness, from reason, from the action of imaginary seven supernatural forces. The proposition that all phenomena are causally conditioned, expresses the law of causality. Philosophers who acknowledge this law and apply it to all phenomena are called determinists. Philosophers who deny the law of causality are called indeterminists. The law of causality demands that all phenomena of nature and society be explained through natural causes, and rules out any possibility of their being due to supernatural forces. Consistent materialistic determinism leaves no room for God or any kind of miracle, mysticism, or the like. The history of philosophy tells us that the English philosopher Hume denied the objectivity of causal connection. Hume's proposition that we obtain our knowledge of the causal connection of phenomena from experience is correct, but the rest of his argument goes off on the wrong track. Hume reduced experience to subjective sensations and denied that they possessed any objective content. In experience we observe that one thing follows another, but, according to Hume, in the first place we have no ground for believing that the former may be the cause of the latter, and secondly, there are no grounds, proceeding from past and present experience, for drawing conclusions about the future. Hume's conclusion boils down to the following: causality is merely a sequential, habitual connection of sensation and idea, and prediction on this basis is expectation of that connection. Our past experience gives us grounds for expecting that in the future friction will give rise to heat, but we have not and cannot have any assurance of the objectivity and necessity of this process. Proceeding from the data of science, dialectical materialism asserts that practice is the proof of the objectivity of causality. Engels wrote, "The regular sequence of certain natural phenomena can by itself give rise to the idea of causality, the heat and light that come with the sun, but this affords no proof," and to that extent Hume's skepticism was correct in saying that a regular post hoc can never establish a propter hoc. But the activity of human beings forms the test of causality. If we bring the sun's rays to a focus by means of a concave mirror and make them act like the rays of an ordinary fire, we thereby prove that heat comes from the sun. Kant did not agree with Hume that causality was merely a habitual conjunction of sensations. Kant recognized the existence of causal connection as necessary in character, though not in the objective world but in the mind. He did not attribute this to experience. Causality existed as in a priori, innate category of intellect, on the basis of which various perceptions were linked together into a proposition. The idealistic views of Hume and Kant on causality are reproduced in various versions by neo-cognitions and also by the positivists, particularly the Marxists. Ernst Mach asserted that there is no cause and effect in nature, but that all forms of causality spring from our subjective desires. The view of Hume on causality is repeated by Bertrand Russell, who regards the concept of cause as a pre-scientific generalization serving only as a guide to action. The only difference between Hume and Russell in their interpretation of causality is that according to Russell the law of causality is based not on habit, as maintained by Hume, but on an animal faith which has become deeply embedded in the language. Belief in the external causation of certain kinds of experiences is primitive, and is, in a certain sense, implicit in animal behavior. Too many contemporary idealist philosophers insist on the idea that the word cause should be excluded from philosophical terminology. Causality, in their view, is as obsolete as monarchy. The law of causality is replaced by the law of functional connection. One must not say that phenomenon A causes phenomenon B, one must say that A and B depend on each other. One can envisage all kinds of dependencies, including external, inessential and even arbitrary dependencies, in the form of functional connection. The relationship of cause and effect may also be envisaged in the form of functional dependency, effect being a function of cause. However, this obscures everything that really matters in causality. Cause as a real phenomenon engenders and conditions effect, which is another real phenomenon. The idealists dissolve causality into functional dependency on the pretext that science is not interested in how phenomena arise, or whether there is a cause of their existence. It is only interested in whether there is any dependency between phenomena which can be expressed by a definite formula. But this is a fallacious point of view. Knowledge of real causal connection is the basis of people's practical activity. Knowing causes, we can evoke phenomena desirable for society or, on the contrary, combat those that are undesirable or harmful. Some idealists substitute for causal connection the logical connection of ground and consequent. But THRD is a distinction between the two. Ground in formal logic is any idea from which another idea follows. For example, the statement that there is a normal temperature in the room follows as the consequent of another idea, that the thermometer shows 20 degrees Celsius. The temperature reading is not the cause of the normal temperature in the room, but the ground for our conclusion about the temperature there. Causality is the connection not of ideas in an inference, but the connection between real phenomena, one of which evokes the other. The logical connection of ideas in our reasoning is a reflection of the relationship of things in reality, including their causal conditionality. From the difference between cause and ground it does not follow, of course, that in the sphere of thought only purely logical connections operate, that the principle of causality is replaced by the principle of sufficient ground. Any thought is causally conditioned. The principle of causality is attacked by some Western physicists, who maintain that modern physics has disposed of the idea that all phenomena have a cause of their existence. They believe there is no causal conditionality in microprocesses. Not a single microparticle, for example, the electron, obeys the law of causality. Each one chooses its path freely from the various possibilities. The reason given is usually the uncertainty relation. It is true that whereas in the macro processes one can simultaneously define both the position and velocity of a body, the position and velocity of a microparticle cannot be simultaneously defined with unlimited accuracy. This law of the motion of the micro-objects discovered by physicists does not fit in with the notion of causality that was characteristic of the science of the 17th and 18th centuries and has become known in history as Laplacian determinism. The Laplacian or mechanistic form of determinism arose from the study of the external, mechanical motion of macro-objects, and assumes the possibility of simultaneous exact knowledge of coordinates and impulse. In describing the processes at work within the atom we encounter the special properties of particles, and here the former concepts of coordinates and impulse evolved for macro-objects are not applicable. But from the principle of the uncertainty relation in the microcosm. 133. It does not follow that we should deny causality. The law of causality maintains only one thing: all phenomena have a cause. Just how causality operates in certain concrete cases, whether it is possible to define simultaneously the coordinates and velocity of particles with unlimited accuracy, is another question whose solution involves a knowledge of the concrete properties of the respective objects. Modern physics provides rich factual material confirming the universality of the law of causality and the diversity of forms in which it is manifested. Thus, knowing the angle at which the electron and positron collide, and also their velocities, one can predict the path of motion of the two photons. Surely this proves the existence of causality in the microcosm. Microprocesses obey certain laws, they follow a certain sequence. The objective character of the causal connection of all phenomena in reality was substantiated and defended by pre-Marxist materialists, but they confined themselves to examining the mechanical forms of causality, where cause is always external in relation to effect. Materialist dialectics has overcome the limitations of the mechanistic metaphysical interpretation of causality. It has shown that the connection between cause and effect is of a reciprocal nature. The cause produces the effect, but the effect may also influence the cause and change it. In this process of interaction, the cause and effect change places, so that what is effect here and now will be cause there and then, and vice versa. Point 1. For example, the development of capitalism in Russia was the cause of the abolition of serfdom, but the abolition of serfdom became in its turn the cause of a further acceleration of the development of capitalism. The interaction of cause and effect implies their constant influencing each other, with the result that both cause and effect are modified. This interaction becomes the internal cause of the changes in the phenomena of reality. If we see the world as the interaction of different phenomena, we realize that its motion and development require no external push, no supernatural force, such as God. This is why Engels regarded as correct Hegel's proposition that reciprocal action is the true causa finalis of things. Point 1. 2. Interacting forces and factors are not of equal value, of course. It is the task of science to reveal decisive, determining causes in the system of interacting forces. The interaction of cause and effect is influenced by the surrounding phenomena, which are summed up in the term conditions. Conditions are phenomena that are necessary for the occurrence of a certain event, but do not in themselves induce it. Thus a pathogenic organism may cause illness, depending on the conditions, that is, on the state of health of the person it attacks. Some of these conditions may encourage the effect, while others may prevent it. Depending on the conditions, one and the same phenomenon may be engendered by different causes and, on the contrary, one and the same cause may produce different effects. To illustrate, tremendous energy may be obtained both from the splitting of the uranium nucleus, and from the synthesis of the nuclei of hydrogen into helium nuclei. Despite their diversity, the causal interconnections of phenomena do not account for all the wealth of connections in the world. Lenin wrote, "Causality, as usually understood by us, is only a small panicle of universal interconnection, but, a particle not of the subjective but of the objectively real interconnection. One phenomena enter into various relationships, temporal, spatial, and so on, which are related to causality but cannot be reduced to that category. Science cannot confine itself to studying only the causal interconnections of phenomena, it must study phenomena in all the diversity of their law-governed connections. 4. Necessity and chance. As we have seen, the law-governed connections and relationships of things are essential and necessary. Necessity is the stable, essential connection of things, phenomena, processes and objects of reality conditioned by the whole preceding course of their development. The necessary stems from the essence of things and, given certain conditions, is bound to occur. A distinction should be drawn between necessity and inevitability. Not everything that is necessary is inevitable. Necessity is inevitable when all other possibilities have been ruled out and there is only one left. But does everything that happens in the world occur of necessity? No, there are also chance events. Chance is what under certain conditions may occur or may not occur, may happen in a certain way or may happen otherwise. The religious view of the world holds that everything in the universe, in the life of society and of the individual, is preordained by God or by fate, or by the world spirit, whose blind force is irreversible. Belief in fate, in predestination, is known as fatalism. Ignorance of dialectics usually leads to an antithesis between necessity and chance, one of which is supposed to exclude the other. Democritus asserted, for instance, that everything occurs only through necessity. People, he said, invented the idol of chance so that they could use it as a pretext for their own unreasoning. Nearly all philosophers who deny chance identify it with the absence of cause. Hence the fallacious conclusion that since everything has its cause, chance is impossible. It is alleged that we describe those phenomena whose cause we cannot discover or predict as chance phenomena, whereas these phenomena in themselves are, in fact, not accidental but necessary. Spinoza believed, for instance, that there is nothing accidental in nature, that all is determined by natural necessity. The French materialists of the 18th century also asserted that everything occurs of absolute necessity and that there is no chance in the world at all. Our whole life, said Holbach, is a line that we at nature's bidding must draw on the surface of the globe without any possibility of deviating from it for a single moment. The absolutizing of necessity and denial of chance follow logically from the mechanistic world outlook. Its most characteristic expression was in the stand taken by Laplace. All phenomena, he wrote, even those that are so insignificant as to appear independent of the great laws of nature are as necessary an effect of them as the revolutions of the sun. When one is ignorant of the bonds that unite them to the entire system of the universe, one makes them depend on ultimate causes or on chance, according to whether they happen and proceed with regularity or without any apparent order. These imaginary causes have successively receded with the boundaries of our knowledge and disappear entirely in the face of sound philosophy, which sees in them nothing but the expression of an ignorance of which we ourselves are the true causes. One, however, necessity, if absolutized, turns into its opposite. Rejecting chance, the French materialists of the 18th century reduced necessity to the status of chance. Holbach asserted that a monarch suffering from indigestion, or a woman's whim are sufficient causes to make men go to war, to lay cities in ruins, to spread starvation and infection and create misery and grief for many centuries to come. 136. Present-day positivists deny the existence of necessity in nature and society. Thus, according to L. Wittgenstein, there is only logical necessity, the necessity that one statement must follow another. Moreover, logical necessity does not reflect any objective laws but stems from the nature of language. Metaphysical thinking gives rise to a false alternative: either the world is dominated by chance, in which case there is no necessity, or else, there is no such thing as chance and all that occurs is inevitable. In reality, necessity does not exist in pure form. Any necessary process occurs in a multiplicity of accidental forms. The main difference between necessity and chance is that the appearance and the existence of the necessary is conditioned by essential factors, whereas chance events are usually conditioned by inessential factors. It would be wrong to think that phenomena can be only either necessary or accidental. The dialectics of necessity and chance lies in the fact that chance is a form of the manifestation of necessity and its complement. Accidents can, in the course of development, become necessity. Thus, the law-governed attributes of one or another biological species appeared at first as accidental deviations from the features of another species. But these accidental deviations establish themselves and accumulate, and the necessary qualities of the living organisms are formed on their basis. The factor of chance has never remained outside the field of vision of scientific knowledge, even when chance events are abstracted as something of secondary importance. The fundamental aim of knowledge is to reveal what is governed by law, what is necessary. But it does not follow from this that the accidental belongs only to the field of our subjective notions and should therefore be ignored in scientific research. Through the analysis of various accidental, individual facts, science moves on to the discovery of what lies at the bottom of things, of a certain necessity. Appreciation of the dialectics of necessity and chance is an important factor in correct, practical creative activity. A good many discoveries in science and inventions in technology have been made thanks to a lucky coincidence. However well calculated our actions, something is always left to chance. The development of production and science tends to take man out of the power of unfortunate accidents. Under socialism, people are acquiring more and more opportunities of controlling social processes, planning the economy and culture, and thus safeguarding society from the harmful effects of chance. 137. The distinction between statistical and dynamic laws, which plays a large part in science, is based on appreciation of the influence of chance. Dynamic laws are a form of necessary causal connection in which the interrelation between cause and effect is univalent. In other words, if we know the initial state of one system, we are able to predict its further development. Thus, The prediction of solar or lunar eclipses is built on calculation of the dynamic laws of the movement of celestial bodies. Statistical laws, unlike dynamic laws, are the dialectical unity of necessary and chance attributes. In this case, the subsequent states that follow from the initial state are not unique and can be predicted only to a certain degree of probability. Here are some examples. If you buy a lottery ticket, it does not follow that you are bound to win a prize. You may win or you may lose. Winning something in a lottery is a typical example of a chance event. The likelihood of such an event is expressed by the concept of probability. If the event never comes about, then probability is 0. If it is bound to come about, its probability is expressed by the unit 1. All chance events have a probability between 0 and 1. The more often the chance event occurs, the greater its probability. The concept of probability is closely connected with the concept of uncertainty. Uncertainty arises when there is a choice to be made from several objects. Probability and the measure of uncertainty have a quite simple interdependence: the less the probability of choice, the greater the uncertainty. A characteristic feature of statistical laws is the fact that they are based on chance that has a certain stability. This means that they are applied only to large groups of phenomena, each of which has a chance character. Such mass phenomena as accumulation of gas molecules, for example, obey statistical laws. The motion of an individual molecule in relation to the laws that prevail in the whole group is accidental, but from this intermingling of chance movement of individual molecules there is formed a necessity that manifests itself not completely, or perhaps not at all, in each individual case. There is also a law of large numbers, which expresses the dialectics of the necessary and the accidental. This law runs as follows: the combined effect of a large number of accidental factors produces, under certain, rather common conditions, results almost independent of chance. In other words, the amassing of a large number of individual cases, phenomena, leads to the leveling of their accidental deviations in one direction or another and to the forma. 138. Of a definite trend, of something law-governed. This trend or law is called statistical. Manifesting itself in a mass of individual phenomena, statistical law with its specific interrelation of cause and effect, of necessity and chance, of the individual and universal, of whole and parts, of possibility and probability, constitutes the objective basis on which the application of statistical methods of research is based. 5. Possibility and reality. The categories of possibility and reality occupy an important place in the well-stocked armory of modern theoretical thinking. Like all other categories of dialectics, they reflect the universal connections and relations of things, the process of their change and development. Nothing can come from nothing, and the new can arise only from certain preconditions conceived in the womb of the old. The existence of the new in its potential state is, in fact, possibility. A child comes into the world. He possesses a great number of potentialities, the possibility of sensing, feeling, thinking and speaking. Given the right conditions, the possibility becomes reality. By reality in the broad sense of the term we mean everything that actually exists, in embryo, in immaturity, and in the state of passing away. This is a unity of the individual and the universal, the essence and the diverse forms of its manifestation, the necessary and the accidental. In the narrower sense we mean by reality a realized possibility, something that has come about, something that has developed. There is nothing in the world that is not either a possibility or a reality, or on the way from the one to the other. The process of development is the dialectical unity of possibility and reality. Possibility is organically linked with reality. The possible and the real interpenetrate one another. After all, the possible is one of the forms of reality in the broad sense of the word. It is internal, potential reality. Reality has priority in the interconnection between the categories of possibility and reality, although possibility precedes reality in time. But possibility itself is only one of the elements of that which already exists as reality. While emphasizing the unity of possibility and reality, we must at the same time bear in mind the difference between them. The possibility of man's knowing the world in its entirety differs entirely from the fulfillment of this possibility in reality. There are various kinds of possibility. Possibilities may be uni. 139. Versa. Or individual. A universal possibility expresses the preconditions of the general aspects of individual objects and phenomena, while individual possibility expresses the preconditions of their individual aspects and features. A universal possibility is conditioned by the laws of development of reality, while an individual possibility depends on the specific conditions of existence and action of these general laws. Every individual possibility is unique. Possibilities may be real or formal. We call a possibility real if it expresses the law-governed, essential tendency of development of the object in question, and if the necessary 7 conditions for its realization exist in reality. A formal possibility expresses an inessential tendency of development of the object while the necessary conditions for its fulfillment are not present in reality. Only formal grounds can be given in its favor. It is possibly that tonight the moon will fall upon the earth, because the moon is a body separated from the earth and may therefore fall upon it just as does a stone that has been thrown into the air. It is possible that the Sultan of Turkey will become Pope, because he is a man and, as such, may be converted to Christianity, I become a Catholic priest, etc. One formal possibility does not in itself contradict objective laws. In this sense it differs fundamentally from impossibility, that is, from that which cannot, in principle, under any conditions be realized. For example, no one can make a perpetual motion machine, because this contradicts the laws of the conservation of energy. In both theoretical and practical activity it is extremely important to be able to distinguish the possible from the impossible. A formal possibility may be regarded as a possibility only in abstraction from all other possibilities. Any amount of formal possibilities fail to become reality. Bourgeois ideologists assert, for instance, that in the conditions of capitalism any poor man may become a millionaire. But this is a formal possibility because millions of poor men remain poor men and even become beggars before one becomes a millionaire. The difference between real and formal possibility is to a certain extent relative. A perfectly real possibility may be lost or remain objectively unrealized because of certain circumstances. It then becomes a formal possibility. At the same time, a formal possibility may turn into a real possibility. For example, the possibility of manned space flight was at one time only formal, but has now become real. As we have said, possibility precedes reality in time. But reality, as the result of previous development, is at the same time a starting point of further development. Possibility arises in the given reality and is fulfilled in a new reality. As hidden tendencies expressing the different directions in the development of an object, possibilities characterize reality from the standpoint of its future. All possibilities are aimed at realization and possess a certain direction. But this orientation on the future does not signify that, as the fatalists assert, the final result of any process in the world is predestined from the very beginning and is utterly inevitable. Dialectical materialism proceeds from the fact that development is not the unfolding of a ready-made collection of possibilities, but a constant process of generation of possibilities within the framework of reality, and their conversion into a new reality. Like everything in the world, possibilities develop, some of them grow, others wither away. Certain conditions are required for a possibility to become a reality. There is a substantial difference between the process of realization of a possibility in nature and its realization in human society. In nature, the realization of a possibility occurs on the whole spontaneously. Not so in human society. History is made by people. So a great deal depends on their will, consciousness and one initiative in the process of realization of the possibilities invested in social development. Under socialism, all the necessary conditions exist for turning the possibility of building communism into a reality. but these conditions cannot automatically lead to communism. The possibilities of building communist society can be realized CNLY by the creative efforts of the Soviet people, led by the CPSU. 6. Content and form. Any object of reality is a unity of content and form. Content cannot just exist in the world by itself, must have some kind of form. By content is meant the composition of all the elements of an object, the unity of its properties, internal processes, connections, contradictions and trends of development. For example, the content of an organism is not merely the sum total of its organs but the whole actual process of its life activity proceeding in a certain form. By form is meant the mode of external expression of content, the relatively stable definiteness of the connection of the elements of content and their interaction, the type and structure of the content. 141. Form and content constitute a certain relationship between features of an object that are not only different but opposed to one another. Moreover, the division of an object into form and content exists only within the framework of their inseparable unity, and their unity exists only as something internally divided. There is no unbridgeable gap between form and content. They may pass into each other. For example, thought is an ideal form of reflection of objective reality and at the same time it makes up the content of neurophysiological processes. Form is not something external which is superimposed on content. For example, a fluid in a state of weightlessness and left to itself acquires a spherical form. The most splendid idea cannot produce a work of art if it is not clothed in a corresponding artistic form, in artistic images. It may be said of the Iliad that its content is the Trojan War or, more specifically, the wrath of Achilles. This tells us everything but at the same time very little, because that which makes the Iliad what it is the poetic form in which its content is expressed. One form is a unity of the internal and external. As the means of connection of the elements of content, form is something internal. It constitutes the structure of the object, and becomes, as it were, an element of the content. As the means of connection of the given content with the content of other things, form is something external. Thus the internal form of a work of art is primarily the theme, the means of connection of the artistic images and ideas that make up its content. The external form is the sensually perceived appearance of the work, its outward presentation. In considering the opposition between form and content we must not forget that the content is not formless, and that form is simultaneously contained in the content itself and is also external to it. 1-2 Forms differ according to the degree of their universality. A form may be the means of organization of an individual object, a class of objects or an infinite number of objects. The problem of the correlation of form and content has been treated in various ways by various philosophical schools. According to Aristotle, content and form exist in the beginning as something independent of each other and only subsequently, when something takes shape, do they enter into a close connection. According to Aristotle, the primary form, or the form of forms, is God. In contemporary bourgeois philosophy the relationship of form and content is usually distorted, in the sense that form is divorced from content and absolutized. The absolutizing of form leads to formalism and abstractionism in art. Form becomes a self-sufficient value. Form and content are opposites making up a unity. Their inseparable unity manifests itself in the fact that a certain content is foreclothed in a certain form. Content is the primary aspect, the form of organization depends on what is organized. Content is not formed by some external force, it forms itself. Between form and content there exist internal contradictions. The emergence, development, and overcoming of these contradictions are one of the most essential and universal expressions of development through the struggle of opposites. Listing the elements of dialectics, Lenin writes, the struggle of content with form and conversely. The throwing off of the form, the transformation of the content. 1 The categories of form and content are crucial to the understanding of the dialectics of development. A form that corresponds to content promotes and accelerates the development of content. There must, however, come a time when an old form ceases to correspond to the changed content and begins to act as a brake on its further development. A conflict arises between form and content, which is resolved by the breakdown of the obsolete form and the appearance of a new form that corresponds to the new content. This new form exerts an active influence on the content and promotes its development. The unity of form and content presupposes their relative independence and the active role of form in relation to content. The relative independence of form is expressed, for example, in the fact that it may lag a little way behind the development of content. A change of form is a reorganization of the connection within the object. This process takes place in time, is realized through contradictions and collisions. For example, in the conditions of an antagonistic society, it is related to the struggle against the forces of reaction, against the forces that stand guard over the old system. When form lags behind content, they cease to correspond to each other. For instance, production relations, which are a form in respect of the productive forces of a society, correspond to the trend of development of the productive forces during the ascending period in the development of a given social economic formation, but in the period of decline they lag behind these forces and retard their development. The relative independence of form and content is also expressed in the fact that one and the same content may take various forms. But one and the same form may have a different content. The laws of phenomena that are different in nature may be expressed by the same formula. For instance, appreciation of the interconnection between content and form and their relative independence is particularly important in practical activity, when skilled use of the form of organization of labor, of the production process and the distribution of manpower, may decide the course and outcome of the project. The choice and elaboration of flexible forms in revolutionary struggle constitute one of the most important tasks of the Communist and Workers' parties. 7. Essence and appearance. Essence and appearance are categories expressing different aspects of things, stages of knowledge, different depths in our understanding of an object. Human knowledge proceeds from the external form of an object to its internal organization. Knowledge of an object begins with determining its external properties, the relationships of things in space. Getting to know their causal and other profound law-governed relationships and properties leads to the disclosure of essence. The logic of the development of knowledge and the needs of social practice have compelled people to draw a strict distinction between what constitutes the essence of an object and what that object appears to be to them. Dialectical materialism proceeds from the fact that both essence and appearance are universal objective characteristics of things. What is meant by knowing the essence of an object? This means that we have understood the cause of its origin, the laws of its existence, the internal contradictions and tendencies of development inherent in it, and its determining properties. The essence of the capitalist mode of production is private ownership of the means of production or the separation of the immediate producer's workers from the means of production. This essence of capitalism manifests itself in human exploitation, in the private property ideology. The essence of socialism is social ownership of the means of production, the absence of human exploitation, the ever fuller satisfaction of the growing needs of the working people through the constant development and improve. 144. End of production, the planning of social development, and the social, political, and ideological unity of the people. The essence of any process may be revealed in various degrees. Our thinking moves not only from appearance to essence, but from the less profound to the more profound essence. Human thought goes endlessly deeper from appearance to essence, from essence of the first order, as it were, to essence of the second order, and so on without end. The category of essence expresses the special reality which constitutes, as it were, the foundation of an object, something stable and fundamental in its content. Essence is the organizing principle, the nodal point of connection between the basic features and aspects of an object. The category of the universal is closely linked with the category of essence. That which constitutes the essence of a definite class of objects is at the same time their universality. Essence is what is important, determining in an object. When we speak of essence, we have in mind something that proceeds according to law. Law and essence are concepts of the same kind, or rather, of the same degree, expressing the deepening of man's knowledge of phenomena, the world. 1-2 For example, Mendeleev's periodic law reveals the essential internal connection between the atomic weight of an element and its chemical properties. Essence and law, however, are not identical. Essence is wider and richer. For example, the essence of life lies not merely in any one law, but in a whole complex of laws. When describing the essence of an object, we use categories close to the category of essence but not identical with it, the individual in the many, the universal in the individual, the stable in the changeable, the internal, the law-governed. And what is appearance? Appearance is the outward manifestation of essence, the form of its expression. Unlike essence, which is hidden from man, appearance lies on the surface of things. Essence as something internal is contrasted to the external, changeable aspect of things. When we talk of appearance as something external and essence as something internal, we have in mind not a relationship in space, but the objective significance of the internal and external for characterizing the object itself. Appearance cannot exist without that which appears in it, that is without essence. Here, too, we see a transition, a flow from the one to the other, the essence appears. The appearance is essential/one. There is nothing in essence that does not appear in some way or another. But appearance is more colorful than essence, if only for the reason that it is more individualist, involving a unique totality of external conditions. In appearance, the essential is connected with the unessential, the accidental. Essence reveals itself both in the mass of phenomena and in the individual, essential phenomenon. In some phenomena essence shows itself completely and transparently, while in others it is veiled. Lenin chose the turbulent flow of a river to illustrate the interrelationship of essence and appearance. The unessential, seeming, superficial, vanishes more often, does not hold so tightly, does not sit so firmly as essence. Etway, the movement of a river, the foam above and the deep currents below. But even the foam is an expression of essence. Two essence and appearance are related categories. They are characterized through one another. Whereas essence is something general, appearance is individual, expressing only an element of essence, whereas essence is something profound and intrinsic, appearance is external, yet richer and more colorful, whereas essence is something stable and necessary, appearance is more transient, changeable, and accidental. The difference between the essential and the unessential is not absolute but relative. For instance, at one time it was considered that the essential property of the chemical element was its atomic weight. Later this essential property turned out to be the charge of the atomic nucleus. The property of atomic weight did not cease to be essential, however. It is still essential in the first approximation, essential on a less profound level, and is further explained on the basis of the charge of the atomic nucleus. Essence is expressed in its many outward manifestations. At the same time, essence may not only express itself but also disguise itself in these manifestations. When we are in the process of gaining sensory knowledge of a thing, phenomena sometimes seem to us to be not what they are in reality. This seemingness is not generated by our consciousness. It arises through our being influenced by real relationships in the objective conditions of observation. Those who thought the sun rotated around the earth took the seeming appearance of things for the real thing. Under capitalism, the wages of the worker seem to be payment for all his work, but in reality only part. 146. Of his work is paid, while the rest is appropriated by the capitalists free of charge in the form of surplus value, which constitutes the source of their profit. Thus, to obtain a correct understanding of an event, to get to the bottom of it, we must critically test the evidence of immediate observation, and make a clear distinction between the seeming and the real, the superficial and the essential. Knowledge of the essence of things is the fundamental task of science. Marx wrote that if essence and appearance directly coincided, all science would be superfluous. The History 70F science shows that knowledge of essence is impossible without considering and analyzing the various forms in which it is manifest. At the same time, these various forms cannot be correctly understood without penetrating to their foundation, their essence. Chapter 7. What is knowledge? What are its basic forms? By what laws do we proceed from ignorance to knowledge, from one knowledge to another, deeper knowledge? What is truth? What is its criterion? By what means or methods is truth arrived at and error overcome? These and other philosophical questions are considered by the theory of knowledge, or epistemology. One materialist dialectics is the theory of knowledge of Marxism-Leninism. The problems of the theory of knowledge arose with philosophy itself. In Greek philosophy, analysis of the nature of knowledge began with Democritus, Plato, Aristotle, the Epicureans, the Sceptics, and the Stoics. They W7 followed in modern times by Bacon, Descartes, Locke, Spinoza, Leibniz, Kant, Diderot, Helvetius, Hegel, Feuerbach, Herzen, Chemishevsky and other thinkers, who made an important contribution in this field. The problem of knowledge occupies a central place in Marxist-Leninist philosophy. Dialectical materialism reveals the lack of substance in the philosophical theories that deny man's ability to obtain objective knowledge of nature or social reality. Despite the differences between them, these theories may be characterized in general as philosophical skepticism, to use the ancient Greek term, or agnosticism, a term that arose in the middle of the lost century. The ideas of philosophical skepticism were enunciated by the Greek philosophers Pyrrho, Chamades, and Aeneasidemus. These early skeptics reached the conclusion that truth W7 is in principle unobtainable on the grounds that opposite, mutually exclusive opinions are expressed on every 7 question. They 7 argued that neither sense perceptions nor the rules of logic offered any possibility of knowing things, and that all knowledge was no more than belief or 148. Opinion. In modern times, the arguments of the ancient skeptics were revived and developed by a number of thinkers, most notably the Scottish 18th century philosopher David Hume, who maintained that all knowledge was, in essence, non-knowledge. The most perfect philosophy of the natural kind only staves off or ignorance a little longer, as perhaps the most perfect philosophy of the moral or metaphysical kind serves only to discover larger portion of it. Thus the observation of human blindness and weakness is the result of all philosophy. /1 Hume recommended faith and force of habit rather than knowledge as the basis for practical action. Kantianism is the next variety of agnosticism. Kant produced a detailed analysis of the cognitive process, its separate elements, the senses, intellect, reason. This analysis was an important contribution to the theory of knowledge. But the direction and general conclusion of all his theoretical reasoning are incorrect. Kant revealed the complex and contradictory world of knowledge, but he divorced it from the things of the real world. Of what they are in themselves, he wrote, we know nothing, we know only their appearances, that is, the notions they evoke in us, acting on our senses. 1-2 Kant is right in saying that knowledge begins with experience, with sensation. But experience, as he understands it, instead of bringing man into contact with the world of things in themselves, separates him from it, because Kant presumes the existence in the consciousness of a priori knowledge, i.e., forms of sensation and intellect that exist prior to and independently of experience. According to Kant, knowledge is built up out of that which is given by experience and out of these a priori forms. A priorism brings him to an inescapable agnosticism. Agnosticism does not disappear when we come to the philosophy of the 19th and 20th centuries. It was accepted by various schools of bourgeois philosophy, particularly the positivists and such varieties of positivism as Marxism and the related philosophy of pragmatism. Recent bourgeois philosophy has contributed nothing original to the premises of agnosticism, it merely reproduces Kant or Hume, and more often than not presents a mixture of the two as the latest thing in philosophy. How does agnosticism treat the basic trends in philosophy, materialism and idealism? It would be an oversimplification to assume that all idealist philosophers are agnostics. Descartes, Leibniz, Hegel, and others were not. Hegel, as Engels observes, overthrew agnosticism, insofar as this was possible from an idealist standpoint. 1 But the idealist criticizes agnosticism inconsistently, makes concessions to it in a number of fundamental questions. On the other hand, not every agnostic is a determined, consistent advocate of idealism. Often he tries to occupy a compromise position in the struggle between materialism and idealism. For the materialist, writes Lenin, the factually given is the outer world, the image of which is our sensations. For the idealist, the factually given 5 is sensation, and the outer world is declared to be a complex of sensations 5. For the agnostic, the immediately given 5 is also sensation, but the agnostic does not go on either to the materialist recognition of the reality of the outer world, or to the idealist recognition of the world as our sensation. 1 To agnosticism, as a theoretical conception of knowledge which divorces the content of our sensations, perceptions, and concepts from objective reality, i.e., rejects the objective content of those sensations, is idealism when it comes to solving the second aspect of the basic question of philosophy. Admittedly, not everyone who calls himself an agnostic actually is an idealist. Some naturalists, such as the Englishman Thomas Huxley, who in the 19th century introduced the term agnosticism, declared themselves agnostics, thus disguising their natural scientific materialism, their belief that theological arguments were untenable. The attitude of agnosticism to dialectics and metaphysics is equally contradictory. Agnosticism interpreted the dialectical contradictions of human knowledge subjectively. It is true that an element of skepticism is essential to the process of cognition. Since the days of the Greeks, skepticism has contained a certain dialectical element. The skeptics often perceived the richness, complexity, and contradictoriness of the progress of knowledge towards truth. But agnosticism absolutizes the mobility and relativity of knowledge, and its skepticism acquires a negative bias. The agnostics are content to assert the relativity of knowledge, its contradictoriness, and refuse to proceed any further towards the laws of the objective world. The separation of subjective dialectics from objective dialectics is the basic epistemological source of agnosticism. Agnosticism was rightly criticized as soon as it appeared. Its opponents were quick to point out the contradictory nature of its statements and the absurdity of its ultimate conclusions. But in this criticism there was often more wit than solid argument. The agnostic concept of knowledge arises as a reflection of the contradictory nature of the process of acquiring knowledge, the difficulties involved in defining the criteria of true knowledge. But agnosticism also reflects the position of certain classes of society, their worldview. To overcome agnosticism we have therefore to solve the complex of the problems of the theory of knowledge, and to overcome, to expose, and eradicate the agnosticism's social roots. Neither the old contemplative materialism nor idealist dialectics can cope with this problem. It can be solved only on the basis of materialist dialectics, which is also the theory of knowledge of Marxism-Leninism. The basic assumptions of the dialectical materialist theory of knowledge were formulated by Lenin in his book Materialism and Empirio-Criticism as follows: things exist independently of our consciousness, independently of our sensations, outside of us. There is definitely no difference in principle between the phenomenon and the thing in itself, and there cannot be any such difference. The only difference is between what is known and what is not yet known. In the theory of knowledge, as in every other sphere of science, we must think dialectically, that is, we must not regard our knowledge as ready-made and unalterable, but must determine how knowledge emerges from ignorance, how incomplete, inexact knowledge becomes more complete and more exact. 1. The theory of knowledge owes to Marxism two things that have changed it fundamentally: the extension of materialist dialectics to the sphere of knowledge, introduction into the theory of knowledge of practice as the basis and criteria of true knowledge. Materialist dialectics has put an end to the isolation and separation of the laws of thought from the laws of the objective world, Because it is the science of the most general laws of motion both of the external world and of human thought. There are, as Engels urges, two sets of laws which are identical in substance, but differ in their expression in so far as the human mind can apply them consciously, while in nature and also up to now for the most part in human history 7, these laws assert themselves unconsciously. Point 2. 151. The subjective dialectics of cognition is thus the reflection in the process of cognition of the objective reality of the objective laws intrinsically inherent in dialectics. The basis of this cognitive process is social practice. 2. Subject and object. Knowledge does not exist in a person's brain as something primordial, it is acquired in the course of his life and is a result of cognition. The process cf man's acquisition of new knowledge is called cognition. In order to understand the essence, the laws of cognition, one must decide who is its subject, that is, who is the knower. This would seem to be no great problem. Naturally the subject of cognition is man. But, in the first place, the history of philosophy tells us that there have been thinkers who believe that it is fundamentally impossible for man to know the essence of things, and thus rule the subject of knowledge out of existence. And secondly, some thinkers and natural scientists assert that cognition and, in particular, theoretical thinking can be done not only by people but by the machines they build, such as computers. And finally, it is not enough merely to assert that man is the subject of cognition, one must find out what makes him the subject. Ludwig Feuerbach criticized the idealist notion that the subject of cognition is consciousness or self-consciousness, correctly noting that consciousness is inherent in man alone. For Feuerbach, man was a corporeal being, living in space and time and possessing by virtue of his link with nature the ability to know reality. It would seem that in his concept of cognition Feuerbach had in mind an essentially natural concrete human being. However, it turns out that in Feuerbach's theory 7 man is only a natural and not a historically developing, social being. As Marx and Engels observe, Feuerbach never arrives at the actually existing, active man, but stops at the abstraction man, and gets no further than recognizing the actual, individual, corporeal man emotionally. Point 1. How does man acquire his concrete, real essence? Man possesses the inherent properties of a natural being including sensory perception, but he creates his second, social nature culture, civilization. By means of labor he creates himself, not simply assimilating the objects of nature, but changing them in accordance with his needs. Man can do this only because he is a social being, indefinite rela. 152. Shins with his own kind. Man, wrote Marx, is no abstract being encamped outside the world. Man is the world of man, the state, society. One outside society there is no man, and consequently, no subject of cognition either. But the reader is quite entitled to ask, surely it is not all mankind, society as a whole, that gets to know things, but separate individuals. Of course, society cannot exist without individuals, who think, produce, possess their own features and abilities. But these individuals can be the subjects of cognition only thanks to the fact that they enter into certain social relations with one another and acquire the instruments and means of production accessible to them at a given level of social organization. Thus, the process of cognition is determined by the historically conditioned structure of man's cognitive abilities, the level of development of cognition, which in turn is determined by the existing social conditions. By asserting that consciousness, reason does not depend on actual individuals organized in society, objective idealism made a mystery of the specific feature of cognition that it is a social process. Taking the overall result of human activity enshrined in forms of consciousness, idealism presented it as an independent essence moving according to its own logic. The process of cognition, however, needs not only a subject, but also an object with which the subject can interact. Man himself, the subject of cognition, can be judged by what becomes the object of his cognition and practice. For example, in the time of Democritus and Aristotle, and even in the time of Galileo and Newton, the electron, although it existed in reality, did not come within the range of human knowledge. Man was not capable of discovering it and making it the object of his thoughts and actions. Only by knowing the level of development of society can we infer what object of nature will become an object of human cognition. For example, social practice is now at such a level that the exploration of the space surrounding our planet, and of other planets of the solar system, is gradually entering the sphere of human activity. Man is forever bringing new phenomena of nature into the orbit of his being, turning them into the objects of his activity. In this way the human world is made wider and deeper. Criticizing Feuerbach's concept of reality, Marx and Engels write, he does not see that the sensuous world around him is not a thing given direct from all eternity, remaining ever the same, but the product of industry and of the state of society. The cherry tree, like almost all fruit trees, was, as is well known, only a few centuries ago transplanted by commerce into our zone, and therefore only by this action of a definite society in a definite age has it become sensuous certainty for Feuerbach. 1. Thus, a considerable number of the objects of cognition are phenomena of nature transformed by human beings. These objects of cognition are to a certain degree dependent on human practical activity. This activity creates culture, an element of which is knowledge. 3. Practice. The social and historical nature of knowledge. An indispensable condition on which knowledge depends is the influence that the objects of nature and social processes exert upon man, but this process is based on the impact that man himself makes on objective reality. Knowledge develops through peoples intervening in objective phenomena and transforming them. We can understand the essence of human cognition only by deducing it from the peculiarities of this practical interaction of subject and object. Mankind and nature are two qualitatively different material systems. Man is a social being and acts in an objective way. His possession of consciousness and will exerts a substantial influence on his interaction with nature, but this interaction does not thereby lose its material essence. Man acts with all the means at his disposal, natural and artificial, on the phenomena and things of nature, transforming them and at the same time transforming himself. This objective material activity of man is known as practice. The concept of practice is fundamental not only to the theory of knowledge of Marxism-Leninism, but also to Marxist-Leninist philosophy as a whole. Social production is the most important form of human practical activity, but practice cannot be confined entirely to the sphere of production. If it is, man becomes merely an economic being, satisfying by means of labor his needs for food, clothing, habitation, and so on, and his consciousness becomes purely technical in character. Practice, in the broadest sense, comprises all the objective forms of man's activity, it embraces all aspects of his social being, in the process of which his material and spiritual culture is created, including such social phenomena as the class struggle, and the development of art and science. 154. In his production, labor activity man treats nature not as an animal does, obtaining only what it and its offspring immediately require. Man is a universal being, he creates things that do not exist in nature, he creates on his own scale and by his own yardstick according to emerging and developing aims. All forms of man's objective activity are built on the foundation of labor and production, and it is these forms that engender such a phenomenon as knowledge of things, processes, and the laws of objective reality. Initially, knowledge was not separated from material production, the one was part of the other. As civilization developed, however, the production of ideas broke away from the production of things, and the process of cognition became a relatively independent, intellectual activity. This subsequently gave rise to the opposition between theory and practice, the contradictions between them, which Marxist-Leninist philosophy shows us how to resolve. In analyzing the interrelation between theoretical activity and practice, we shall see the dependence of theory on practice and at the same time its relative independence. The dependence of knowledge/ge on practice explains to us the social and historical nature of knowledge. All aspects of cognition are connected and determined by society. The subject of cognition is man in his social essence, the object is a natural object or social phenomenon which emerge in their ideal form thanks to cognition or people's practical material activity. From nature man has inherited certain biological factors on which the functioning of consciousness depends, these are the brain and a fairly well-developed nervous system. But man's natural organs have changed their purpose and function in the process of social development. Thus the hand, wrote Engels, is not only the organ of labor, it is also the product of labor. It is thanks to social activity that the sensory organs, the brain and hands, have acquired the ability to create such marvels as the pictures and statues of the great artists, the compositions of brilliant musicians, the masterpieces of literature, science, and philosophy. It follows from the social nature of knowledge that the development of knowledge is caused by the changes in man's objective activity, in his social needs, which determine the aim of knowledge, its target, and stimulate people to strive for an ever deeper theoretical master of knowledge. The relative independence of cognition allows it to anticipate the immediate demands of practice, to foresee new phenomena and actively influence production and other spheres of human life. For example, the theory of the complex structure of the atom arose before society had consciously set itself the goal of making practical use of atomic energy. That knowledge forestalls practice is due to the development of social practice, on the one hand, and the specific laws of knowledge, on the other. The connection between knowledge and the practical tasks that the individual and mankind as a whole set themselves is often of a complex and indirect nature. For example, the results of contemporary mathematical research are mainly applied in other branches of science, such as physics and chemistry, and only afterwards in engineering and the technology of production. Of course, there is always the possibility of theoretical activity becoming divorced from practice. In the field of cognition this may lead to its becoming a closed-circuit system without any outlet in human practice. The systematic application of knowledge to practice is, therefore, a guarantee of its objectivity, of its ever deeper penetration into the essence of the things and processes of objective reality. For knowledge as intellectual mastery of reality. The principle of reflection. The result of the process of cognition is knowledge. The concept of knowledge is extremely complex and full of implications. Many epistemologists have concentrated on one or another aspect of knowledge and presented this aspect as expressing the whole nature of knowledge. This one-sidedness has led to the exclusion of major factors comprising the very essence of knowledge, with the result that some concepts of knowledge are incomplete and even misleading. The first definition of knowledge establishes its place in the process of social life. In knowledge man masters an object theoretically, transfers it to the plane of the ideal. Knowledge is ideal in relation to the object outside it. It is not the knowable phenomenon or property itself, it is a form of assimilation of reality, man's ability to reproduce things and processes in his thoughts, aims and desires, to operate with their images and concepts. This means that knowledge, since it is ideal, exists not in the form of sensuously material things or their material copies, but as something opposite to the material, as a moment or aspect of the fundamentals of Marxist-Leninist philosophy 156. Objective interaction of subject and object, as a form of man's activity. As something ideal, knowledge is interwoven with the immaterial, in the motion of the nervous system, in the signs created by man. This is what gives rise to the ideas through which man intellectually masters objects and creates images of things and processes which exist or may exist. If we say that the specific nature of knowledge lies in the grouping of ideas, we must also pose the question of their content, their relationship to objective reality. The dialectical materialist solution to this problem was formulated by Marx in the following general terms: the ideal is nothing else than the material world reflected by the human mind, and translated into forms of thought. The relationship between knowledge and objective reality is expressed in the concept of reflection. This concept was proposed by philosophy in ancient times. The modem materialists have developed and enriched it with new content, but in some cases gave the process of reflection a mechanistic coloring. Reflection was regarded as the influence of objects on man, whose sense organs, the brain, registered their imprint, their form, like wax. Although reflection is not a concept peculiar to the Marxist-Leninist theory of knowledge alone, it has gained its place there, been rethought and acquired new content. Why is such a concept needed? When discussing the content and source of knowledge, how and in which form it is connected with objective reality, we cannot uphold the positions of materialism without understanding knowledge as a reflection of the things, properties, and laws of objective reality. Materialism in the theory of knowledge proceeds from recognition of the existence of an objective reality independent of man's consciousness, and of the knowability of that reality. Recognition of objective reality, which forms part of the content of knowledge, is directly connected with the concept of reflection. Knowledge reflects the object. This means that the subject creates forms of thought that ultimately reproduce properties and laws of the given object, that is to say, the content of knowledge is objective. The idealist theory of knowledge shirks the concept of reflection and attempts to substitute for it such terms as correspondence, presenting knowledge not as the image of objective reality but as a sign or symbol replacing is. Lenin firmly protested against this because signs or symbols may quite possibly indicate imaginary objects, and everybody is familiar with instances of such signs or symbols. 1. The idealists themselves, such as Ernst Cassirer, the Neo-Kantian, make no secret of the reasons for their dislike of the concept of reflection. Defending the concept of knowledge as a symbol in relation to the object, he wrote, "Our sensations and ideas are symbols, and not reflections of objects. From an image we demand a certain likeness to the reflected object, but we can never be sure here of this likeness." 1-2 ****. The idea of knowledge as reflection is today opposed by the philosophers of various schools, and also by philosophizing revisionists. The latter reject reflection as allegedly a concept of metaphysical materialism incompatible with Marxist philosophy, which proceeds from recognition of the activeness of the subject in the process of the practical and theoretical mastering of the object. The theory of reflection is thus presented by these philosophers as the basis of dogmatism. But the true reflection of reality rules out dogmatism. Of course, reflection, seen as the lifeless copying of existing things and processes and considered apart from the subjective, actively creative influence of man, cannot serve as a characteristic of knowledge. Knowledge can be an instrument of transformation of the world only when it is an objective and active, practically oriented reflection of reality. Knowledge is the mastering of objectively existing reality. It has reality as its content, that is, it reflects the properties and laws of phenomena and processes existing outside it. Without such reflection, subjective activity cannot be creative, cannot produce necessary things, and is no more than a fruitless exercise of the will. In other words, denial of the fact that knowledge is reflection strips knowledge of its objective content. Thus the dialectical materialist theory 7 of knowledge reveals the nature of knowledge, basing it on the principle of reflection. It endows the concept of reflection with new content, extending it to include people's sensuously practical, creative activity. Knowledge is the coincident reflection of reality, tested by social practice. It is a form of human activity determined by the attributes and laws of the phenomena of objective reality, that is to say, a means of purposeful and creatively active reflection of an object. 5. Language is the form of existence of knowledge. Sign and meaning. Knowledge is ideal as a reflection of material reality and must be distinguished from that reality. But it does not exist outside the world it reflects. It must assume a specific material form of expression. Man as an objective being acts only objectively, and his knowledge also exists in objective form. One may operate with knowledge only insofar as it takes the form of language. A system of sensorily perceptible objects, a system of signs. The idea of a thing, its image, cannot be conveyed to someone else except by means of language. This link between knowledge and its existence in the form of language was noted by Marx and Engels. The mind is from the outset afflicted with the curse of being burdened with matter, which here makes its appearance in the form of agitated layers of air sounds, in short, of language. Language is as old as consciousness. Language is practical, real consciousness that exists for other men as well, and only therefore does it also exist for me. One on the surface, knowledge takes the form of a system of signs denoting an object, event, action, etc. That which the sign denotes is its meaning. Sign and meaning are indivisible, there can be no sign without meaning and vice versa. A distinction must be made between linguistic and non-linguistic signs, the latter including signals, markings, and so on. Knowledge exists in linguistic signs, whose meaning is contained in cognitive images of the various phenomena and processes of objective reality. 12 There is no intrinsically necessary, organic link between the sensorily perceived object, acting as a sign, and its meaning. One and the same meaning may be attached to different objects performing the function of a sign. Moreover, artificial formations, created for a special purpose symbols may also act as signs. The development of knowledge has brought into being a highly ramified system of artificial, symbolic languages. These languages are closely connected with the natural languages, but are relatively independent systems of signs. Science more and more often and effectively resorts to the use of symbols as a means of expressing the results of cognition. Symbolism is widely used by certain philosophical schools to defend idealistic notions. Indeed, if knowledge exists in the form of systems of signs, and the role of these signs is more and more often performed in modern science by symbols, the idealists interpret this as confirmation of their concept that knowledge is a symbol and not the reflection of reality. Thus neo-positivists constantly stress the idea that the adoption of artificial language by science has entailed a loss of objectivity in knowledge. New physics, writes Philip Frank, does not teach us anything about matter and spirit, but much about semantics. We learn that the language by which the man from the street describes his daily experience is not fit to formulate the general laws of physics. Yes, of course, physics has its own language, which is unlike any natural national language, but it creates such a language not in order to move away from the processes it studies, but to investigate them more deeply and thoroughly. Knowledge is becoming increasingly symbolical in its form of expression, and scientific theory often appears in the form of a system of symbols, but the importance of these symbols and equations is that they give a more accurate and profound reflection of objective reality. It is not the symbols themselves that are the result of knowledge, but their ideal meaning, whose content is the things, processes, properties and laws studied by the given science. It is not the symbols in Einstein's formula E=mE2 that are knowledge. Knowledge is the meaning of the symbols that comprise this formula, and the relationship between them expresses one of the laws of physics, the connection between energy and mass, that is, it provides real knowledge. Admittedly, it is not always easy to decide the meaning, that is, the class of objects, to which certain symbols and theories as a W-whole refer. The time has passed when all knowledge W7 as, in effect, self-evident and a definite sensuous image or object could be perceived in every concept. It is no accident therefore that we are now urgently confronted with the problem of interpretation, the elucidation of the theories expressed by a more or less phonoless symbolic language. Historical materialism. Chapterix. Historical materialism. As a science. Historical materialism has its own specific subject matter, the most general laws of development of human society. This makes it relatively independent as a general sociological theory, as the scientific historical basis of communism. At the same time, historical materialism is an inseparable part of Marxist-Leninist philosophy. The emergence of historical materialism. Pre-Marxist materialism was inconsistent and limited. It was unable to apply the principles of philosophical materialism to the study of social life and history, and in this field held idealist views. The great contribution of Marx and Engels to the development of scientific thought was that they completed the half-built edifice of materialism, that is, extended it to the study of society, thanks to which the materialist world outlook became for the first time comprehensive and fully consistent and effective. Certain social and theoretical preconditions were required before historical materialism could come into being. It was ushered in by the logical development of progressive social, political and philosophical thought. But social conditions also played their part in revealing the possibility of discovering the laws of social life. The acceleration of social development, the kaleidoscopic change of events and the radical breakup of social relations, beginning from the English, and especially the French bourgeois revolutions, the extreme aggravation of class contradictions and collisions, the emergence on the historical scene of the working class, such in general were the social preconditions that favored the appearance of historical materialism. The great events that took place at the end of the 18th and in the first half of the 19th centuries showed that society was by no means a monolith but a living social organism subject to change and obeying in its existence and development certain objective laws that were independent of the human will and consciousness. Marx and Engels arrived at historical materialism by extending philosophical materialism and materialistically revised dialectics to the interpretation of society, by applying them to the revolutionary seven practical activity of the working class. Showing the intrinsic, inseparable connection between historical materialism and general philosophical materialism, Lenin wrote. Marx deepened and developed philosophical materialism to the full, and extended the cognition of nature to include the cognition of human society. His historical materialism was a great achievement in scientific thinking. The chaos and arbitrariness that had previously reigned in views on history and politics were replaced by a strikingly integral and harmonious scientific theory 7, W7 Hitch show 7s how, in consequence of the growth of productive forces, out of one system of social life another and higher develops. 1. The most general laws discovered by dialectical materialism operate in society, but here they take a specific form. If WTE wish to know the laws of development of human society, it is not enough to know the general principles of philosophical materialism and the laws of dialectics, we must also study the specific forms in which they take effect in the history 7 of society, in social life. It is only in a society with an antagonistic structure that the IoT of the unity and struggle of opposites takes the form of class struggle. And in a great diversity of forms and trends has the class struggle appeared in various historical epochs. The dialectical method, applied to society, and the method of historical materialism are, in essence, identical concepts. When applied to society, the dialectical method becomes concrete. This means that in addition to general philosophical categories WRE must have such purely sociological categories as social existence and social consciousness, material and ideological relationships, the productive forces and the production relations, the mode of production, the social economic formation, the basis and the superstructure, social classes, nations, and so on. These categories sum up the image or law 7s of social existence and socio-historical knowledge. Marx and Engels formulated the basic propositions of historical materialism in the 1840s in such W7 works as the Economic and Philosophic Manuscripts OF 1844, The Holy Family, the German Ideologie and, particularly, in more mature form, in the Poverty of Philosophy and the Manifesto of the Communist Party. The new 7 view of history, of social development was at first only a hypothesis and method, but it was a hypothesis and method that for the first time made possible a strictly scientific approach to history. As Lenin wrote, they made sociology into a science, because they made it possible to reveal the recurrence and regularity in the development of social relations, to generalize systems of the same type in various countries into the concept of the social economic formation, to reveal the general element that unites them and at the same time the inherent differences due to the specific conditions of their development. In the 1850s Marx undertook his grandiose study of the highly complex social economic formation of capitalism. In Capital he showed this formation in its inception, movement, and development. He established how within it contradictions develop between the productive forces and the production relations, between social classes, how on the basis of material production relations a corresponding political superstructure, certain ideas, morals, domestic and everyday relationships arise. With the creation of Capital, historical materialism became a substantiated scientific sociological theory. Just as Darwin put an end to the view of animal and plant species being unconnected, fortuitous, created by God and immutable, and was the first to put biology on an absolutely scientific basis by establishing the mutability and the succession of species, so Marx put an end to the view of society being a mechanical aggregation of individuals which allows of all sorts of modification at the will of the authorities, and each emerges and changes casually, and was the first to put sociology on a scientific basis by establishing the concept of the economic formation of society as the sum total of given production relations, by establishing the fact that the development of such formations is a process of natural history. 1. 2. The subject matter of historical materialism. Human society is in its essence and structure the most complex form of existence of matter. It is a specific, qualitatively unique part of nature, in a certain sense opposed to the rest of nature. This interpretation of the interrelationship between society and nature fundamentally distinguishes historical materialism both from idealism, which in most cases creates an antithesis between society and nature, and from metaphysical materialism, which does not recognize the qualitative difference between them. Giovanni Vico, the Italian philosopher of the 18th century, wrote that the history of society differs from the history of nature in that it is made by people, and only by people, whereas in nature phenomena and processes take place of themselves, as a result of blind, impersonal, spontaneous forces. The fact that society is the scene of action of people possessed of minds and wills, who set themselves certain goals and tied to achieve them, has in the past and often in our own time been a stumbling block for sociologists and historians who seek to study the essence, the fundamental causes of social processes and phenomena. Some of them, absolutizing the specific nature of social and historical events, metaphysically oppose the natural sciences, which study general, recurrent phenomena and processes, to the historical sciences, which are allegedly concerned only with the individual and unique. Thus, in the 19th century certain German philosophers representing one of the schools of Neo-Kantianism believed there must exist two different and even opposite methods of cognition, the so-called nomothetic, or generalizing method, which is applied by the natural sciences, and the ideographic, or individualizing method, which is used by the historical sciences. But such a metaphysical counterposing of the natural sciences to the social sciences is far-fetched and unjustifiable. We are no more likely to find in nature than in the history of society two phenomena that are absolutely identical. On the other hand, in society, history, besides the specific and the individual there is also the general, which manifests itself in the instruments of production, the productive forces, the economic activity, in the social relationships, in the political and spiritual life of various countries and peoples that are at the same stage of historical development. It is by detecting these general features that we are able to discover the laws of social life. It might be supposed that since social events and processes are the result of people's own activity, it should not be so difficult to understand them as it is to understand the phenomena of nature. And surely it ought to be easier for man and society to establish their power over social relationships than to subjugate the colossal forces of nature that are hostile to man. But this picture is incorrect, as human history and the history of science show. In the first half of the 19th century the natural sciences had already made considerable progress, but a general science of society was still only in embryo. Step by step mankind was getting to know the laws and forces of nature and bringing them under control. But it turned out to be a far more difficult task to discover the true nature of human society and its laws. Even more difficult and prolonged was the task of mastering the social laws and processes and bringing them under the control of society. The possibility of solving these problems came with the creation of Marxist social science, with its application to the practical task of the revolutionary transformation of social life, with establishing socialism. Human society, social phenomena, and processes are studied by various sciences, each of which studies only a certain aspect of social life, one or another type of social relationships or phenomena. Historical materialism deals not with the separate aspects of social life, but with its general laws and the driving forces of its functioning and development, with social life as an integrated whole, the intrinsic connections and contradictions of all its aspects and relations, first of all, the relations of social existence and social consciousness. Unlike the specialized sciences, historical materialism studies, first and foremost, the most general laws of the development of society, the laws of the rise, existence, and motive forces of the development of social economic formations. The general sociological laws, which concern all historical epochs, operate in each definite economic formation of society, in each epoch, in a specific way. Therefore, if we wish to obtain a correct idea of the character and essence of general sociological laws, we must study their specific functions in the various historical epochs, in the various formations. Thus the concept of general sociological laws includes the intrinsic connections and relations that are characteristic of the most general laws of economic formations of society. Historical materialism also differs from the science of history. 7. Historical science implies study of the history of countries and peoples, of events, in their chronological sequence. Historical materialism, on the other hand, is a general theoretical, methodological science. It studies not one particular people, or one particular country, but human society as a whole, considered from the standpoint of the most general laws and driving forces of its development. Historical materialism, like Marxist philosophy in general, combines both theory and method in one. It furnishes the dialectical materialist solution to the basic, epistemological question of social science, the question of the relationship between social being and social consciousness. It tells us about the most general laws and driving forces of society and is therefore a scientific general socio. 200. Logical theory. 7. For this reason historical materialism is both an effective method of studying the phenomena and processes of social life, and a method of revolutionary action. Only with its help can the historian, the economist, the student of law or art find his way amid the complexities of social phenomena. It gives the political leaders of the working class and the Marxist-Leninist parties a guiding thread for investigation and understanding of the specific historical situation. Marxist political economy and historical materialism are the mainstay of scientific communism, which studies the strategy and tactics of the working class struggle, the laws and driving forces of socialist revolution, of the national liberation movement and the world revolutionary 7 process as a whole. In the context of the construction of socialism and communism it studies, along with other humanities, the social, political and spiritual aspects of the development of socialist society. Historical materialism is also highly relevant to concrete social research. When employing mathematical methods or methods of polling, interviewing, circulating questionnaires and so on, one must have a firm footing in the general sociological theory 7 of Marxism and its method. In its turn Marxist sociology, taken as a general theoretical science, relies in its development on specific sociological research, on the wide use of statistical and other empirical data concerning various aspects of social life. Specific sociological research reveals the mechanics of the functioning of sociological laws in all kinds of situations. Historical materialism gives us an objective basis for scientific orientation in historical events, enables us to know and understand them, to predict them scientifically, and to see the prospects and trends of social development, thus providing the theoretical basis for revolutionary action. 3. The laws of social development and their objective character. More than 100 years ago, in the introduction to his A Contribution to the Critique of Political Economy, Marx gave the classical formulation of the basic propositions and principles of historical materialism. In the social production of their existence, men inevitably enter into definite relations, which are independent of their will, namely relations of production appropriate to a given stage in the development of their material forces of production. The totality of these relations of production constitutes the economic structure of society, the real foundation, on which arises a legal and political superstructure and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness. The mode of production of material life conditions the general process of social, political, and intellectual life. It is not the consciousness of men that determines their existence, but their social existence that determines their consciousness. At a certain stage of development, the material productive forces of society come into conflict with the existing relations of production, or this merely expresses the same thing in legal terms with the property relations within the framework of which they have operated hitherto. From forms of development of the productive forces, these relations turn into their fetters. Then begins an era of social revolution. The changes in the economic foundation lead sooner or later to the transformation of the whole immense superstructure. In studying such transformations, it is always necessary to distinguish between the material transformation of the economic conditions of production, which can be determined with the precision of natural science, and the legal, political, religious, artistic, or philosophic, in short, ideological forms in which men become conscious of this conflict and fight it out. Just as one does not judge an individual by what he thinks about himself, so one cannot judge such a period of transformation by its consciousness, but, on the contrary, this consciousness must be explained from the contradictions of immaterial life, from the conflict existing between the social forces of production and the relations of production. No social order is ever destroyed before all the productive forces for which it is sufficient have been developed, and new superior relations of production never replace older ones before the material conditions for their existence have matured within the framework of the old society. Mankind thus inevitably sets itself only such tasks as it is able to solve, since closer examination will always show that the problem itself arises only when the material conditions for its solution are already present, or at least in the course of formation. 1. This classical, strictly scientific formulation of the basic propositions and principles of Marxist social theory demonstrates its two most important features. First, the consistent application of the materialist view of history as a law-governed process, conditioned in the final analysis by the development of the modes of production, and, second, strict historism, the consideration of society as something that is in a state of constant development. Even before the appearance of Marxism, sociological thought, particularly under the influence of the advances in natural science, sought to understand social life, the history of society, as a law-governed process. But social laws were generally treated in the same way as the laws of the mechanical, physical, or biological processes occurring in nature. The specific features that characterize social life, which is created by people with intellect and willpower, were thus ignored. The great contribution of Marx and Engels was to reveal in social life, in the history of society, not only that which relates social laws the laws of nature, but also to show that the socio-historical law differs radically from the law of nature. This is expressed in their description of social development as a natural historical process. The natural historical process is a process that is as necessary and objective, as much governed by law, as the natural processes. It is a process that not only does not depend on men's will and consciousness but actually determines that will and consciousness. At the same time, unlike the processes of nature, the natural historical process is a result of the activity of people themselves. At first glance, in pursuing their aims, in being guided by certain interests, ideas, and desires, at the same time always live under certain objective conditions that do not depend on their will and desire and that ultimately determine the direction and character of their activity, their interests, ideas, and aspirations. In complete accord with the materialist world outlook, historical materialism proceeds from the proposition that social existence is primary in relation to social consciousness. Social consciousness is a reflection of social existence. It may be a more or less correct reflection, or it may be false. It is not social consciousness or the ideas of some political leader that determine the system of social life and the direction of social development, as the idealists assume. On the contrary, it is social existence that ultimately determines social consciousness, the ideas, aspirations, and aims of individuals and social classes. What, then, is implied by the concept of social existence, which holds such an important place in historical materialism? In philosophical materialism, the category of existence is regarded as identical with the concept of matter, of nature. Accordingly, social existence is understood by Marxists as the material life of society, its production and reproduction. Social existence is comprised of social production and the necessary conditions for it, including the reproduction of people themselves, the system of social relations that arises in the process of the production of material goods, i.e., the production, or economic, relations, and the material aspects of the life of the family, of classes, of nations and other forms of human community. Social existence is primary because it is independent of social consciousness. Social consciousness is secondary because it is a reflection of people's social existence. The question is sometimes asked, how are we to understand the independence of social existence from social consciousness? Do not people themselves create their means of production? Is not the distinguishing feature of human labor people's own purposeful activity? Do not people themselves establish their relations with one another in the process of production? True, people themselves build their social life. But not always and not everywhere do they build it consciously. Of course, they perform every separate act of production consciously. But it does not follow from this that they are always conscious of the character of the social relations into which they enter in the process of production, of how these relations are changing, or what the social consequences of these changes are. Driven on by vital necessity, people work, produce and consume goods and exchange the results of their actions, and the economic relations thus formed do not depend on their conscious choice or desire, but on the level of social production they have achieved. What is more, people's will, aims, desires and aspirations, conditioned by their social or personal interests, embodied in their actions and making their appearance on the stage of social life, clash, interweave and come into contradiction with one another, with the result that the desired is only rarely achieved. Characterizing the social development as a natural historical process, Engels wrote, "History is made in such a way that the final result always arises from conflicts between and many individual wills, of which each in turn has been made what it is by a host of particular conditions of life. Thus there are innumerable intersecting forces, an infinite series of parallelograms of forces which give rise to one resultant, the historical event. This may again itself be viewed as the product of a power which works as a whole unconsciously and without volition. For what each individual wills is obstructed by everyone else, and what emerges is something that no one willed. Thus history has proceeded hitherto in the manner of a natural process. 204. And is essentially subject to the same laws of motion. But from the fact that the wills of individuals, each of whom desires what he is impelled to by his physical constitution and external, in the last resort economic, circumstances do not attain what they want, but are merged into an aggregate mean, a common resultant, it must not be concluded that they are equal to zero. On the contrary, 7, each contributes to the resultant and is to this extent included in it. 1 Only after the socialist revolution, when society acquires control over social relations, do people begin to achieve their aims on an ever-increasing scale. Yet even in this period social development continues to remain a natural historical process, conditioned by objective causes and laws that exist outside people's consciousness and determine their will, consciousness, aims and tasks. Thus, socialism gradually limits the spontaneity of social development, but even here social processes are determined by objective conditions, by actual possibilities that people must take into consideration and proceed from in their actions. Even here subjectivism and arbitrariness may lead to negative results, and action is crowned with success only if it corresponds to the objective social laws. What is meant by social laws? Any law, as we know, expresses an objective, necessary, stable connection between phenomena, between processes. Similarly, the laws established by historical materialism and other social sciences express a necessary, stable, and recurrent connection between social phenomena and processes. Some social laws operate at all stages of social development. These include the law of the determining role of social existence in relation to social consciousness, the law of the determining role of the mode of production in relation to a particular structure of society, the determining role of the productive forces with regard to economic relations, the law of the determining role of the economic basis in relation to the social superstructure, the law of the dependence of the individual's social nature on the totality of social relations, and others. These are general sociological laws. They operate at all levels of social development, including communism. Besides general sociological laws, there are others that hold good only for certain social formations. These are primarily the law of the division of society into classes, which is characteristic only of certain modes of production, and the law of the class struggle as the driving force of history, which remains valid only for those social economic formations that are based on antagonism between classes. Some critics of historical materialism say that a law is a relationship that exists always and everywhere. If the law of the class struggle does not conform to this demand, it is not then a law. The IOTS of social life are, in general, shorter-lived, and have a narrower sphere of application than the laws of nature. Nevertheless, they are objective, real laws expressing intrinsic, relatively constant connections between social phenomena and processes. After all, even the laws of the biology of the Earth do not operate on other planets of the solar system. But this does not lead anyone to doubt their reality, their objectivity. Some bourgeois economists and sociologists elevate social laws to the rank of eternal, natural, intransient laws. All stages of development of society are seen through the prism of the development of capitalist relations. Criticizing such views, Engels wrote, "To us so-called economic laws are not eternal laws of nature but historical laws which appear and disappear, and the code of modern political economy, in so far as it has been drawn up accurately and objectively by the economists, is to us simply a summary of the laws and conditions under which alone modern bourgeois society can exist. In short, its conditions of production and exchange expressed in an abstract way and summarized. To us therefore none of these laws, in so far as it expresses purely bourgeois relations, is older than modern bourgeois society. Those which have been more or less valid throughout all hitherto existing history express only those relations which are common to all forms of society based on class rule and class exploitation. Every law operates under definite conditions, and its effectiveness depends on those conditions, which vary from one formation to another and within each formation, and from one country to another. Just as capitalism in every country has acquired certain features connected with the historical past of that country, with a greater or smaller share of pre-capitalist economic structures, so, too, does socialist society, obeying in its development the general laws of the development of the communist formation, acquire in each separate country certain features and peculiarities connected with its historical past, with the level of development there of the productive forces and of culture. But these peculiar features do not affect the main thing. They do not abolish and cannot abolish the general laws inherent in the new social formation. There are no national laws of the development of capitalism or socialism, laws that are characteristic of each separate country. 7. The laws of each separate social economic formation, though specific in relation to the general sociological laws, are themselves general laws for all countries that are part of a given formation. Here, as in other fields, there is dialectical unity of the general and the particular, the international and the national. Ignoring or violating this unity, overstressing the national to the detriment of die general, the international, may lead to nationalist tendencies. Here there is a dividing line which the Marxist-Leninist, the internationalist in politics and dialectician in theory, should see and understand. 4. People's conscious activity and its role in history. Freedom and necessity. In regarding social development as a natural historical process, do we not prevent ourselves from obtaining a correct understanding of the role of man's creative, revolutionary transforming activity? Does this not belittle the historical activity, the historical initiative of the progressive social forces, the role of the subjective factor? Those who take the subjective idealist view of history have often accused the Marxists of fatalism. Revisionists of both the right and left varieties today oppose the Marxist-Leninist view of the objective laws of social development and historical necessity. Following the bourgeois sociologists, they maintain that this approach underestimates people's free, purposeful activity, that it lowers man's status, that it is anti-humanist. They 7 claim that it regards the economic factor as all, while ideas and various forms of social consciousness, philosophy, morality, religion are nothing, and from the standpoint of historical materialism have no significance whatever. This is how the critics of Marxism present the case. But they confuse historical materialism with economic, vulgar materialism. The two trends are, however, radically opposed to each other. Historical materialism in no way ignores the significance of politics, of social consciousness, of various spiritual values. On the contrary, it recognizes their tremendous role in social life. Reactionary ideas and reactionary policy play an extremely negative role. They poison people's minds and act as a brake on social progress. By contrast, progressive, revolutionary ideas and the policies based on them play a great part, particularly when these ideas become widespread among the masses, when they act as a mobilizing, organizing, and transforming historical force. Marxism-Leninism and the policies of the Marxist parties and socialist states that are based upon it play such a role in the present age. The bourgeois critics of historical materialism try to discover a contradiction between the revolutionary activity of the Marxist parties and their views on historical necessity, particularly on the inevitable collapse of capitalism. These critics say, if we know that a lunar eclipse is inevitable and bound to occur according to certain laws, no one would think of creating a party for promotion of such an eclipse, but the Marxists teach that capitalism is bound to be superseded by socialism, and yet they create political parties to fight capitalism and establish socialism. It would be foolish and absurd, of course, to create parties for the organization of a lunar eclipse or the coming of spring and summer. Human activity does not participate in the motion of the earth round the sun, or in the motion of the moon. The laws of social development, unlike the laws of nature, are laws of human activity. Outside this activity they do not exist. Therefore, social revolutions, including socialist revolutions, occur only as a result of the struggle of the progressive classes based on application of the objective laws of social development, particularly the laws of class struggle. The more profound and comprehensive their knowledge of the laws of social development, the laws of social revolution, the higher the consciousness, the solidarity, unity, and organization of the working people, the more successful the struggle for socialism, the swifter the progress of history. Just as knowledge of the laws and processes of nature offers us the best chance of taming its spontaneous forces, so does knowledge of the social laws, of the driving forces of social development allow the progressive classes to consciously create history, to fight for social progress. By getting to know the objective laws of social development, the progressive social forces are able to act not blindly, not spontaneously, but with knowledge of what they are doing, and, in this sense, freely. The laws of social development usually function as tendencies. They break their way through many obstacles, through a mass of chance events, through conflict with opposite tendencies supported by hostile forces, which have to be paralysed and overcome in order to ensure the victory of the progressive forces and tendencies. Conflict between these various tendencies means that in every historical period there exists more than one possibility. Thus, imperialism is always charged with the possibility of war, and in the imperialist countries there are always forces interested in unleashing wars. But along with this possibility, which is inherent in the nature of imperialism, there today exists another real possibility, the possibility of ensuring peace. This arises from the new balance of forces in the world, from the growth of the forces of socialism, of the revolutionary movement of the working class of the capitalist countries, of the national liberation movement of all peace-loving forces fighting against imperialism. Historical necessity is, therefore, not the same thing as predetermination. In real life, thanks to the effect of objective laws and various trends of social development, there arise certain possibilities, the realization of which depends on the activity of the masses, on the course of the class struggle, on the scientifically worked out policies of Marxist parties. Knowledge of the laws of historical necessity, of the objective laws of social development, far from freeing people of the need to act, demands their active, conscious participation in order to realize these laws. The teaching of historical materialism on social development as the natural historical process does not belittle the role of man, his conscious activity, but rather shows the significance of this activity, of the struggle of the progressive social forces. Ignorance of these laws, failure to take into consideration actual conditions and means of struggle, condemns the masses of the working people, the working class and its parties, either to hopelessness and passivity or to adventurism and defeat. Freedom does not consist in any dreamt of independence from natural laws, but in the knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility this gives of systematically making them work towards definite ends. This holds good in relation both to the laws of external nature and to those which govern the bodily and mental existence of men themselves. Freedom of the will therefore means nothing but the capacity to make decisions with knowledge of the subject. This is how historical materialism resolves the old philosophical and sociological problem of the relationship between freedom and necessity, the problem of free will and determinism. Human history has not been a continuous and straight ascent, always and everywhere expressing the march of progress. It has known reverses, zigzags, disasters such as wars, barbarian invasions, the decline and fall of powerful states, the disappearance of entire nations. But taken as a whole it has been an ascent, from one social economic formation to another, from lower to higher forms. Nor has this movement of history been uniform. Its multiformity has incorporated much that is specific and connected with the peculiar features and conditions of development of various peoples. But in this lies the great significance of historical materialism, which has revealed in the certified chaos and infinite diversity the law, the regularity and recurrence in the main and most essential things that characterize the development of mankind. Is there any meaning in the history of mankind, in the development of society, or is this movement as meaningless and elemental as the flow of rivers that sweep away everything in their path? There are no grounds, of course, for acknowledging any meaning imported to history from without, such as divine predestination, a prearranged program or supernatural destiny for the peoples. At the same time the history of society in every epoch has its own definite content. The peoples, the progressive social forces that make history, blaze the trail for new, more advanced economic, political and other social relations, and fight to accomplish certain historical tasks. People may be more or less fully aware of these tasks, or they may misapprehend them, sometimes in a mystified, religious, fantastic form. In the great transitional periods of history the conscious, creative activity of the masses, of the progressive classes, attains new heights. Thus the history of mankind is not entirely spontaneous and social consciousness also plays its part. The content of the present epoch is the struggle between the forces of socialism and capitalism, the revolutionary transition from capitalism to socialism. The conscious struggle of the working class and its allies for socialism accelerates historical movement. And this movement takes place through the overcoming of various difficulties, profound contradictions and antagonisms, it therefore proceeds not in a straight line. Here, too, there are zigzags and setbacks. But taken as a whole, the contemporary historical process is heading towards socialism and communism, and in this lies its profound meaning. CHAPTERX. Material production is the basis of social life. As we have seen in the previous chapter, the subject matter of historical materialism is human society and the most general laws of its development. The first step towards discovering these laws was to establish the role of material production in the life of society. It will easily be understood that society cannot exist without producing the material goods needed for human life. This proposition is obvious. But Marx and Engels did not stop there, they took a new step forward which constituted a great discovery 7 in science. This discovery established the law-governed dependence of the system of all social relations on the mode of production of material goods. In the process of production, people do not only create material products, production does not only provide people with means of subsistence. In producing material goods, people produce and reproduce their own social relations. The study of social production, its structure, its constituent elements and their interconnections, therefore, makes it possible to penetrate into the essence of the historical process, to reveal the deep-going social mechanisms that operate in the life of society. 1. Society and nature, their interaction. Material production furnishes the key to the interpretation both of the internal structure of society and its interrelationship with the external environment surrounding nature. Production is, above all, the process of interaction between society and nature. In this process of interaction, people obtain from surrounding nature the necessary 7 means of existence. Labor, production, is at the same time the basis of the formation of man himself as a social being, his emergence from nature. From the simple use of objects provided by nature, which is sometimes observed among animals, our ancestors gradually passed on to making tools, and this was the essential factor in the emergence of human labor itself. Labor activity had 2 decisive consequences. First, the organism of man's ancestors began to accommodate itself not only to the conditions of the environment, but to labor activity. The specific features of man's physical organization, upright walk, differentiation of the functions of the front and rear limbs, development of the hand and the brain evolved in the long process of adaptation of the organism to the performance of labor operations. Second, because it meant concerted action, labor stimulated the emergence and development of articulate speech, of language as a means of communication, the accumulation and transmission of labor and social experience. 2 important stages may be noted in the process of the formation of man. The first of them is marked by the beginning of tool making. This is the stage of man in formation. In recent times in South and East Africa, the remains of man's oldest ancestors have been found in geological strata dating back 2.5 million years. Primitive stone tools were found with their bones. This confirms the intrinsic connection between the development of labor and human evolution. The second major qualitative stage was the replacement about 100,000 years ago, in the Middle Paleolithic Age, of Neanderthal man by a modern type well-being and raising of the cultural and technical level of all working people, to their all-round development. 234. It stands to reason that there are a number of common consequences of the scientific and technological revolution that affect both capitalism and socialism, such as the greater role of science in society, the increase of expenditure on scientific research, the greater significance of engineering, scientific and technological work, the emergence of new professions, and so on. It would also be a mistake to assume that in socialist society the development of the scientific and technological revolution does not give rise to any contradictions and proceeds without a hitch. But the advantage of socialism lies in its ability to solve the problems set by this revolution on a planned basis, because it corresponds to the needs and aims of the development of the socialist social relations. The further socialization of production evoked by the STR creates a material basis from which there grows the objective possibility and necessity of socialist relations of production developing into communist production relations. To sum up, Each form of production relations exists for as long as it provides sufficient scope for the development of the productive forces. But gradually the relations of production come into contradiction with the developing productive forces and become a brake on them. They are then superseded by new relations of production, the role of which is to serve as the form of the further development of the productive forces. Marx observes that people never give up the productive forces they have brought into being, but this does not mean that they do not give up the production relations that have till then served as the form of development of these forces. On the contrary, 7, in order that they may not be deprived of the results attained and forfeit the fruits of civilization, they are obliged, from the moment when their mode of carrying on commerce no longer corresponds to the productive forces acquired, to change all their traditional social forms. 1. If the production relations change under the influence of the progress of the productive forces, then what, it may be asked, causes the development of the productive forces themselves? Here we must consider the action of a whole set of causes. In our examination of how geographical conditions and the growth of population interact W7thi production, we found out that their influence is considerable and may stimulate or retard it. But they are not the basic source of development of the productive forces. This development has an inner logic of its own. The more complex instruments of labor arise on the basis of their simpler predecessors. The experience and knowledge accumulated by man find their material expression in the means of labor, and man has to adapt himself to them. In any relatively developed economy, an important change in one industry inevitably affects the others. For example, the development of industrial production leads to the technical re-equipment of agriculture, to the mechanization of construction. The intensification of agriculture demands production of artificial fertilizers, which stimulates the development of the chemical industry, and so on. As technology develops and new and more efficient tools and machines appear, the existing machines become obsolete and demand replacement. Society is compelled to reckon with this logic of the development of production. But the internal needs of the productive forces still do not explain why production develops faster in some cases and slower in others, more or less evenly in some cases and through booms and crises in yet others. Nor can this be ascribed to the development of science. All technology is materialist knowledge, and without the development of human knowledge there could be no technical progress. Today research and development is a powerful source of technical progress. But the development of science itself, its actual growth rate depends in great measure on the development of production. The needs of society, of people, are an important factor in the development of production. Directly or indirectly, production always serves the purpose of satisfying certain human needs, and a complex dialectical interconnection between these needs and production establishes itself in a society. The needs themselves are evoked by the development of production, the satisfaction of some needs gives rise to new ones, and this is bound to influence production in some way or another. But the relation of man's needs to production is mediated by production relations. The needs do not influence the productive forces directly, but do so through production relations. Every form of production relations subordinates production to a particular aim, and this aim has certainly not always been the essential needs of humanity. The mass of the population in class society, the classes are motivated by various economic interests and corresponding stimuli, which are specific in every specific case. Capitalist society is stimulated in one way, socialist society in another. The active nature of the production relations shows itself in the influence they have on the development of productive forces as an economized form. This form is the basis for the emergence of objective regularities and stimuli characteristic of the society in question. The ruling classes in class-divided societies subordinate the 2s6 development of production to their interests and needs. Thus in capitalist society the development of the productive forces cannot be attributed to the need of the working people for improvement of their material position. Here the decisive thing is the demand for the production of surplus value, of profit for the capitalists. It is the objective laws of expanded production and reproduction, the laws of production of maximum profit, the laws of capitalist competition, that have constituted and still constitute the driving forces of development of the capitalist production, its productive forces. But what stimulates the actions of the working masses, the direct producers? This depends on the position of the direct producer in the system of the given production relations. A certain form of production relations is progressive inasmuch as it creates for the masses certain advantages as compared to their previous situation. The slave has no interest whatever in work, because he works under threat of the lash. Under feudalism, the immediate producer, the peasant, has his farm, his family, and is therefore to some extent interested in work, in raising its productivity. The worker confronts the owner of all the means of production, the capitalist, as a formally equal owner of commodities. He sells his labor power, and the higher his skill, the higher the wage the worker receives, and therefore he is compelled to some extent to develop the productive power of his labor. But working for a capitalist forces the worker to regard his work only as a source of livelihood. The whole mechanism of capitalist production and reproduction is so constructed that it compels the worker to strain every effort and ability. The worker's fear of being thrown out of production and becoming unemployed has no less force than the slave overseer's whip. So, the causes of the development of the productive forces must never be considered in isolation from the social conditions in which this development occurs, that is, from the system of the given production relations. The development of the crude technology of primitive society and that of modern machine technology cannot be ascribed to the same causes. Each historically definite mode of production has its own specific causes and economic laws of development of the productive forces that are valid for a given epoch, and the character of these laws depends on the character of the production relations. The effect of the production relations is positive * when the production relations corresponding to the productive forces promote their development, and negative when this correspondence is upset and the production relations act as a brake on the development of the productive forces. What, then, is the braking effect of capitalist production relations? It shows itself above all in the fact that not all the possibilities of the level of production already achieved are used. Marx wrote, "The capitalist mode of production meets with barriers at a certain expanded stage of production which, if viewed from the other premise, would reversely have been altogether inadequate. It comes to a standstill at a point fixed by the production and realization of profit, and not the satisfaction of requirements. Point 1 This, according to Marx, is where the limitations of capitalist production are revealed. And this applies to people as well as to the means of labor. In putting into effect the monstrous intensification of labor, capitalism overstrains and exhausts people and creates an army of unemployed and semi-unemployed, thus squandering the most important productive force of society, man himself. Chronic unemployment goes hand in hand with periodic recessions, chronic underloading of production capacities, and limited and one-sided use of the scientific potential. Through militarization of the economy, capitalism turns the productive forces into destructive forces. The effect of capitalist production relations becoming a brake on the development of the productive forces is that the development of production proceeds extremely unevenly, in booms and recessions, in periods of prosperity and crises. Thus, the active role of the production relations does not mean that the forms of property by themselves move or hold back the development of production. Only people develop production or, on the contrary, are not interested in its development. They develop and change their mode of production, which constitutes the basis of their history. 7. The law of the correspondence of the production relations to the character and level of development of the productive forces determines not only the development of the given mode of production, but also the necessity for the replacement of one mode of production by another. As the productive forces develop in the womb of the old society, new production relations are conceived that form a certain economic structure, the embryo of the new mode of production. Slavery is conceived already in the womb of the primitive communal system, and the capitalist system in that of the feudal society. The expanded productive forces come into conflict with the old production relations prevailing in society. This conflict cannot be resolved, that is, the new production relations cannot prevail by means of a simple quantitative change. Here there must be a Qualitative transition, the revolutionary destruction of the old obsolete and hidebound economic, social, and political forms, which opens the road for the establishment of a new mode of production. The emergence of the socialist mode of production has its own special features. In the womb of the old society, under capitalism, there arise only the material preconditions of the socialist mode of production in the form of the enormous socialization of production, the creation of modern productive forces that are social by their nature. But the new production relations of socialism corresponding to the newly emerging productive forces do not take shape and cannot take shape in the conditions of capitalism. So the socialist system cannot arise in any other way than by the conscious, planned building of the new society based on the winning of political power by the working class. The law of the correspondence of production relations to the character and level of development of the productive forces continues to operate under socialism. But here its operation does not lead to revolutionary upheavals and destructive conflicts. Society is now able to take timely measures to bring production relations into correspondence with the developing productive forces, that is, to consciously solve the contradictions that arise between them. The Communist and Workers' parties, the working people of the socialist countries, seek to realize the growing possibilities of accelerating social and economic development offered by the socialist system at its present stage. The full use of scientific and technological advances, the raising of economic effectiveness of production and quality of the product, the further improvement of the system of economic management, faster growth of the material well-being and culture of the working people, and the development of socialist democracy will ensure the integrated, intensive and proportional development of all branches of the economy and the various spheres of social life. Chapter 11. The social economic formation, unity and diversity of the world historical process. The theory of social economic formations is the cornerstone of the materialist understanding of history as an integral, law-governed natural historical process of social development. By singling out the various asterisk forms of society that constitute qualitative stages in its development, this theory allows us to place the study of history on a concrete basis. If the history of society is built out of the history of specific social economic formations, we must study the laws of their development and transition from one formation to another. This is how Marx proceeded. In Capital he analyzed the laws of the establishment and development of the capitalist social economic formation and showed its historically transient character and the inevitability of its replacement by a new and higher one, the communist. 1. The concept of the social economic formation. In the previous chapter we saw that the basis of social life and historical development is the mode of production of material goods. No matter what social phenomena we take, the state or nation, science or morality, language or art, and so on, they cannot be understood in their own terms, but only as phenomena engendered by society and corresponding to certain social needs. Just as people's way of life in a particular society is basically characterized by the mode of production, so are all other social phenomena dependent ultimately on the mode of production and proceed from it. The mode of production is the material and economic base of society and determines its entire internal structure. The concept of social economic formation primarily expresses the subordination of all social phenomena to the material relations of production. The study of society shows that all social phenomena, all aspects of society, are organically interlinked. For this reason Lenin characterized the social economic formation as a single, integrated social organism. The social economic formation is not an aggregate of individuals, not a mechanically assembled set of unrelated social phenomena, but an integral social system. 240. Each of whose components must be regarded not by itself, not isolated, but only in its connection with other social phenomena, with society as a whole, because each of them plays a definite and unique role in the functioning and development of society. This integrity is expressed by the concept of the social economic formation. The history of society is made up of the histories of individual countries and peoples living in various geographical and historical conditions and possessing their own particular ethnic, national, and cultural features. History is extremely diverse, and this has led some philosophers and sociologists to maintain that it never repeats itself, that all events and phenomena are wholly individual, and the task of historical science can be only to describe these individual events, and evaluate them from the standpoint of some ideal. Such an approach to history is bound to lead to subjectivism, because the very choice of ideals and values for judging history becomes arbitrary and loses the objective criteria that are needed to distinguish W7 is essential, paramount, determining in history, and idiot is derivative and secondary. The Marxist theory of society overcame this subjectivism by singling out from the totality of social relations production relations as the most important and definitive. It was production relations that provided the objective criterion for distinguishing the essential and inessential in social life. This also revealed the repetition and regularity in the systems of various countries, the general and the specific features in the history of individual peoples at one and the same stage of historical development. The concept of the social economic formation makes it possible not only to single out the general features to be found in the systems of various countries, but also to distinguish one historical period from another. Every social economic formation is a definite stage in the development of human society, a qualitatively unique system of social economic relations. The history of society is the history of the development and replacement of social economic formations. Marxist historians usually define 5 basic social economic formations, which differ from one another according to the prevailing forms of property: primitive communal, slave, feudal, capitalist, and communist. The sequence of these formations is not a fixed pattern that the history of every 7 people must obey, because some peoples are held up in their development while others purpose whole formations. History 7 also produces various transitional forms. The theory of the social economic formations, by 7 registering the social economic formation and historical process 241. Basic stages in historical progress, reveals the main line of human development and shows that, varied though the paths of historical development of individual countries and peoples may have been, there is in history a certain recurrence or regularity, a certain law. The social economic formation is a definite type of society, an integrated social system functioning and developing according to its own specific laws on the basis of the given model reduction. The economic skeleton of the social economic formation is formed by the historically determined production relations, but the whole body, its flesh and blood, as it were, comprises other social phenomena and relations, forming the complex structure that we must now investigate. 2. Structure of the social economic formation. Basis and superstructure. All social economic formations differ qualitatively, but they do have certain general structural features that are inherent in all, or, at least, in the majority of such formations. Every society is characterized by a definite type of social relations. Social relations are a special form of connections and interactions existing only in society and arising in the process of people's social activity, that is, activity in the sphere of production, politics, intellectual life, and so on. These relations are called social relations not only because they exist only in society, but also because they emerge from the interaction of large masses of people, of social groups and classes. Social relations are extremely varied. Their different types include economic, political, legal, socio-psychological, organizational, moral relationships, etc. To find any regular interconnection in this diversity, we must make up our minds which relations are essential or primary and which are derivative or secondary. Lenin wrote that by introducing materialism into history, Marx had divided all social relations into material and ideological relations, the latter forming a superstructure built upon the former. Material relations are above all the production relations that arise in the process of the production of material goods as the basic type of human activity. Also material are the relations between man and nature, the relations between production and consumption, the initial, primary relations in the sphere of everyday existence, in the family. The concept of material social relations is therein wider than the concept of economic relations. The feature common to all material relations is that they exist. 242. Independently of social consciousness, that they are primary in comparison with all other forms of social relations. For example, let us take value. Value, according to Marx, is just as objective and material as the thing produced, the use value. At the same time, value is not something substantial that can be perceived by the senses. Value is the objective material relationship between products of goods. This means that materiality in the social sense must not be fully identified with immateriality in the sense of something substantial, tangible. Of course, society cannot exist without the materia, substantial embodiment of the achievements of human labor. The instruments of labor, buildings, plowed fields, parks, canals, are all the creation of human hands, the materialization of man's activity and ideas. But these are not the only elements that constitute social matter, the objective basis of all social relations. This basis is formed by material social relations, that is, the relations that arise between people in the process of the production and reproduction of their immediate life. The superstructural relations, that is, secondary relations, derived from material relations, may be grouped under the general heading of ideological relations: political, legal, moral, and so on. The specific feature of these relations is that they arise only after preliminary passage through the social consciousness. For example, political relations are formed on the basis of the economic relations and interests of various classes, but in accordance with the political ideology of these classes, that is to say, their awareness of their common class interests and aims. Now that we have drawn this distinction between material and ideological relations, we can attempt to define the concepts characterizing the structure and specific quality of each social economic formation: basis and superstructure. The basis is the economic structure of society, the sum total of the production relations of the given society. The concept of basis expresses the social function of the production relations as the economic basis of social life. The superstructure comprises three intrinsically connected groups of phenomena. First, social ideas, moods, social feelings, that is, ideology and social psychology. Second, various organizations and institutions: the state, courts, church, and so on. Third, superstructural relations. Consequently, the superstructure is the sum total of social ideas, institutions, and relations arising on a given economic basis. Historical materialist methodology begins with recognition of the priority and determining role of the basis in relation to superstructure, with the fact that every social economic formation has its own basis and corresponding superstructure. So both the superstructure and the basis have a historically concrete character. Depending on what kind of economic basis a society may have, its systems of political, legal, religious, and philosophical views will correspond to that basis, as will the corresponding relations and institutions of the society. A common feature of the economic structure of all class-divided formations is that they have relations which allow one part of society, the exploiting minority, to appropriate the labor of the rest, the exploited working majority. On the other hand, societies differ in certain essential respects, depending mainly on the specific nature of their basis, that is to say, the prevailing forms of property and forms of human exploitation. For example, the basis of bourgeois society is capitalist ownership of the means of production. It is this that divides society into two basic classes: the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The former is the dominant, exploiting class, while the latter is the oppressed and exploited. The mechanism of capitalist exploitation was revealed by Marx in Capital. He showed that all the wealth of the capitalist class rests on the unpaid labor of the workers, which it appropriates in the form of surplus value. Domination in the economic sphere results directly in domination by the bourgeoisie in the political sphere. Through its ownership of the means of material production, the bourgeoisie takes possession of spiritual, intellectual production as well. The bourgeoisie thus shapes the superstructure, which protects and reinforces the conditions for its domination. Reflecting the nature of the given basis, the superstructure registers the contradictions that pervade this basis. In a class-divided society, the economic contradictions inevitably manifest themselves in contradictions in the superstructure, in contradictions between the state and the revolutionary mood and movement of the masses, between the different political parties, in the ideological struggle between different classes, etc. The superstructure's dependence on the basis is expressed in the fact that the changes occurring in the economic system of the society in question are reflected in its superstructure. It is characteristic of all class-divided, antagonistic social formations that the elements of the new basis and the corresponding superstructure are conceived already in the framework of the economic and political structures of the old formation. This can be seen from the example of capitalist relations, which were conceived as a special structure within the framework of European feudalism. Their emergence was accompanied by deep-going changes in the intellectual life of society, the appearance of bourgeois ideology and a new culture, which arose in opposition to the feudal superstructure and at that 244 time were progressive and in some cases even revolutionary. All the anti-feudal social forces joined in the struggle against the privileged sections of feudal society, a struggle that culminated in bourgeois revolutions, which removed the obstacles feudalism had placed in the path of the development of capitalist production and made the bourgeoisie supreme in the sphere of politics and ideology. Further changes in the superstructure of bourgeois society are connected with the transition from pre-monopoly capitalism to imperialism, and then with the development and deepening of the general crisis of capitalism. Here it should be emphasized that the more capitalism develops the productive forces, the more rapidly its economic system ages and the more reactionary it becomes in the political and ideological respects. Only the opposition of the working masses, the drive of the working class for better conditions, rights, and so on, forces the bourgeoisie, if it does not resort to methods of open terror to mask the reactionary nature of the superstructure, to preserve an appearance of democracy, and so on. As we have noted, the socialist basis does not arise in the framework of the old society, capitalism, even as an economic structure. Socialist social ownership of the means of production rules out exploitation, and in the framework of the bourgeois economic system the existence of such a form of property is fundamentally impossible. Capitalism merely creates the preconditions for socialism, but the socialist structure arises for the first time in the course of the socialist revolution and gradually, as it pushes out other economic structures, becomes the basis of the whole of society. This period, when the socialist basis is becoming established, is known as the transitional period. Its political superstructure is the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is needed for transforming capitalist relations into socialist relations, for crashing the resistance of the deposed classes. In performing its functions, the dictatorship of the proletariat has the support of the great mass of the people and is therefore a real democracy for the majority. The power of the working class rests on the socialist structure of the economy that arises immediately after the victory of the revolution and, after socialism is victorious in the economy, culminates in transformation of the superstructure. The state of the working class gradually turns into a socialist state of the whole people. From now on, socialism begins to develop on its own foundation and the new society gradually grows towards economic, political, and spiritual maturity. The USSR, for example, has now reached the stage of developed socialism. The achievement of this stage means that socialism has become an integral social system developing according to a plan and relatively harmoniously, that society has embarked upon achieving the aims of communist construction. The basis of this system is the highly developed socialist ownership of the means of production, which takes two forms: state property and collective farm cooperative property. Social ownership makes for relations of cooperation and comradely mutual assistance between members of society and distribution of the material goods in the interests of the working people. This economic structure has a corresponding superstructure, which comprises a developed and constantly improving system of socialist democracy resting on the institutions of the all-people state and the social organizations of the working people, the totality of political, legal, moral, and other ideological social relations linking and uniting people and forming the moral and political unity of socialist society, the scientific Marxist-Leninist ideology, which has won over the minds of the broad masses, and a new psychology 7 reflecting the everyday conditions of their lives. The nucleus of the whole political and ideological system of developed socialism, the guiding force of society, is the Communist Party. We have now considered the dependence of the superstructure on the basis. This dependence is expressed in the fact that the economic basis determines the content of the political and ideological superstructure and its makeup. Changes in the superstructure come as a result of changes in the basis. The elimination of the old basis and the emergence of a new one transform the whole vast superstructure. At the same time, the superstructure is relatively independent of its basis. The social system can never be as rigid and closely determined as a system of mechanical dependencies. The influence of the basis on the superstructure is exerted through the economic and political interests of classes, through an intricate system of mediating links between the economy and various forms of ideology, etc. History is made by people, by social classes. They transform the basis, make revolutions, change the superstructure, pursue policies, create new ideas and wage ideological struggles. For this reason, the dependence of the superstructure on the basis should not be understood in an oversimplified way, as an automatically operating mechanism. All changes in the superstructure cannot be attributed solely to economic causes. The interaction of the elements of the superstructure themselves produces results that are sometimes not conditioned economically. It is only in the final analysis that the economy determines the social superstructure. 246. The superstructure is always an active force influencing, in order to protect, reinforce, and develop, all aspects of social life, including its own basis. In the present age, the role of the superstructure as an active factor in history is sharply intensified. There are several reasons for this. The bourgeoisie increasingly places its hopes on the means of ideological and political influence in order to save the obsolete capitalist system. The enhanced activity of the bourgeois superstructure also shows itself in the state's extensive use of regulation of the economy, economic control, in its application of increasingly sophisticated ways of shaping the social consciousness in order to subordinate the masses to the ideological influence of the bourgeoisie, and in PTS to retard the development of the revolutionary 7 working class and national liberation movements, to quell the flame of anti-imperialist struggle. Conversely, the socialist superstructure, by reinforcing the socialist basis, serves the constructive aims of building the new society. Socialism, which necessarily presupposes control of production on the scale and in the interests of the whole of society, and implies that social spontaneity is replaced by conscious, planned building up of new social relations, by its very nature conditions and explains the enhanced activity of the socialist superstructure. It also shows that the role of the socialist superstructure in the development of the economic basis differs qualitatively from the role played by the bourgeois superstructure. The basis and the superstructure are the fundamental structural elements of any social economic formation. They characterize its qualitative uniqueness, the difference between it and other formations. Besides the basis and superstructure, a social economic formation includes other elements of social life, but it is the basis and the superstructure that determine the specific nature of the formation as an integral social organism. 3. Unity and diversity of the historical process. The development and replacement of social economic formations determine the progressive course of history. 7. One aspect of the mode of production, the productive forces, is the element that ensures continuity in the progressive development of society, determines the direction of this development from lower to higher stages. The other aspect of the mode of production, the production relations, expresses the discontinuity in historical development. Obsolete production relations are abolished and replaced by a higher type of production relations and a higher formation. Consequently, the emergence and development of a social economic formation, the transition to a higher formation are due to the action of the law of correspondence of production relations to the character and level of development of the productive forces. This law manifests itself as a tendency in the development and replacement of formations. Human beings have always, from the very beginning, lived and developed in society. At first this took place on the small scale of a clan or a tribe. The tribe was simultaneously an ethnic community, whose internal ties were based on blood relationship, a reproduction unit, because tribesmen worked jointly to obtain a livelihood, a form of social organization and a linguistic unity. Joint activity, equality in distribution, strict tribal rules and full compliance of the individual to them, and an elaborate system of conditioning of the younger generation for the daily rigorous struggle for survival, characterize the social relations of this period in the life of mankind, which lasted for thousands of years. Here the dependence of the way of life and the whole system of relations on the level of production stands out clearly in all its primeval simplicity. The primitive communal formation was universal. Nevertheless, slowly, the productive forces developed within its framework. Man's labor became more and more productive. A division of labor developed between land tilling and stock raising, between land tilling and the crafts exchange. A new form of economic relations took place between the tribes. The instruments of labor acquired an individual character and it became possible to store products, to redistribute them and to accumulate wealth in the hands of a small part of society. One element of such wealth was man himself because it became economically profitable to exploit labor power. Land cultivation demanded a settled way of life. The development of crafts and the resultant appearance of a considerable variety of different products enabled people to form more extensive communities and create urban settlements. All these circumstances led to the decline of primitive communities and the breakup of their primitive relations of equality, which were superseded by class society with its property inequality and exploitation of man by man. Class society did not spring up everywhere at once. It first appeared in the valleys of the Yangtze and Huanghe, the Nile and the Ganges, the Tigris and the Euphrates. The fertile and easily tillable soil of these areas yielded comparatively good harvests even with the use of only primitive implements of agriculture, and it was here that the primitive commune first began to decline and slavery appeared. The slave-owning formation arose where slavery became the basis of social production. It achieved its peak development and acquired classical forms in the Mediterranean. Slaves were obtained mainly by conquest, and the mass exploitation of slaves provided wealth for the slave owners. The whole social organization and culture of the ancient world developed on the basis of slave labor. Greece and Rome are usually taken as the model by which we judge the whole formation, but this approach is not historically accurate. The development of India, China, and a number of states of the Near East, assumed somewhat different forms. There, slavery did not develop so widely as in Greece and Rome. The system of relatively isolated agricultural communes and a centralist despotic state which, besides its political functions, performed the economic functions of building and maintaining irrigation works on which agriculture depended, and the strict caste barriers that went with this system, created a special type of society based on a mode of production that Karl Marx called the Asiatic. This type of society, which existed in Asia and also in some countries of Africa and Latin America, was a class society divided into exploiters and exploited, but it retained significant traces of communal relations and certain communal forms, and this feature was specifically expressed in the low level of development of private ownership of land. Definition of the specific features of the Asiatic mode of production and the society based upon it is a matter for concrete historical study. Whether this mode of production constitutes a special social economic formation or not is a question that is being discussed by historians, but in any case it is clear that this was a specific type of social organization, extremely sluggish and averse to change and development, which feature sharply distinguishes it from the dynamic world of the Mediterranean. Feudal society is a higher form of economic formation compared with the Asiatic mode of production and slave-owning society. Land cultivation, stock raising, and crafts constitute the material and technical base of this society, but they are developed to a higher level. Feudalism opened up wider possibilities lore the development of the productive forces than had the previous formations. At the same time feudalism is a static society. The routine technology, local isolation and disunity, lack of communication and transport facilities, rigid ordering and control over all forms of activity. Hierarchical divisions of the estates, heavy burden of traditions, strict regulation of spiritual life by the church and domination of religion in the ideological sphere put a brake on all progressive changes. Life revolved in a circle, following a set and unchanging rhythm. But slowly, deep inside the feudal system there evolved the material preconditions for the breakthrough to new social forms of life. The development of the division of labor, the growth of commodity-money relations, the appearance of new markets, etc., brought into being new productive forces, cooperation and manufactory, which paved the way for the appearance of machine production. The new productive forces demanded new economic and social forms to provide them with scope for development. Thus feudalism was compelled to give way to a new economic formation, capitalist society. Under capitalism history becomes world history in the full sense of the term, the form isolation both of peoples and territories disappears and for the first time a single world system of economy, a single world market comes into being. The source and foundation of the development of capitalism are the productive forces connected with machine production. In this period the rate of economic and social development increases sharply, but the development itself proceeds in antagonistic forms because it is based on the capitalist's appropriation of surplus value, the unpaid labor of the workers. Competition, the Rex Zions, inflation and scramble for profit, anarchy of production, periodic crises are the characteristic features of the development of capitalist economy. In a comparatively short historical period capitalism passes through a number of stages, beginning from the early capitalist accumulation and proceeding through the system of free enterprise to the age of imperialism, of state monopoly capitalism. Continuing Marx's analysis of capitalism, Lenin showed that the transition from free competition to monopoly, to the omnipotence of finance capital, which brings under its control the bourgeois state, heralds the decline of capitalism as an economic and social system. Imperialism brings about intensification of all the contradictions of capitalism, growth of militarism, political reaction, and the like. All this weakens the system of capitalism and creates preconditions for the socialist revolution. Subsequent development has confirmed Lenin's conclusions. In the conditions of the New World crisis there has been a fresh dramatic fall in the rate of growth of industrial production, a falling off of output and business activity, and increases in unemployment. 250. And inflation. According to Edward Kennedy, the United States is currently wallowing in the gravest economic crisis since the 1930s. By early December 1981 there was a total of 8.5 million unemployed in the USA. The real incomes of working people fell sharply. In the past 2 years alone the real incomes of U.S. working people have decreased by $50 billion. The purchasing power of the average worker has gone back to where it was 10 years ago. In Britain industrial output has fallen compared with 1980. Unemployment has reached the unprecedented figure of 3 million. The people's living standard is falling. As was noted at the 37th Congress of the Communist Party of Great Britain, Tory economic policy is undermining the country's economic basis, particularly its nationalized industries. According to some American economists, unemployment in the 24 major capitalist countries of the world will increase over the next few years and by mid-1983 will reach a total of 28 million. The ruling circles of the United States and Britain have committed themselves to an unrestrained arms race and are sacrificing much of what the working people have won in the sphere of social progress and democracy. The U.S. administration has cut allocations for 105 social programs by the sum amounting to between $30 and $40 billion. All attempts by the bourgeoisie to regulate the process of production and consumption cannot solve the fundamental contradictions of capitalism between the social character of production and the private form of appropriation, between labor and capital, between the clique of monopolists and the majority of the nation, between the capitalist countries themselves competing on the world market. Capitalism is the concluding stage of a tremendous period of human history, the period of class-divided society. During this period all major social problems are resolved in the course of the acute struggle of social classes which permeates all class-divided formations, for although the classes themselves change, as do the contradictions, the type of historical development remains common to them all, proceeding in various forms of conflict between the economic and political interests of social groups, the class struggle. Beginning with the cruelest form of human enslavement, slavery, the history of class formations witnessed the gradual modification of forms of exploitation, the replacement of non-economic forms of compulsion by economic forms, the development of material interest in the results of productive activity both among the direct producers and among the owners of the means of production. A great achievement of this stage of human history was the tremendous development of technology, science, and culture, which raised man to undreamed of heights and created the preconditions for ever-coming social antagonisms and moving on to a fundamentally new level of social existence. Thus the first stage of the historical process, the primitive communal formation, resulted in the emergence of the human race and the creation of the prerequisites for its social development. By building primitive society, man broke away from nature, from the natural estate, and was able to stand on his own feet. The final result of the development of class-divided society is the achievement of a level of development of science and material production that allows man to place the forces of nature at his bidding. The objective of the new stage in history, the communist formation, is for man to master his own social relations and develop himself comprehensively on the basis of the highest development of material and non-material production, the development of relations of comradely cooperation and communist mutual assistance. We have examined the general trend of historical development to the extent that it is determined by the laws of movement of material production. But this does not imply that we have explained social development at every point of the historical process. Concrete history is much richer, and is affected by a great number of factors that vary and modify that process. We cannot therefore regard this process as something that proceeds in a single line. Historical development springs from the interaction of many forces, and to understand it in its concrete forms we must take into consideration all the essential factors contributing to this interaction. Historical materialism provides the method for studying concrete history because it reveals not only the unity of history and its general direction, but also shows us how to perceive its diversity. The founders of Marxism gave many a warning against vulgarization of historical materialism and turning its propositions into a formula to be imposed on concrete history and used as a substitute for studying the concrete facts. Thus Engels wrote, according to the materialist conception of history 7, the ultimately determining element in history is the production and reproduction of real life. More than this neither Marx nor I have ever asserted. Hence if somebody twists this into *ring that the economic element is the only determining one, he transforms that proposition into a meaningless, abstract, senseless phrase. 1 Engels 252 goes on to say that various elements in the superstructure, ideology, and so on, influence the course PI development. If we disregard this historical interaction and fail to see the accidents through whose multitudes economic necessity forces its way, the application of the theory to any period of history 7 would be easier than the solution of a simple equation of the first degree. 1 All kinds of causes diversify the general course of world history. We have already mentioned the influence on society of geographical conditions, which, particularly in the earlier stages of social development, was one of the essential factors determining the uneven course of world history, the advance of some and the backwardness of other peoples. Thanks to its geographical position, every people lives in a certain specific historical environment and feels its effects. Nor must we disregard the influence on the course of history of such secondary factors, compared with economics, as the state, the specific character of culture, traditions, ideology, social psychology, etc. The influence of one people on another is also an important factor in history. It has occurred in all kinds of forms, from wars and conquests to trade and cultural exchange. It may take place in all spheres of social life, from economics to ideology. The uniqueness of individual countries cannot be understood without taking into consideration the unevenness of world historical development. Some peoples forge ahead, others lag behind. For various concrete reasons some are able to leapfrog over whole social economic formations. So, in every period throughout written history there existed not just one formation, but peoples at various stages of social development, and there were complex interrelations between them. This means that we do not find the same sequence of formations in the history of all peoples. Thus, among the Slavs and the Germanic peoples inhabiting Central and Eastern Europe, the disintegration of the pre-class system occurred at the time when the slave-owning formation had exhausted itself and W7 as in a state of decline. For this reason the slave structure that had begun to take shape in Central and Eastern Europe did not develop into a formation, and the peoples there passed straight from the tribal system to feudalism. The character of the mutual influence exercised by peoples that are at different stages of historical development depends on the nature of their social systems. Thus as in the nature of capitalism that capitalist Europe should have used its technical superiority to enslave the peoples of other continents and subject them to colonial oppression. The development of these peoples was not only held up by colonialism. In many cases they were actually thrown back both in their economic and cultural development. The present epoch, when the capitalist formation is in a state of crisis and decline and is being superseded in one country after another by the socialist system, offers many peoples who have fallen behind in their social and economic development the possibility of passing over the stage of capitalism and taking the road that leads to socialism. Socialist society has worked out an entirely different type of relations between peoples as compared with capitalism. It does everything to create actual equality between nations and to accelerate the economic and cultural advance of formerly backward peoples. How will they develop in future? This depends not only on what part is played by the working people in these countries, by the progressive anti-capitalist, anti-colonialist social forces, but also on the struggle and competition between the two world systems, socialist and capitalist, on how the socialist system demonstrates its superiority over capitalism and exerts its active economic, social, political, cultural, and spiritual influence on the developing countries. In a brief historical period, the USSR and the developing countries have established an effective economic exchange on the basis of long-term interstate agreements. The number of countries involved has increased from 14 in 1960 to 40 in 1970, and 64 in 1981. The CMEA countries give all-round economic and technical assistance to 90 independent states of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So far 3,157 of the 4,658 industrial and other installations envisaged under these programs have been put into operation. The CMEA countries have regular trade links with more than 100 developing countries, and trade with them in 1979 was worth 20,000 million rubles. While recognizing the progressive character of social development, the replacement of lower social formations by higher formations, historical materialism does not by any means regard this as a predetermined process ruling out the diversity of history. But diverse though the history of various peoples may be, there are in every historical period certain leading trends of social development. In defining a period of world history according to its leading trends, we use the concept of historical epoch. For example, we speak of the epoch of slave society or the epoch of feudalism, relating them to the time when these formations were dominant. In our own day, vestiges of feudalism are still to be found in certain countries, but it would be absurd to speak of the present day as the 254 epoch of feudalism. The concept of the epoch may be associated with definite stages of the leading formation. Thus, for example, We distinguish between the epoch of pre-monopoly capitalism and the epoch of imperialism as qualitatively different from one another. To single out the leading trend in an epoch we must, as Lenin said, establish what class plays the central role in the epoch and determines its main content, the main direction of its development, its main features. Unlike the concept of the social economic formation, which characterizes a certain stage in the development of society, the concept of the historical epoch is more concrete, expresses the diversity of processes occurring at a given time in a given stage of history. In one and the same epoch in various parts of the world there have existed various formations. For example, alongside the peoples of Greece and Rome who lived in slave-owning society there lived other peoples who were still at the stage of the primitive communal system. Alongside the capitalism that had established itself in Europe and North America there still remained feudal and pre-feudal relations in certain other countries. The concept of the historical epoch embraces both the typical and the non-typical for any given period of history. In each epoch, Lenin explained, there may be and will be separate, partial movements forward or backward, there may be various deviations from the average type and rates of movement. Finally, the concept of the epoch may be associated with the transition from one social economic formation to another, when mankind is going through a transitional period, when tremendous changes are occurring in its life. Thus the different periods of transition from feudalism to capitalism are characterized as the epoch of the Renaissance, or the epoch of bourgeois revolutions. Regarded from the standpoint of world history, our own time is also a transitional epoch, the epoch of transition from capitalism to communism. This transition is the leading trend of contemporary social development, reflecting the deep crisis of the whole system of capitalism, the formation and development of the new communist society. At the same time we must not forget that today there exist peoples which are at various other stages of social development. This gives rise to a tremendous diversity of social problems. They can be fundamentally solved only on the road of socialism and communism, which will raise the peoples to a higher stage of social progress. The transition to socialism on a world scale has matured as a historical necessity and it forms the basic content of the present epoch. Unlike the general laws of development applicable to all social economic formations, class struggle is a law of development of only some of these formations. Mankind progresses from the primitive communal system, which knew no class division, through the various class formations to the communist system, in which class distinctions will disappear forever. Why do classes exist at certain stages in the development of society? What are classes? What place do class relations occupy in society's life? The correct answer supplies the key to our understanding of the essence of such important social phenomena of the modern world as the state, political relations, and ideological life. The class approach to the analysis of the life of any society divided into classes is one of the fundamental methodological principles of Marxism. Explaining the significance of this principle, Lenin wrote, "People always have been the foolish victims of deception and self-deception in politics, and they always will be until they have learned to seek out the interests of some class or other behind all moral, religious, political, and social phrases, declarations and promises." 1. Classes and class struggle. 1. Origin and essence of classes. Classes are large groups of people into which society is divided. But there are many other large groups in society, divided on principles different from those which divide classes. There are age groups, for instance, groups based on sex, race, nationality, profession, and so on. Some of these divisions have natural causes, while others are social in origin. The natural differences between people do not in themselves cause social distinctions and only under certain social circumstances may be connected with social inequality. Racial inequality is historical, not natural, in origin. Similarly, the social inequality of the sexes is due not to natural but historical causes. At the early, matriarchal stages of history, woman held an honored place in society, which she subsequently lost owing to her changed role in production. Class divisions in general usually have nothing to do with natural differences, they exist within one and the same race, one and the same ethnic group, and so on. Some bourgeois sociologists seek the causes of the division of society into classes in political factors, in coercion, for instance, in the subjugation of some people or peoples by others. Of course, the transition from classless to class society did not occur without coercion. But coercion only accelerated and deepened social inequality, it was not its cause. Violence does not explain the origin of classes any more than robbery explains the origin of private ownership of the means of production. Robbery may result in the passing of some property from one owner to another, but it cannot create private property as such. The division of society into classes is due to economic causes. It existed, for example, even in places such as ancient Athens, where no conquest had taken place. Its source is the division of labor within society, which presupposes the separation of producers engaged in various forms of production and the exchange between them of the products of their labor. First, stock raising and land tilling form special branches of labor, then the crafts break away from land tilling, and finally mental work is separated from manual labor. The social division of labor and exchange brings in its train private ownership of the means of production, which supersedes the previous communal form of property and gives rise to social groups that have unequal standing in social production classes. Society is divided into rich and poor, exploiters and exploited, and a state of inequality reigns. As Engels puts it, these warring classes of society are always the products of the modes of production and of exchange, in a word, of the economic conditions of their time. What are social classes? Classes are groups of people which differ from each other primarily by their place in a historically definite system of production. This means that every class must be regarded in connection with the mode of production by which it is engendered, and that each antagonistic mode of production creates its own specific division of society into classes. Within every system of production, classes occupy different or even diametrically opposed positions, this being determined by their relationship to the means of production. This relationship also determines their role in the social organization of labor. Classes perform various functions in social production. In an antagonistic society, some of them manage production, control the economy and all social affairs, and are engaged predominantly in mental work, while others bear the whole burden of compulsory, arduous physical labor. As social production and the whole life of society grows more complex, various functions of administration become necessary. In the countries of the ancient Orient, for example, large-scale irrigation works demanded a kind of centralized administration that was not needed in small individual farming. The large-scale machine production of today would not be unthinkable without organizing activity, without management of production in all fields. In a class society, the control of social production is usually in the hands of the class that owns the means of production. When certain production relations begin to hold up the development of the productive forces, the role of the ruling class in the social organization of labor also changes. It loses its organizing function in production and declines into a parasitic growth on the body of society. This happened with the landowning aristocracy in its time, and the same thing is happening today to the bourgeoisie. Classes also differ from one another according to the size and source of their social income. This distinction between classes is undoubtedly of great importance, but it is still not the defining factor. We can see this quite easily if we ask ourselves the question, why do various sources of income exist and consequently various conditions for the existence of classes? The chief reason lies in their position in the system of social production. At first sight it may appear, as Marx said, that a class is formed by people having common sources of income. But this view does not go to the bottom of class relationships. What it assumes to be the main and determining relationships are, in fact, a form of distribution that depends on the relations of production. If we consider only the sources and sizes of income, we cannot correctly define classes and distinguish them from the multiple social strata and groups that also may receive their income from various sources. Under capitalism, for instance, civil servants receiving their salaries from the state and many doctors whose bills are paid by private patients have different sources of income. But does this give grounds for treating them as special classes? All the attributes of classes must be considered together in their organic unity. It was Lenin who gave us a fully integrated, consistently scientific definition of classes. Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and, consequently, by the dimensions of the share of social wealth of which they dispose and the mode of acquiring it. Classes are groups of people, one of which can appropriate the labor of another owing to the different places they occupy in a definite system of social economy. 1. Class divisions run right through social life from top to bottom, affecting the whole system of social relations. These relations are divided into the material and the ideological. But what kind of relations become established between classes, material or ideological? The answer is both. Classes are connected by certain economic relations which enable the exploiting classes to appropriate the labor of the exploited. The sum total of these relations forms the class structure of society and constitutes the material, economic basis of the class struggle. The relations between classes, however, are not confined to the economic field, they acquire their most concentrated expression in political life. Finally, the relations between classes, the class struggle, are revealed in the sphere of ideology, in the spiritual life of society. Besides class distinctions in society, there are other social distinctions, such as the distinctions between town and country. 7, that is, in the final analysis between the population engaged in industrial and agricultural work, and also the distinctions between people engaged in physical and mental labor. The division between town and country splits the W7 Hawaii population into two parts, one living in the town, the other in the country. This division has unique features in every class formation. For example, in feudal society the classes of peasants and the feudal lords were concentrated mainly in the villages, whereas the towns were mainly the centers of the artisans, the traders, the emerging bourgeoisie. In capitalist society all social sections are represented, although to a different degree, both in the town and in the village. Hence the division of the bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie into urban and rural, the division of the working class into the urban and rural proletariat, and so on. Group distinctions expressing the existence of smaller groups. Within classes are also considered social distinctions. For example, the bourgeoisie itself is divided into small, medium, and big capitalists depending on the amount of means of production they own. We must also take into consideration the division of the bourgeoisie into monopolistic and non-monopolistic and note those groups among the monopolists that are directly connected with the war industry, with militarization of the economy. These are the most aggressive section of the bourgeoisie, which quite often has a decisive influence on the policies of imperialist states. There may exist in society more or less significant layers of people that do not belong to any definite class, and also the déclassed people, who have lost their connection with their O/NT class. Among all the various social distinctions the main are class distinctions. First, they spring from the deepest foundations of society, that is, directly from the relation of people to the means of production, from the essence of the production relations, which determine all other social relations. Second, classes are the powerful and usually the most numerous social groups, whose interrelations and struggle exert a decisive influence on the history of society, on its entire social, political and ideological life. Bourgeois sociologists often attempt to dissolve the concept of class into the more general concept of social group, to replace the division of capitalist society into classes by a division into social layers, strata. All kinds of criteria are used to determine the composition of the various strata, such as occupation, wealth, education, place of residence and so on, but no emphasis is placed on the main and decisive factor, the relationship to the means of production. Marxists do not deny the existence in contemporary society of various social strata and groups, various political, economic and cultural organizations. But, first, it is a mistake to confuse groups of people that have formed objectively, such as classes, nations, and so on, with organizations created for certain purposes. And second, the true social significance of any groups may be revealed only insofar as we establish their place in the class structure of society and their role in the class struggle. The sum total of classes, social layers, and groups, the system of their relationship form the social structure of society. When one mode of production is replaced by another, the social structure is changed, with the result that certain classes are superseded by others. In slave-owning and also feudal societies, the social structure takes unique forms. In a number of Oriental countries, society was divided into castes, isolated groups of people connected by the unity of an inherited profession. In other slave-owning societies and also in feudal society, class distinctions were consolidated by the legal power of the state into a division of the population into estates. The law laid down for every estate a special position in the state, and certain rights and obligations. The estates were formed on the basis of class division, but not entirely correspond to it, since they introduced an element of the hierarchy of power and legal privilege. Point 1. The capitalist mode of production simplified the class division of society and, at any rate, in principle, abolished the hierarchical privileges. Under capitalism, the direct producers, the workers, are legally free, but they are deprived of the ownership of the means of production and are economically dependent on the capitalists. For this reason, Marx and Engels called the capitalist mode of exploitation a system of wage slavery. Thus the antagonistic modes of production bring about various modes of exploitation and at the same time various divisions of society into classes. The basic classes in antagonistic, class-divided society are the classes which are engendered by the prevailing mode of production and without which such a mode would be inconceivable. The basic contradiction of the mode of production is expressed in the interrelationship and struggle between these classes. Besides the basic classes, the social structure usually comprises non-basic or transitional classes connected with the survival of parts of previous modes of production or the existence of embryos.